violin and appreciates Wagner. To the puzzlement of the townspeople, she marries Thomas Buddenbrook, old Johann's grandson, who is himself a mutation of the family line, with his pretensions toward fashion and his propensity to quote Heine. Their little son Hanno is musical, and Edmund Pfeil, a local organist devoted to Bach, is engaged to teach him. At first, Pfeil takes an anti-Wagner line, decrying the composer's demagoguery, blasphemy, and madness. Goethe persuades him to reconsider. Even the sainted Bach once roiled the public with his dissonances, she observes. While Pfeil never comes around entirely to Tristan, he adores Meistersinger, happily pounding out its great, old-fashioned, wonderful, and grandiose march. This is in 1868, the year of Meistersinger's premiere. Pfeil's conversion to Wagner is a token of national unification. The severe North German joins with the sensuous Saxon Bavarian. At the same time, Wagner acts as a virus of degeneration. In Thomas Buddenbrook's view, music is preventing his child from becoming a true Buddenbrook. Hanno drifts into a dream world, vulnerable to womanly influences. He spends too much time with a friend named Kai, another artistic lad, who spins tales of rings and magic castles. Like his creator, Hanno undergoes a conversion through Lohengrin, and then the joy had become reality. It had swept over him with ineffable enchantments, secret thrills and shudders, sudden fervent sobs, and a rapture of insatiable ecstasy. Back home, Hanno prolongs the trance with piano improvisations. At times, he seems to be fantasizing on ring motifs. Was he slaying dragons, scaling mountains, swimming great rivers, walking through fire? A piece in B major that lingers on an E minor chord, with a C-sharp delaying resolution, can only be Isolde's transfiguration. The boy's activity at the keyboard is almost autoerotic. Not yet, not yet. One moment more of delay, of unbearable tension that would make the release all the more precious. The Liebestod signals Hanno's end. Man switches to a bloodless medical textbook style, in the manner of Flaubert, to describe how the boy succumbs to typhoid. A Wagner atmosphere returns as man reaches the final stages of the illness, in which the patient lies in remote, feverish dreams, lost in their heat, wandering along strange, hot paths. That mental Venusberg is Hanno's last station on the way to oblivion. At the fin de siècle, the German bourgeoisie spent a great deal of time at spas and sanatoriums, which had long played a significant role in European society. All manner of health fads and alternative cures took hold, overlapping with spiritual movements such as theosophy and anthroposophy. Spa orchestras and bands routinely had Wagner on their playlists, as Augusta de Gasparini's life-changing encounter with Lohengrin in Baden-Baden attests. Bayreuth was itself a kind of spa of a higher order, from which harried urban souls could emerge refreshed. For novelists, the spa had long been a convenient laboratory in which to examine social manners and neuroses. Both Mann brothers wrote sanatorium tales. After the First World War, Thomas monumentalized the genre in The Magic Mountain. Heinrich's 1898 story Dr. Bieber's Temptation is set at a high-end Nervenklinik that offers itself as a respite from a hyperkinetic world of bicycles, automobiles, and telephones. Bieber, its star young doctor, mesmerizes elderly ladies with an array of scientific and occult techniques. He is characterized as a spiritualist, vegetarian, Gidrian, and communist, a temperance campaigner and Wagnerite. In short, everything a man of correct intentions can be today. Gustav Jaeger promoted the wearing of wool on the skin, to increase vitality. Doses of Wagner are among his methods of treatment. When Bieber plays Isolde's Transfiguration at the piano, the effect is much the same as when he practices hypnosis. There were tones no more, it was the wafting of a pair of souls and the whisper of their kisses that went through the room and that the women heard, hands fallen powerless in the lap, the head tilted back, an unconscious, lost smile on the half-open mouth. Bieber explains, in garbled Schopenhauerese, that a work like Tristan allows one to bathe in the absolutely pure will, shedding the dross of personhood. Eventually, he is exposed as a charlatan, and Wagner is discredited with him. Thomas wrote his own sanatorium tale 4 years later, the novella Tristan. The clinic here is called Einfried, which suggests an enclosure of peace, with a hint of Wagner's Wahnfried. It is a microcosm of the Kaiserreich, grand and bright and empty. Decadence is embodied in a writer named Ditlev Spinell, a cartoon aesthete who exhibits no obvious symptoms and seems mainly to enjoy the lofty unreality of the sanatorium environment. Various clues indicate that he is modeled on the Hungarian Jewish writer Arthur Holitzker, author of the 1900 novel The Poisoned Well, in which a femme fatale styles herself after Venus in Tannhauser. Man performs the tricky maneuver of mocking a fellow Wagnerite while luxuriating in his own fantasy. Holitzker left a rueful description of how on one occasion, after a convivial visit to Mann's home, he turned around to see his colleague at the window, studying him through opera glasses. The inevitable Wagner scene initially plays like a parody of D'Annunzio's Triumph of Death. As Ditlev makes his rounds at Einfried, he becomes fixated on Gabrielle Klaturgeon, the ailing wife of a vulgar merchant. She is a pre-Raphaelite apparition, pale and ethereal. One winter day, the healthier residents of Einfried go for an excursion on sleighs, leaving Gabrielle and Ditlev almost alone. As the sleds move away, there is a festive jingling of bells, and then the merry noise died away. This is like the beginning of Act 2 of Tristan, where the horns of King Mark's hunting party fade in the distance. Ditlev, who has heard Gabrielle speak of musical evenings with her violin-playing father, encourages her to go to the piano. The aesthete earlier speculated that an old family, with traditions that are entirely practical, sober, and bourgeois, undergoes in its declining days a kind of artistic transfiguration. Man is now parodying himself. We are being given a miniature Buddenbrooks, with Gabrielle taking the place of little Hanno. In the Triumph of Death, the lovers sample Chopin before moving on to Wagner. Gabrielle, too, starts with Chopin nocturnes, as a kind of musical foreplay. Ditlev rummages around for more music and finds a score that leaves him speechless. It's not possible. It can't be true. And yet there is no doubt of it. He shows Gabrielle the title page. I wonder how that got here, Gabrielle says. In a Wagner-saturated society, the work need not be named, and in any case the title is the same on the novella in one's hands. As Gabrielle plays parts of Tristan, Mann narrates each excerpt in turn again following the pattern of the Triumph of Death. But the arch tone slips away. In place of D'Annunzio's extravagant paraphrase, Mann remains faithful to Wagner's text, often simply compressing it into prose paragraphs, with musical description appended. The author drops his mask and indulges his adolescent love for the music. The Sehnsucht motif, a lonely wandering voice in the night, softly uttered its tremulous question. Silence followed, a silence of waiting. And then the answer, the same hesitant, lonely strain, but higher in pitch, more radiant and tender. Silence again. And then, with that wonderful muted sforzando which is like an upsurging, uprearing impulse of joy and passion, the love motif began. It rose, it climbed ecstatically to a mingling sweetness, reached its climax and fell away, while the deep song of the cellos came into prominence and continued the melody in grave, sorrowful rapture. At the climax of the love duet comes a masterstroke, perhaps the most finely studied Wagner allusion in literature. Gabrielle breaks off playing as she sees, on the far side of the room, the spectral figure of Pastorin Hallenrock, an ancient, demented patient. This interruption parallels the abrupt entrance of Melot and King Mark, catching the lovers in flagranti. In one sense, the satirical frame is restored, as mundane reality breaks into Ditlev's fantasy. Yet the apparition induces a shiver. The Pastorin is a harbinger of death, signaling that Gabrielle is not long for the world. As in Buddenbrooks, Wagner's music acts on two distinct planes, as a playful cultural symbol and as a force of destiny. In the years before the First World War, a rift opened between the brothers Mann. Heinrich's leftist convictions became more pronounced, as did his allegiance to French culture. Thomas drifted to the right. Wagner was one point of contention. Heinrich lost interest, while Thomas remained spellbound. Thomas felt free to question Wagner from all angles, even to wonder whether the composer's time had come and gone, but he could not accept contemptuous dismissal. He therefore took offense at Heinrich's most incendiary novel, Der Untertan, or The Underling. It was serialized in 1914 but did not appear in book form until 1918. The onset of war made its critique of Wilhelmine Maury's unpublishable. Diederik Hessling, the underling in question, is a small-town paper manufacturer turned rabble-rouser who worships Wilhelm II to a self-abasing degree. Through a campaign of boasts, slander, and betrayals, he rises in society and wins the hand of a wealthy heiress, Gust. On the eve of their wedding, they go to see Lohengrin. Unlike Fontaine's Wagnerites, Diederik is an aesthetic idiot who takes pleasure mainly in the shields and swords, lots of clanking armor, patriotic sentiments, ha, and hail, and upraised banners. He wishes that he had had such music when he gave his speech in the sewer debate. The villainous Ortrud and Telramund remind him of machinating Jews. He is happy when the people cede authority to Lohengrin. The Reichstag should be made to do the same. The wedding scene prompts him to fondle Gust's behind. The lesson of the opera is that women are too inquisitive, that political loyalty trumps all other considerations, that revolution is crime. If the Kaiser required it, Diederik would sacrifice Gust in a flash. "This is the art we need," he exclaims. "This is German art. 1,000 performances of such a work would unite the nation." He is moved to send the composer a congratulatory telegram, but Gust informs him that unfortunately this is no longer possible. Wagner stimulates Diederik as he realizes his highest aim, the construction of a town monument in honor of Wilhelm I. At the unveiling of the statue, a regimental band tootles a selection from Tannhauser, the entry of the guests at the Wartburg as dignitaries march in. Diederik has prepared a speech in praise of Germany's military might and master culture. His parallel attack on French materialism and publicity-mongering reeks of Wagnerian polemic. His voice rises to a shriek as he declares that the soul of the German being is the veneration of power and that the enemies of the fatherland must be exterminated root and branch, ausgerotten bis auf den letzten Stumpf. This harangue soon read as a grim prophecy. In 1920, 2 years after Der Untertan was published, Hitler, the virtuoso of the oratorical crescendo, would apply the phrase mit Stumpfuende Stil ausgerotten to the Jews. Just as Diederik is about to receive a decoration for his efforts, a storm brings a sudden downpour. Amid panic, the band plays on, like the orchestra on a sinking ship, to the accompaniment of terror and dissolution. When the German director Wolfgang Staudt filmed the novel, in 1951, he made the prophecy explicit by jumping forward in time, to the last years of the Second World War. Diederik's town lies in ruins, but the statue of the Kaiser on horseback still stands. In the local opera house, one assumes, Wagner's operas are still playing. 6. Nibelheim. Jewish and Black Wagner. W.E.B. Du Bois' Ticket to Lohengrin at Bayreuth. In 1903, W.E.B. Du Bois published The Souls of Black Folk, one of the founding texts of the African American civil rights movement. Through a contrapuntal interweaving of history, sociology, memoir, and fiction, Du Bois bore down on the intractable realities of racial inequality, challenging the assimilationist approach of Booker T. Washington, the established black leader of the era. Threaded through the book are two crucial concepts of racial difference: double consciousness, which Du Bois defines as this sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others, and the metaphor of the veil, which expresses a complex web of divisions and connections between the black minority and the white majority. The one fictional chapter, of the Coming of John, is a tale of humiliation and rage, an antecedent to Richard Wright's Native Son and Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man, landmarks of mid-century African American fiction. John Jones, a young man who aspires toward racial uplift in the Washington mode, leaves his native Georgia to study at a black school. Back home, his family and friends prepare for his triumphant return. When John comes, they say, In childhood, John had a playmate named John Henderson, a white judge's son. That John goes off to Princeton, his family, too, awaits his homecoming. After an initial struggle with school discipline, John Jones applies himself to his studies. With education comes awareness. He grew slowly to feel almost for the first time the veil that lay between him and the white world. One September, John goes to New York, and finds himself swept up in a well-dressed throng of people who, it turns out, are on their way to an orchestral concert. He buys a ticket and is seated next to a young white couple, whose faces he does not see. The elegance of the concert hall mesmerizes him, a world so different from his. The first work on the program is the Prelude to Lohengrin, and it sends John into a state of rapture not unlike the one experienced by Baudelaire in 1860. A deep longing swelled in all his heart to rise with that clear music out of the dirt and dust of that low life that held him prisoned and befouled. If he could only live up in the free air where birds sang and setting suns had no touch of blood. Who had called him to be the slave and butt of all? And if he had called, what right had he to call when a world like this lay open before men? Then the movement changed, and fuller, mightier harmony swelled away. He felt with the music the movement of power within him. If he but had some master work, some life service, hard bitter hard, but without the cringing and sickening servility, without the cruel hurt that hardened his heart and soul. When at last a soft sorrow crept across the violins, there came to him the vision of a far-off home, the great eyes of his sister, and the dark drawn face of his mother. And his heart sank below the waters, even as the sea sand sinks by the shores of Altamaha, only to be lifted aloft again with that last ethereal wail of the swan that quivered and faded away into the sky. There is a tap on John's shoulder. An usher asks, "Will you step this way, please, sir?" The manager of the hall informs John that there has been a mix-up with the seating and that he will have to leave. In reality, the white man has asked for his removal. John realizes with a shock that his neighbor is Henderson, his childhood friend. He goes away crushed and despairing. When John returns home, his hopes crumble to nothing. He starts up a black school, but it is shuttered when the judge hears that ideas of equality are being taught. The final blow comes when Henderson sexually assaults John's sister. Incensed, John kills his white double. As he awaits the inevitable lynch mob, his mind drifts back to the one moment in his life when the veil seemed to lift, the time he heard the faint sweet music of Lohengrin. He leaned back and smiled toward the sea, whence rose the strange melody, away from the dark shadows where lay the noise of horses galloping on. With an effort he roused himself, bent forward, and looked steadily down the pathway, softly humming the song of the bride, Freudig gefeiert, sie hätte ihn. Amid the trees in the dim morning twilight he watched their shadows dancing and heard their horses thundering toward him, until at last they came sweeping like a storm, and he saw in front that haggard white-haired man, whose eyes flashed red with fury. Oh, how he pitied him and wondered if he had the coiled twisting rope. Then, as the storm burst round him, he rose slowly to his feet and turned his closed eyes toward the sea. And the world whistled in his ears. The irony that overhangs this savage ending hardly needs to be spelled out. Wagner was a bigot who expended thousands of words vilifying Jews and other races. Still, Lohengrin represented an ideal in Du Bois' mind, one that floated above the bloodland of American racism. Scholars have traced various parallels between the opera and the story. For Russell A. Berman, both are tales of incommensurability, of figures cut off from humanity by impenetrable veils. Lohengrin withholds his name because he wishes to be treated like everyone else, without regard to secondary attributes of rank or race. John Jones thinks much the same when he takes his seat in the concert hall and loses himself in the music. In Sieglinde Lemke's reading, Lohengrin's fate shows the incompatibility of the mortal and the immortal spheres, while John's death shows the incompatibility of the racial spheres. What Wagner thought of Jewish people and people of color is an inescapable question, although the answer is not as simple as it seems. Since this is a book about Wagnerism, the even more crucial issue is what Jews and people of color thought of him. When they admire Wagner, they are often accused of self-hatred, as if such admiration annuls their identity. The American comedian Larry David addressed the topic on a 2001 episode of his television show Curb Your Enthusiasm, a scene that became instantly legendary among latter-day Wagnerites. Outside a movie theater, David's character finds himself absent-mindedly whistling the Siegfried Idyll, and proceeds to tell his wife the story of how Wagner wrote it as a birthday present for Cosima. Another patron, overhearing the conversation, labels David a self-loathing Jew. David responds, "I do hate myself, but it has nothing to do with being Jewish." The man shouts, "Millions of Jews were taken to the concentration camps with Wagner being played in the background." David retaliates by hiring musicians to play the Meistersinger prelude beneath his accuser's window, much as Wagner serenaded Cosima with the Idyll. Persecuted minorities have a long history of internalizing negative images of themselves, and Wagnerism provides more than a few mournful case studies. At the same time, latter-day critiques of Jewish and Black Wagnerites easily fall prey to essentialism, the reduction of a complex cultural identity to one stylized essence, to quote the musicologist Lawrence Dreyfus. "We should not pretend to know," Dreyfus writes, "how a proper German Jew ought to have behaved or how an opera free from social prejudices ought to have been composed." Complicating matters further is the fact that two towering figures in modern African American and Jewish history, Du Bois and Theodor Herzl, held Wagner's art in high esteem. Du Bois' intricate definition of double consciousness can guide us toward a more sophisticated sense of how Wagner operated in the lives of his conflicted devotees. These tangled histories raise bigger and tougher questions. In the face of a sacred monster like Wagner, what power do spectators have? Are we necessarily subject to the domination of his works, complicit in their ideology? Or, in embracing them, can we take possession of them and remake them in our own image? In A Midsummer Night's Dream, Theseus broaches the latter possibility as he contemplates a particularly problematic theatrical production: "The best in this kind are but shadows, and the worst are no worse, if imagination amend them." The emendation of Wagner in the imagination of the racial other is double consciousness in action. Wagner and Jews. A Viennese cartoon of Wagner as a Jew. Murderous hostility toward Jews had existed in Germany for centuries before Wagner was born. The composer's ugliest utterances pale next to the verbal violence unleashed by Martin Luther in his 1543 pamphlet on the Jews and their lies, which calls for the burning of synagogues and the razing of Jewish homes. A long procession of intellectual luminaries had disparaged Jews and Jewishness, including Kant. "Judaism is not really a religion at all," and Goethe, "We will tolerate no Jew amongst us." In the 19th century, though, anti-Jewish rhetoric underwent a fateful transformation. Formerly, it had had a religious basis, or was tied to critiques of capitalism. When scientific-sounding theories of race took hold, in the final years of Wagner's life, Jews were categorized as biologically different from the rest of humanity. Wagner helped to propagate this racialized hatred, which came to be known as antisemitism. Jean-Jacques Natias, in Wagner Antisemite, declares that the composer has the sad privilege of being one of the first, perhaps the first, to make the transition between the two forms of anti-Judaism. Anti-Jewish remarks crept into Wagner's writings in the 1830s, as he began to hold Jews responsible for the cultural marketplace that had failed to capitulate instantly to his genius. The resentment intensified after 1849, when his musical and political ambitions collapsed in tandem. At that time, leftists routinely portrayed Jews as avatars of capitalism. Karl Marx's 1843 essay on the Jewish question, responding to a similarly titled work by Bruno Bauer, states that Jewish political activities are founded on egoism and the pursuit of material gain, that the Jewish mentality pervades society, and that liberation from Jewishness will be achieved only through the abolition of capitalism. Wagner may well have read Marx's essay in the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher, where it first appeared. 3 decades later, he cited a letter from Arnold Ruge to Marx that was published in the same volume. The Wagner scholar Udo Birnbach notes that the closing argument of On the Jewish Question, the social emancipation of the Jew is the emancipation of society from Judaism, anticipates the thrust of Jewishness in music, though the tone is far milder. Paranoia fueled Wagner's obsession, as he came to believe that both Felix Mendelssohn and Giacomo Meyerbeer, Europe's preeminent composers of Jewish descent, were plotting against him. The relationship with Meyerbeer, the German-born master of French grand opera, was particularly fraught. Meyerbeer had generously assisted Wagner in Paris, and Les Huguenots, Meyerbeer's towering 1836 opera about religious persecution in France, prefigured the leitmotif system. The prospect of owing multiple debts to a Jewish composer apparently caused Wagner no end of psychic agony. Furthermore, just as his own fortunes were crashing, his older colleague was enjoying renewed success. In 1849, Meyerbeer's latest opera, Le Prophet, began a triumphal march across Europe. When Wagner saw it in Paris, in early 1850, he became infuriated. This was the immediate spur for Jewishness in music. Political sentiments and professional jealousies fail to explain the fervency of Wagner's hatred, however. It welled up from deep in his psyche, as he admitted to Liszt, "This rancor is as necessary to my nature as gall is to the blood." Ulrich Dröner has shown how the drafting of the Judaism essay coincided with the first sketches for Siegfried's death, the earliest stage of The Ring. Hostility toward Jews may in some way have been integral to Wagner's grandest undertaking. He remarked cryptically to Liszt that he was composing the work for the Jews of Frankfurt and Leipzig. It is all made for them. He implied that the conflagration at the end of The Ring would consume a Jewish-dominated world. Jewishness in Music appeared in September 1850, in 2 issues of the Neue Zeitschrift für Musik, under the pseudonym K. Freijdank, Free Thought. The Neue Zeitschrift had taken an aggressive pro-Wagner stance, and also regularly bashed Meyerbeer. Earlier that year, the Dresden-based musician Theodor Illig had accused Meyerbeer of purveying Judenmusik, a recognizably and unattractively Jewish manner of composing. The conservative critic Ludwig Bischoff responded by calling Illig's concept of fantasy derived from prejudice. It was at this point that Wagner stepped into the fray. In language of still shocking crudity, he charges Jews with being cultural parasites, feeding off of the healthy artistic material of other peoples. The Jew has never had an art of his own, Wagner writes. Nevertheless, a composer like Meyerbeer is able to manipulate superficial effects and intermingle styles in a way that wins him popularity. Meyerbeer is never mentioned by name, but it is clear who is meant. Jewishness in Music is a work of double cowardice, an anonymous assault on an unnamed target. The essay's most disquieting passages present a negative physiognomy of Jewishness. As Thomas Gray has written, Wagner is feeling his way toward the as yet uncodified theory or science of race. First comes a dissection of Jewish speech. The Jew speaks the language of the nation in which he dwells from generation to generation, but he speaks it always as a foreigner. The Jewish voice is described as a hissing, shrill, buzzing, grunting sound, instinctively repugnant to German ears. Wagner then purports to find analogies for such attributes in Mendelssohn's music. He also professes to hear Jewish melismas and rhythms. These ill-defined traits have spread to the rest of the musical world, leading to the Verjudung, the Jewification, of modern art. Wagner did not invent this loathsome term, as is sometimes claimed. It had been around for centuries, and appeared in commentaries on the failure of the 1848 revolutions. Still, he helped to ensure that it would have a long life in anti-Semitic discourse, up to and including Mein Kampf. To close, Wagner considers 2 exceptions to the alleged worthlessness of Jewish artists. One is Heinrich Heine, who wins praise for exposing artistic deceptions of modern society. The other is Ludwig Born, who takes the even more honorable path of a self-annihilating, bloody struggle. The last sentence is infamous, but remember that one thing alone can be your redemption from the curse that oppresses you, the redemption of Ahasuerus, der Untergang. Ahasuerus is the wandering Jew, a folk-tale figure who is cursed after taunting Jesus. The ambiguities of Untergang, the going down or going under of a thing or person or idea, animate the philosophical poetry of Nietzsche's Zarathustra. In Jewishness, they create a festering crisis of interpretation. The proximity of the word annihilating gives some critics the impression that Wagner has physical destruction in mind. Others insist that he simply means racial assimilation, a folding of Jewishness into Germanness. He suggests as much when, in the revised version from 1869, he changes self-annihilating, bloody struggle to rebirth through self-annihilation. A further complicating factor is that Wagner counts himself among those who must perish and be reborn. I wish to go under in Valhalla's blaze. Metaphorical or not, Untergang is a menacing entity. Isolated on the page, it has the ring of finality. In the 60s, Wagner continued to blame Jews for the setbacks he encountered, but he now directed his ire mainly at journalists. His chief foe was the influential Viennese music critic Eduard Hanslick, a Catholic of half-Jewish descent. At first, Hanslick had belonged to the pro-Wagner camp, but in 1858 he backed away and joined the opposition. Wagner's first act of retribution was to associate Hanslick with the character of Beckmesser in Meistersinger, the obnoxious pedant who performs the role of Merkur, or judge, in Mastersinger contests. Although the character had been conceived many years earlier, Hanslick almost certainly affected the end result. In prose drafts from 1861, the Merkur bears the name Vide Hanslich. Given that background, Hanslick gave Meistersinger a surprisingly warm review at its 1868 premiere. The soaring quintet in Act 3 caused his skepticism to melt away. He was less solicitous toward Tristan, saying that the prelude made him think of the old Italian painting of that martyr whose entrails were slowly unreeled from his body. Wagner suspected, without foundation, that Hanslick had conspired to foil the attempted Viennese premiere of Tristan. German anti-Semitism had abetted in the 60s the emancipation of Jews in the North German Confederation. In 1869, met with little immediate resistance, but the composer's paranoia about Jewish journalism portended the next wave. In that same year, Wagner made the enormously consequential decision to reprint Jewishness in music under his own name. His authorship of the essay had been exposed as early as 1851, but memories of it had faded. The 1869 publication, as a freestanding pamphlet, touched off an uproar. Far from restraining his younger self, Wagner wrote an extended afterword in which he piled on new insults. A diatribe against Hanslick makes sneering reference to the critic's delicately hidden Jewish background. The darkest new thought is this: I cannot judge whether the decline of our culture could be halted through the violent expulsion of the corrosive foreign element, because this would require powers whose existence is unknown to me. An international controversy erupted, and commentaries pro and con flew back and forth. Cosima recorded in her diary that the Karlsruher Zeitung faulted Wagner for damaging his own cause by treating a whole race of people ruthlessly, that in Paris the article had stirred up great indignation, that Wagner's sister Louise was sad about the Jewish pamphlet. Princess Victoria told her mother it was perfectly cracked. The essay also elicited much ridicule, evidence that Wagner's anti-Judaism was misaligned with elements of German and Austrian opinion circa 1870. A spoof titled Hep, or the Mastersingers of Nuremberg, grand sectarian social democratic future opera in 3 contemporary acts, rewrites Meistersinger so that Walther is a Jew who passes himself off as a pure German and is exposed by Beckmesser. Fritz Mothner's 1878 satire The Unconscious Ahasverus, or The Thing in Itself as Will and Representation, lays waste to Wagner's prejudice, prose style, intellectual airs, and need for sycophants, appending the motto, if only you'd written just the score / all the scorn would count no more. Not long after Jewishness in music resurfaced, the comic writer Moritz Anton Grangin and the composer Joseph Cook von Langentreu, both Viennese, concocted a men's chorus called Das Judentum in der Musik, in which passages from the pamphlet are pasted onto Wagner melodies, to ludicrous effect. The lustily singing sailors from the Flying Dutchman are made to deliver the rallying cry of the anti-Jewish riots of 1819. Jewishness here and there. Jews are found everywhere. Hep. 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 While the pilgrims from Tannhauser solemnly chant. Only in Petersburg, only in Moscow did I find the terrain of the musical press still free of Jews. At the end, Wagner is defeated by an infusion of Mary Offenbach. To the Parton's chorus from Orpheus in the underworld, the company sings in praise of Judentum, 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 declaring that no amount of Wagner can stand in the way. Cosima's diaries, which began in 1869, record a daily barrage of hateful anti-Semitic language. According to a survey by Annette Hein, Jews are characterized variously as a true plague, calculating predators, trichini, warts, flies, and rats and mice. More than once, Wagner appears to condone violence. When he hears that 400 Jews have died in a theater fire in Vienna, he makes a ferocious joke to the effect that all Jews should be burned at a performance of Nathan the Wise. He ponders other solutions. In 1879, Adolf Sturcker, the leader of the Christian Social Party, had said that Israel must give up its claim to become the master of Germany. Cosima wrote, "I read a very good speech by the preacher Sturcker about the Jews. R is in favor of expelling them entirely. We laugh to think that it really seems as if his article on the Jews marked the beginning of this struggle. But the conversation was not always so bilious. What to make of the fact that Nathan the Wise got hold Ephraim Lessing's parable of interfaith tolerance, with an enlightened Jewish merchant at its center, was considered suitable reading material for the children. In 1874, Wagner took an interest in Jewish mysticism, his thinking shaped by the theologian August Friedrich Froher, who saw continuities between Jewish and Christian belief. Cosima writes, "The 7-day silence before the seat of judgment in the books of the Jewish mystics makes a great impression on him." Wolf Daniel Hartwich speculated that Parsifal's otherworldly rites are marked by Kabbalistic concepts and practices Jewish theosophy, as he calls it. The ascetic therapeutic sect of 1st-century Alexandria might be a prototype for the Grail community. Wagner's late-period musings on race and spirituality, known as his regeneration writings, introduce more contradictions. Notoriously, he draws attention to Arthur de Gobineau's essay on the inequality of human races, 1853-55, which gives credence to the theory of polygenesis, separate evolutionary origins for various human races. In Gobineau's scheme, which is similar to that of the naturalist Georges Cuvier, the white race is the loftiest, the black the lowest, the yellow somewhere in between. Any admixture from another race spells ruination for the white. The essay almost immediately won admirers among American white supremacists, two of whom issued an abridged translation in 1856. Although Wagner found Gobineau's book compelling, he disputed many of its findings. In Haredom and Christianity, he questions whether humanity is fated to degenerate and whether certain races are unalterably superior to others. Partaking of the blood of Jesus might raise the very lowest races to the purity of gods. No such transfiguration features in Gobineau. And, even though Wagner denies that Christ has Jewish lineage, the question of his race is left unresolved. The blood of the Savior, flowing from his head, from his wounds on the cross, who would blasphemously ask whether it belonged to the white race or to some other. The strangest of the later essays is Know Thyself. Its most unnerving line, quoted in Nazi propaganda, describes the Jew as the plastic demon of the downfall of humanity, in triumphant certainty. Yet Wagner apparently intended the article as a corrective to the organized anti-Semitism of the period, the present movement against the Jews. It is not enough to get rid of Jews, he writes, since society is afflicted by a general disease of which Jews are merely the symptom. That affliction is the innocence strangling demon of gold. Forecasting future political stagings of his work, Wagner says that the cursed hoard of the ring now takes the form of paper money, of a stock portfolio. Jews may oversee finance, but the art of making money out of nothing was invented by our civilization itself. Society must awake from the nightmare of political and religious strife. Only when the demon that keeps people raging in the madness of party conflict can no longer find a time and place among us will there be no more Jews. Wagner again approaches Marx's formulation in On the Jewish Question. The end result is confusion. On the subject of Jews, Wagner oscillates between fantasies of redemption and fantasies of vengeance. One day he and Cosima are studying Jewish mystical literature and reading Nathan the Wise to their children. Another day, they joke about Jews being burned alive at a performance of the same play. Parsifal preaches compassion, and the late essays condemn state-sanctioned violence, from wars of aggression to the vivisection of animals. Yet, as Ruth Hacohen observes in her book The Music Libel Against the Jews, compassion is withheld from Jews, who are, in Wagner's eyes, the most heartless of all human beings and deserve no pity in return. A few early readers followed this logic to its unthinkable endpoint. In 1851, the composer Johann Christian Loeb, a friend of Mendelssohn's, summarized Jewishness in music thus: I hate the Jews, I hate and envy Mendelssohn and Meyerbeer, I therefore recommend that all Jews be annihilated. Loeb came to the bitterly sardonic conclusion that the essay must be a satire designed to expose the idiocy of anti-Judaism. There are no Jews in Wagner's operas or, at least, no characters identified as Jews. Blatant stereotypes on the order of Fagin in Dickens's Oliver Twist, Svengali in George du Maurier's Trilby, or the hook-nosed financier in Degas's painting at the Bourse do not appear. That absence once enabled liberal Wagnerites to create a kind of firewall between the composer's despicable views and the ostensibly humane content of his works. After the rise of the Wagner-loving Hitler, that barrier broke down. The philosopher Theodore W. Adorno, whose father was a Jewish-born convert to Protestantism, made an influential claim in his 1939 essay Fragments on Wagner, later republished in the book Essay on Wagner. The gold-grabbing, invisible anonymous, exploitative Alberich, the shoulder-shrugging, loquacious, overflowingly self-praising and deceitful mime, the impotent intellectual critic Hans Lick Beckmesser. All the rejects of Wagner's works are caricatures of Jews. By century's end, scholars were asserting not only that the operas contain anti-Semitic stereotypes but that they embody, in David Levin's words, an aesthetics of anti-Semitism. In fact, suspicion about racism in Wagner's operas goes back further than Adorno, further even than Heinrich Mann's Der Untertan, where Dieterich Hesseling compares the villains of Lohengrin to Jews. Around 1870, the conjunction of early performances of Meistersinger with the republication of Jewishness in music prompted speculation about the opera's anti-Jewish content. One pamphleteer interpreted the essay as a pendant to the trial scene in Meistersinger, the one in which Beckmesser carps at the free-spirited Walther von Stalzing. In advance of the 1870 Viennese premiere of Meistersinger, a rumor went around that Beckmesser's Act II serenade was a burlesque of synagogue melody. At that point in the score, loud hisses went up in the theater, and a noisy war broke out between factions in the audience. Similar incidents were reported in Berlin, where Wagnerians and Jewish protesters engaged in a half-hour-long shouting match, and in Mannheim, where one antisemite silenced the hissing with a cry of "Hep, Hep." These incidents were discussed in the Wagner household. The Jews have put it about that Beckmesser's song is an old Jewish song, which are wished to ridicule, Cosima wrote. The phrasing implies that she and Richard found the story doubtful. Nonetheless, many modern commentators accept the hypothesis that Beckmesser is a quasi-Jewish character. Barry Millington, in a pivotal 1991 essay, argued that the Merkerskrotz queries mock Jewish singing, insofar as Wagner perceived it. Further, Beckmesser displays a Jewish physiognomy, insofar as Wagner defined it: he blinks, he shuffles about, he carps. His awkward vocal line, with its misplaced accents and its lapses into nonsense, seems to illustrate Wagner's belief that Jews can never fully absorb the language of the culture they inhabit. Frequent leaps into an uncomfortable upper register force the singer to sound shrill. Finally, Millington proposes that Meistersinger alludes to the Grimm's fairy tale The Jew in the Thorn Bush, in which a scheming Jew envies a bird singing in a tree, and is subsequently made to dance amid thorns. In Walther's trial song in Act I, the spirit of winter hides in a thorn bush, consumed with jealousy of spring. The same kind of narrative sadism governs Beckmesser's fate in Meistersinger. He is roughed up in the riot of Act II and humiliated in the song contest of Act III. Millington's theory is heavily disputed. Some scholars protest that Beckmesser's serenade is better understood as a parody of bel canto, or that the character conforms to old comic conventions of the pedant and intriguer. A thorough documentary search by David Dennis uncovered no evidence that German-speaking racists thought of Beckmesser as Jewish, even during the Nazi period. Wagner's final stage direction for Beckmesser has him disappearing into the Krautvolk, implying that he comes from the Volk and is integral to its fabric, an impossibility if Beckmesser were Jewish. It might be that anti-Semitic stereotypes were shaped by theatrical clichés, rather than the other way around. In other words, Beckmesser reads as Jewish because representations of Jews are modeled on his long-standing theatrical type. But this debatable proposition hardly removes the problem that the character poses for modern audiences. Hans Rudolf Viget has fashioned a compromise. Wagner aspired to broad, even universal acceptance, and therefore took pains to keep any overt indication of his very particular anti-Jewish obsession out of his operatic work. In Beckmesser's case, though, that obsession seeps into the libretto and score, perhaps unconsciously, perhaps by design. The dwarves in The Ring also resemble Jewish caricatures. When Alberich sings a line like Mir sagt, sucht du in diese Reitzig das Herz, lacht mir so sehr liches Lob, my heart quivers, quakes, and burns with desire, when such sweet praise smiles on me, the noisy consecutive z suggest those hissing, shrill, buzzing sounds that Wagner attributed to Jewish speech. In his 1848 sketch for The Ring, he says that the Nibelung dwarves burrow with shifty, restless activity, like worms in a dead body, in the bowels of the earth. In the pamphlet, likewise, Jews are a swarming colony of worms that take up residence in the body of art. Although Wagner gave no sign that he thought of the dwarves as Jews, Cosima says that he associated them with Mongols. Some Jewish listeners of the time saw Alberich and his brother mime as racial stereotypes. None other than Gustav Mahler once commented that mime is intended by Wagner as a persiflage of a Jew, and added, "I know of only one mime, and that is me." Alberich and mime are cast as obviously Jewish bankers in Paul Gisbert's 1877 parody Der Ring der nie gelungen, The Ring That Never Worked, which transposes the characters of The Ring into the milieu of the Kaiserreich. References in Götterdämmerung to the mixed, tainted blood of Hagen also fit the implicit racial pattern. Parsifal, that sacred opera with a spooky heart, emerged from the same muggy atmosphere that precipitated Wagner's regeneration writings, with their musings about race and religion. Kundry, fated to wander eternally for having laughed at Christ, recalls Ahasuerus, the wandering Jew, who, in some tellings, committed the same sin. Wagner himself made this connection. Kundry lives an unfathomable life of ever-changing rebirths, in consequence of an ancient curse that condemns her, like the eternal Jew, to inflict on men, in new personae, the suffering of the seduction of love. She can be saved only if one day the purest and most robust of men could resist her most powerful seduction. Kundry is also said to be the reincarnation of Herodias, mother of Salome, who, in the New Testament, demands the death of John the Baptist. The word Jew does not appear in the libretto, but these allusions come close to identifying Kundry as Jewish. Already in Wagner's time, liberal and Jewish critics felt a certain chill at Parsifal, as Paul Laurence Rose notes in his book Wagner, Race and Revolution. The dramatist and novelist Paul Lindau viewed the opera as an extension of Jewishness in music. It was, in essence, Christianity in music, not the Christianity of the German man, which lives and lets live, but rather that of the Spanish Inquisitor, which burns heretics while the pure voices of children praise God's mercy in sensuous song and bells ring from high towers. Max Kalbeck wrote that German anti-Semites who are tired of inconvenient evangelical tolerance and love of neighbor may thank Wagner for this blonde Christ. Ludwig Speidel, the critic who called The Ring an Offenskanda, wondered whether Parsifal might inspire an outbreak of Judenhetze, or Jew-baiting. Such critics were hardly being fanciful. Several contributors to the Bayreuther Blätter, the festival magazine, interpreted Parsifal in explicitly anti-Semitic terms. In 1879, 3 years in advance of the premiere, the racial theorist Ludwig Schiemann, Gobineau's German translator, construed the opera as an exemplar of an a-Jehovan, de-Judaized Christianity. That article received Wagner's approval. Some of Wagner's adversaries tried to turn the tables, spreading rumors to the effect that the composer was Jewish or that he displayed Jewish mannerisms. His stepfather, the actor, painter, and playwright Ludwig Geyer, who was possibly his real father, had a name that sounded Jewish to some ears. As Nietzsche wrote in the case of Wagner, a Geyer vulture is almost an Adler an eagle, and a common Jewish name. Geyer was, in fact, not Jewish, as researchers laboriously demonstrated in the Nazi era. Cartoonists sketched Wagner with stereotypical Jewish features. The novelist Gustav Freytag said that if Wagner were to be judged against the qualities he assigns to Jewish composers, then he himself appears to be the biggest Jew. The Austrian Jewish satirist Daniel Spitzer spoke of Wagner's Talmud-sniffing nose. The Ring, Spitzer wrote, abounds in the drama of question marks, and this continual questioning and answering of a question with a new question is also one of the little Jewish traits of the Rabbi of Bayreuth, or, as we say in German translation, the master. The question remains open. The Jewishness of Beckmesser, Kundry, and Alberich is not settled fact, nor has it been disproved. The debate tends to go in circles because Wagner's operas resist dualities of light and dark, good and evil, high and low. Beckmesser is a nuisance, but viewers may feel a sneaking sympathy for him as the pompous mastersingers proceed across the stage. Kundry, with her yearning for redemption and release, is an elementally affecting creation. And, as Wagner himself said, Alberich has a just complaint against the gods. He forged his ring after renouncing love, Wotan took it by guile. At the end of Götterdämmerung, the dwarf lord is apparently still alive, poised to play a role in whatever new world arises. Cosima once noted that her husband felt every sympathy for Alberich. A little over 5 feet in height, restless and antic in his movements, Wagner often struck people as an Nome-like personage. Of the leading figures in the Ring, Alberich is the one the Meister most resembles. Wagnerian antisemites. Toward the end of the 1870s, anti-Jewish feeling in Germany coalesced into a political movement. In 1879, Wilhelm Marr, an enthusiastic Wagnerite, founded an organization called the League of Anti-Semites, helping to standardize the term antisemitism. In the same period, Adolf Stürker and his Christian Social Party began fulminating against Jewish influence. The historian Heinrich von Treitschke announced that the Jews are our misfortune, and Bernhard Forster, Nietzsche's future brother-in-law, circulated a petition demanding severe restrictions on the rights of German Jews. This upsurge in anti-Jewish activity came in the wake of the stock market crash of 1873, which was widely blamed on Jews. Stürker, intent on weaning workers away from socialism, included socially progressive policies in his platform. At a time when many socialist leaders were Jewish, Stürker found antisemitism to be a convenient political weapon. The Nazis would employ the same tactics. The transition to so-called scientific antisemitism, a mindset that relied on deep-seated biological definitions of race, and that ruled out the possibility of assimilation, was fitful and incomplete. Several leaders of the new antisemitic politics were inconsistent in their doctrine. Stürker and Treitschke still claimed to believe that Jews could convert and become German. Scientific antisemites found it necessary to contemplate more drastic measures, expulsion, resettlement, or something worse. Even as they adopted an essentially eliminationist logic, antisemites continued to fall back on the older, less venomous brand of anti-Jewish discourse. Theodor Fritzsche's Antisemites Catechism of 1893, later known as the Handbook of the Jewish Question, included several paragraphs from Wagner's Jewishness in music alongside citations from Herder, Goethe, Fichte, Kant, Feuerbach, and Schopenhauer. Few publications were more implacably racist than the Bayreuther Blatter, which, under the leadership of Hans von Wolfsogen, dedicated itself to the purification and re-establishment of the true German culture. To all appearances, the newsletter operated with Wagner's blessing, although the composer sometimes questioned its more dogmatic utterances. He declined to sign Forster's petition against Jewish rights, despite the fact that it had evidently originated at Bayreuth. Cosima gives 3 reasons for his refusal: he has already done what he can, he dislikes appealing to Bismarck, and nothing more can be done in the matter. The Bayreuth Circle, as associates of the Bayreuther Blatter came to be known, departed most conspicuously from the Meister in their glorification of the Kaiserreich. When, in 1884, Wagner's old ally Constantin Franz floated the hope that Bayreuth could become a model for a peaceful brotherhood of nations, Wolfsogen warned that such high-minded cosmopolitan concepts might frighten away the nationalistic youth who were taking up Wagner in a rush of patriotic feeling. Minimizing the composer's anti-militarist and anti-Prussian leanings, Wolfsogen recast him as a prophet of a crusading German spirit that found its full expression in Kaiser Wilhelm II. In the same vein, Carl Friedrich Glazerknapp, in a 6-volume Wagner hagiography that appeared in stages between 1877 and 1911, portrayed a pious, patriotic, bourgeois gentleman, lover of children and dogs, to quote David Large. A slight but measurable gap was opening between Wagner and his followers. Troublesome elements in his worldview, the persistence of revolutionary impulses, the moments of cosmopolitan large-mindedness, the spasms of world weariness fell away. An idiosyncratic mass of beliefs and prejudices was hammered into a doctrine. In the last weeks of his life, Wagner took note of that process. He was reading Forster's pamphlet Parsifal Echoes, which contained paeans to Aryans and polemics against Jews. Wagner accepted the argument but complained that his dream of worldwide renewal was being misunderstood. To Cosima he said that whenever he tossed out a thought his acolytes made something inalienable and fixed out of it. Now we know. 4 days before his death, he expressed a plaintive concern that the Bayreuth Wagnerites were poised to make all the ideas he expresses look ridiculous. Wagner did not approve of all antisemites, nor did all antisemites approve of him. The invective of Paul de Lagarde and Julius Langben, 2 leaders of anti-Jewish agitation, exceeded Wagner's in stridency. Lagarde saw Jews as bacilli to be exterminated, Langben considered them poisonous for the German nation. Both thinkers shunned Wagner and Bayreuth. The socialist Eugen Düring, one of the most vituperative antisemites of the period, was also anti-Wagnerian. Writing from a positivist atheist position, Düring derided the composer's religiosity and doubted his motivations, describing him as a sort of magnet that attracted Jewish money with one pole and repulsed Jews with the other. The journal The 20th Century, a few years before it was edited by the young Heinrich Mann, printed an article by the nationalist, anti-Semitic, vegetarian, and nudist campaigner Heinrich Putter, who thought that Wagner exhibited too many foreign, decadent, and Jewish traits to be considered truly German. Abroad, too, Wagnerism and antisemitism often went their separate ways. In France, Wagnerites fell on both sides of the Dreyfus affair. The national furor over the conviction and imprisonment of the French Jewish army officer Alfred Dreyfus, falsely accused of treason. Teeter de Wisewa, co-founder of the Revue Wagnerienne, was one of the more splenetic anti-Dreyfusards, circulating anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Émile de Saint-Aubin, author of a book titled A Bayreuth Pilgrimage, belonged to the same camp. But a large number of Wagnerists came to Dreyfus's defense: René Gill, Stuart Merrill, Francis Veal Griffin, Pierre Bonnier, Felix Finian, and Camille Mauclair. Mallarmé applauded Zola when the latter wrote his pro-Dreyfus pamphlet J'accuse. Joséphin Pélatin, a law unto himself, was capable of denigrating Jewish culture on the one hand and defending Dreyfus on the other. Conversely, Some French anti-Semites found Wagner useless to their cause, or even antagonistic to it. Edouard Drumont, whose 1886 book La France became an anti-Semitic Bible, began his career with a small publication on Wagner, but disenchantment later set in. Like Düring, Drumont doubted the Meister's allegiance to the eternal fight against Jews. He would have known how to make an alliance with the evil race at the appropriate time. The arch-nationalist and anti-Semite Léon Daudet felt the same. A committed Wagnerist in his youth, Daudet came to see the Bayreuth brand as a dangerous blend of Germanness and Jewishness. In a 1915 memoir, he gave a startling account of the French premiere of Walkure in 1893. The German and German-Jewish colony occupied the opera in full force and seemed to say, "This time, we take Paris." I recognized through my lorgnette the regulars from Terre-Tête-Montreux, Vevey, and Clarens, the goats, the camels, the stinking camerads of the Salons Dreyfus, Lazard, Meyer, Seligman, etc., each having brought his own Berliner, his own Frankfurter, his own Frankfurter Viennese, his own Berliner Triestine, his own Bach named after a Bach city. All these people communed with Wagner and discussed stock prices in German during the intermissions. Prussian and Viennese newspaper correspondents roamed the corridors, stoked enthusiasm, took notes in their notebooks. Under the guise of poetry, music, the god of fire, the theme of sleep, the Germanic invasion settled itself very precisely into the front rows. Proust's In Search of Lost Time gives a glimpse of this perplexing confluence of anti-Wagnerism and anti-Semitism. We are told that when society women are in the vicinity of Androsheko Art de Mortemart, a prominent anti-Dreyfusard, they must refrain from greeting Odette Swann, because she is a woman who was perfectly capable of having gone to Bayreuth, by which one meant fairly sent Dix neuf coups going wild. A passage drafted for Sodom and Gomorrah gives this ironic summary of society thinking: whenever you find a Dreyfusard, scratch a little. Before long you will find the ghetto, foreignness, inversion, or Wagner mania. Anti-Semitic anti-Wagnerites were not a particularly numerous species, but their existence underscores how much the composer's image has changed over the past century. Circa 1900, anti-Jewishness was not widely considered one of his defining characteristics. In part, this was because the prejudice was so widespread. Antisemitism was lamentably commonplace in fin de siècle culture. Just as important, Wagner's cultural and political influence gyrated in so many different directions that no one ideology could possess him. Wagnerism was a phenomenon still growing in breadth and complexity. Houston Stewart Chamberlain. For a decade or so after Wagner's death, the Bayreuth Circle was a relatively inconsequential group. At the turn of the century, the circulation of the Bayreuther Blätter averaged around 400 or 500 copies. Once Wagner had left the scene, the journal's articles made few waves in the outer world. They tended toward a contorted, at times unreadable style, encumbered with footnotes. Matters changed with the ascent of Houston Stewart Chamberlain, the British botanist turned symbolist Wagnerite turned German racial ideologue. This remarkable and repellent man, in whom superficial erudition mingled with profound intolerance, is essential to understanding Wagner's fate in the 20th century. More than any other figure, he forms the bridge between Bayreuth and Nazi Germany. In 1882, he stood in Wagner's presence at the Parsifal premiere. 4 decades later, he hailed Hitler as Parsifal incarnate. Born in 1855, Chamberlain spent long stretches of his childhood in France and studied natural sciences in Geneva. He first got to know Wagner's operas in the mid-70s, through a man named Blumenfeld, first name unknown. In his memoirs, Chamberlain describes how Blumenfeld, an honest Jew, revered Wagner as the only great phenomenon of the second half of the 19th century. Transfigured by his Bayreuth visit in 1882, Chamberlain threw himself into the Revue Wagnerienne, and, on further visits to the festival, began burrowing his way into the Bayreuth Circle. His attachment to symbolism led to awkward moments at Wanfried. When Chamberlain showed Cosima the poetry of Mallarmé, the Meisterin deemed it an expression of sterility, and was distressed to hear that it was the work of a Wagner admirer. Early on, Chamberlain resisted ideological interpretations of the operas, declaring that for any given reading of Wagner there would be an equally plausible opposing view. A shift takes place in the 1895 book Richard Wagner, Chamberlain's first major publishing success. Like Glazernop's biography, it is an airbrushed portrait suitable for the bourgeois home. At the same time, it gives considerable space to the prose writings, and thus to political themes. Insidiously, Chamberlain normalizes Wagner's most extreme late-period views, effacing their eccentricities and contradictions. The section on antisemitism makes a show of reasonableness, conceding that the Jews themselves, with their gift of astuteness, were almost everywhere among the first to divine Wagner's immense artistic significance. Chamberlain claims that the composer was free of malice and envy, more touches of the airbrush, and that Jewishness in music was merely a defense of German art against injurious influences. The entire unpleasantness could be resolved if Jews were to find a way to cease to be Jewish, in Wagner's own words. A similar strategy guides Chamberlain's Foundations of the 19th Century, which appeared in 1899. Its principal thesis is that modern Western civilization, manifested most splendidly in the German Empire, is rooted in the awakening of the Teutonic peoples germane to their world historical destiny. Chamberlain makes clear that his account of the Teutons' heroic struggle will require scrutiny of the role played by Jews, but he assures his readers that he deplores the downright ridiculous and outrageous tendency to make the Jew the general scapegoat for all the vices of our time. Instead, in an echo of Wagner's Know Thyself, he advises that the Jewish peril lies much deeper, that we created it ourselves and we must overcome it ourselves. Chamberlain seems poised to advance a spiritual rather than biological definition of Jewishness. This proves deceptive. On page after page, Jews lurk as nemesis of the Teutons, malefactors of the utopia that the superior race is trying to build. Brutal generalizations pin them down. They are willful, grasping, materialistic, idolatrous, formalist, rationalist, humorless, vehement, voluble, usurious, and altogether pernicious. Drawing on then fashionable scientific vocabulary, Chamberlain reproduces drawings of skulls and speculates on the interaction of different types of blood. Ostensibly positive statements about Jews, about their purity and single-mindedness, merely reinforce their demonic character. Some of the bluntest judgments are reserved for the footnotes, which, rather than supplying scholarly backing for the main text, serve up further bile. Not just the Jew alone, but everything that emanates from the Jewish spirit is a substance that chews up and destroys the best in us. In style, Chamberlain's disquisitions seem far removed from gutter antisemitism. In substance, the thought is the same, the learned manner making the content all the more lethal. One of the most eager readers of the Foundations was Kaiser Wilhelm II, who began a vigorous correspondence with the author that continued throughout the First World War. Assuming a tutorial role, Chamberlain boosted Wilhelm's sense of himself as an agent of German destiny. Although Wagner receives only scattered mentions in the Foundations, he hovers behind much of its language. Some Bayreuthians felt that Chamberlain had failed to give the Meister proper credit. As Roger Allen establishes in his account of the affair, Cosima remained outwardly friendly but grumbled behind the scenes. The art historian Henry Thode, who was married to Cosima's daughter Daniela von Bülow, took the dispute public, accusing Chamberlain of plagiarism. Chamberlain responded by writing a new preface in which he distinguished his scientific understanding of race from Wagner's childlike and naive approach. Indeed, he states that the Meister never in his whole life concerned himself with racial questions, not in the systematic way that Chamberlain professed. His summary of the composer's slapdash thinking is not inaccurate. Today Wagner swears by Feuerbach and tomorrow by Schopenhauer. Today he is a Republican and tomorrow an advocate of the divine right of kings. Today the degeneration of humanity stems from diet, tomorrow from racial mixing. Chamberlain's attention remains fixed on the works themselves and on the higher truth they communicate. The friction with Bayreuth did not last. Chamberlain had long dreamed of grafting himself to the Wagner family tree, having made approaches at various times to Cosima's daughters Blandine and Isolde. In 1908, he succeeded in marrying Eva Wagner, Richard, and Cosima's younger daughter. He promptly moved to Bayreuth and made his presence felt. The previous year, an ailing Cosima had withdrawn from daily operations, and Siegfried, her son, had become the head of the festival. Siegfried generally deferred to Chamberlain in intellectual matters, and by the outbreak of the First World War the merger of Wagner's idiosyncratic ideology with the Wilhelmine cult of race, nation, and power was almost complete. Jewish Wagnerites. Otto Weininger. Stationed in the mystic abyss at the premiere of Parsifal was the conductor Hermann Levi, the Kapellmeister of the Bavarian court opera and the scion of a long line of German rabbis. How a Jewish musician came to preside over Wagner's stage consecration festival play is a circuitous tale. Ludwig II had lent the court opera ensemble to Bayreuth for Parsifal, and Levi came with them. Wagner struggled to accept the situation. He lauded Levi's musicianship, describing him as his alter ego, but found it strange that this supposedly most Christian of all artworks should be conducted by a Jew. He proposed to solve the problem by having Levi baptized, an insulting idea that Levi rebuffed. Levi conducted Parsifal as a Jew. In subsequent years, he arranged to have kosher food delivered when his father visited Bayreuth. The novelist and dramatist Paul Heise once rebuked Levi for pledging himself to a man who seizes every opportunity to give vent to his fanatical hatred of members of your tribe. Indeed, Levi endured humiliation in Wagner's service, but he kept faith in the man and his music. He is the best and noblest person, Levi told his father. Even his struggle against what he calls Jewishness in music and modern literature springs from the noblest motives, and that he harbors no petty riches, a Yiddish word for malice, applied to antisemitism, is proved by his relationship with me, with Joseph Rubinstein, and his former intimate relationship with Taussig, whom he dearly loved. Levi refers to the pianists Joseph Rubinstein and Karl Taussig, who also had tortured relations with the Meister. Rubinstein, who suffered from mental illness, had introduced himself to Wagner as a Jew who asked for salvation through participation in the production of the Nibelungen, as Cosima put it in her diary. Many other Jews found places in the Wagner circle. The impresario Angelo Newman organized the touring production of The Ring, which traveled to 25 cities in 1882 and 1883. George David Sohn, editor of the politically liberal Berliner Börsenkurier, was a leader of the pro-Wagner press. Cadel Mendez, Judith Gautier's husband, was a welcome guest before the Franco-Prussian War. That a celebrated antisemite should have so many Jews around him seemed to require explanation, and the composer tried to provide one in a letter to King Ludwig. Few of Wagner's utterances make as little sense as this: if I have friendly and compassionate dealings with many of these people, it is only because I consider the Jewish race the born enemy of pure humanity and all that is noble in man. There is no doubt that we Germans especially will be destroyed by them, and I may well be the last remaining German who, as an artist, has known how to hold his ground in the face of a Judaism which is now all-powerful. In other words, he cultivated Jews as an act of self-preservation against an unbeatable enemy. The Jews who surrounded Wagner have long been considered paragons of self-loathing. The philosopher Theodor Lessing, in his 1930 book Jewish Self-Hatred, argued that Levi and others effectively endorsed the composer's anti-Semitic tirades by failing to contradict them. The historian Peter Gay depicted Wagner and Levi's relationship almost as a sadomasochistic one, in which a victim offers himself to a master. Lawrence Dreyfus, though, believes that such pathologizing does Levi an injustice. The conductor was independent in his attitudes, retaining ties to Jewish communities and to the Munich synagogue even as he filled his duties at Bayreuth. Philipp Eulenburg, Wilhelm II's confidant, related in a letter to the Kaiser how Levi fended off the extremist tone of conversation at Bayreuth, breaking into a coughing fit when Cosima railed against foreign influences on German culture. In all, Levi's behavior seems less an instance of pure abjection than a case study in double consciousness, what Howard Winant describes as an internalization of racial difference that also provides a defense mechanism against oppression. The existence of Jewish Wagnerites first drew wide notice amid the controversy over the reprinting of Jewishness in music, when a fair number of Jews remained steadfast in their support of the composer. In 1869, Taussig sent a telegram to Wagner claiming that a Berlin performance of Lohengrin had repaired the damage done by the essay. Huge success of Lohengrin, all Jews reconciled. When that telegram was made public, pamphleteers debated whether such a reconciliation was possible. Daniel Spitzer caustically reported that at the 1870 Meistersinger in Vienna one could hear Christian musical Germans hissing, and, on the other hand, one could see the owners of noses heavily bent by the weight of Semitism applauding. This was the same event at which some Jewish listeners protested Beckmesser as an anti-Semitic stereotype, a sign that Jews were far from unified on the subject of Wagner. Jewish opera-goers continued the debate through the end of the century and into the next. Some advocated a boycott of Wagner, others reasoned that we can gain greater revenge by listening to his music. Many simply accepted him as part of the cultural backdrop of the time. Gerson von Bleichroeder, Bismarck's banker, arranged for Wagner to be played at parties, as none other than Benjamin Disraeli told Queen Victoria, there was a gallery for the musicians, who played Wagner, and Wagner only, which I was very glad of, as I have rarely had an opportunity of hearing that master. The bridal chorus was heard at Jewish weddings as at Gentile ones, although it underwent occasional mutations. The Jewish Criterion, of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, once recorded the playing of Lohengrin's wedding march. For some German Jews, an attachment to Wagner served as a kind of shield, minimizing their otherness and advertising their nationalist bona fides. Adalbert Orowitz, in his 1874 pamphlet Richard Wagner and the National Idea, understood Wagnerism as a form of self-cleansing. Jews had much to learn from Jewishness in music as they assimilated themselves to the new German unity that Wagner symbolized. In a few cases, the notion of a penitential pilgrimage was taken literally. In 1882, the theosophical polymath Friedrich Eckstein performed the feat of walking 280 miles from Vienna to Bayreuth. Gustav Mahler thought of undertaking the same journey. One of Wagner's most pugnacious Jewish defenders was the Munich mathematician Alfred Pringsheim, who gave early financial support to Bayreuth and propagandized on its behalf. At the 1876 Ring, Pringsheim got into a fight with two Jewish anti-Wagnerians and struck one of them with a beer mug. The incident led to a duel, which fortunately resulted in no injury. Ironically, the publicity surrounding this bizarre fracas may have resulted in Pringsheim becoming persona non grata at Haus Wanfried. Still, he went on fighting for the cause. An amateur musician of considerable skill, he published arrangements of favorite Wagner excerpts, such as a piano trio titled C Voyage, based on Tristan. In 1905, Pringsheim's daughter, Katja, married Thomas Mann. The author of Buddenbrooks had first encountered the Pringsheim family at a Munich Wagner festival and was immediately drawn to their lofty sphere. He noticed not only Katja but her twin brother, Klaus, who hoped to become a conductor. No thought of Jewishness arises in dealings with these people, one senses only culture, Thomas wrote to his brother. The marriage had a strange literary sequel. Mann's 1905 story Blood of the Walsungs portrays a high bourgeois Jewish family called the Ahrensjolds, plainly patterned on the Pringsheims. The parents, passionate Wagnerites, have named their twin children Siegmund and Sieglinde, after the incestuous Walsung siblings in Walkure. Now 19, the twins are intimate with each other, prone to kisses and caresses. Sieglinde is engaged to a dull Gentile official named Beck-Erath, who struggles to keep pace with the Ahrensjolds' repartee. He stands in for Hunding, Sieglinde's cuckolded husband in Walkure. As the wedding nears, the siblings go to the opera Walkure, naturally, and are overcome with mutual desire. Back home, they engage in an act of hasty tumbling on a bearskin rug like the rug on which Siegmund collapses in Walkure. All this recalls Elamir Bourges' novel Le Crépuscule de Dieu, with its copulating Wagnerian siblings. Even more jarring is Mann's way of indicating the Ahrensjolds' Jewishness. When Siegmund looks in the mirror, he sees supposed badges of his blood in the form of a full lip and a drooping nose. The original version had him dispatching Beckerath with a Yiddish phrase, Begeneft haben wir in, den Goy, we've robbed him, the Goy. Klaus and Katja Pringsheim. Understandably, this scenario caused consternation in the Pringsheim family. Fearful of scandal, Mann withdrew the work before publication, and when he resuscitated the story, in 1921, he substituted a tamer ending. As so often, his intentions remain obscure. Although the narrative appears to traffic in stereotypes, it may also be exploring the cultural quandary of the Jewish Wagnerite in German society, as Hans Rudolf Viget suggests. The intertwining of musical sensuality with outlaw sexuality points toward private preoccupations that would dominate Mann's most confessional Wagnerian tale, Death in Venice. To Jewish satirists of the fin de siècle, the assimilated, self-concealing Wagnerite made for a delectable target. In Daniel Spitzer's 1880 novel Wagnerians in Love, a composer named Max Goldschein is at work on a music drama titled Schwanhilde. Dressed in silky, multi-hued garb, Goldschein boasts of his de-Judaizing, I am no longer fasting on the Jewish Day of Atonement, but am doing the only fasting that the Master has prescribed. For years, no melody has passed my lips. I am now Ur-Germanic. The Munich playwright Karl Sternheim features an equally risible Wagnerite in his 1911 farce Die Hose, or The Underpants. In order to rent a room from a bourgeois civil servant, the barber Mandelstam is obliged to deny his Jewishness. He spouts such statements as Wagner, not Schiller, is the man of our time, and every penny that I put aside, all for Wagner. I have heard Lohengrin 3 times. Satire aside, Sternheim was capable of dissolving into tears after hearing Meistersinger. Arthur Schnitzler, an incomparably keen-eyed observer of the Central European Jewish predicament, had the same susceptibility, often playing Tristan at the piano. After a performance of Tannhauser, Schnitzler wrote in his diary, worries, sickness, death, all sorts of fear, even if they are outside the door, are as trivial as the wind whistling outside or butterflies flying past. His characters find no such innocent escape. Wagner operates as a point of tension. Mark Wiener writes, music for Schnitzler had the function of a psychological and social seismograph, a kind of matrix through which he interpreted both himself and the often complex social relations around him. Schnitzler probed the Wagnerian psyche most deeply in his 1908 novel The Road into the Open, set in the Vienna of the late 90s. The central character is an aristocratic Gentile named George von Wergenthien, a composer of high ambition and modest talent, who yearns for a future full of work, fame, and love. His putative music is post-Wagnerian, but he lacks the discipline to write it down. The milieu in which he moves is heavily Jewish, and he acts as a kind of sounding board against which Jews of various backgrounds rehearse their hopes and fears. George thinks, wherever he went, he encountered only Jews who were ashamed that they were Jews, or else Jews who were proud of it and feared that someone might think them ashamed. Some seek assimilation, whether through Catholicism or social democracy. Others gravitate toward Zionism or older forms of Jewish identity. With a writer named Heinrich Berman, George plans a Tristan-esque opera in which a young man loves a princess betrothed to a duke. In a discussion of Jewish issues, Berman spurns both Zionism and conventional assimilation, preferring solitary wanderings into the open. A climactic scene involves a Tristan performance at the Vienna Court Opera. Schnitzler expertly lays out the glittering bustle of the bourgeois milieu, in which Jews figure prominently. But, as in so many turn-of-the-century Wagner scenes, from Paladin to Man to Dubois, the opera becomes the backdrop for an interior drama. George drifts from the Tristan realm, weary ocean waves breaking on a desolate coast and the aching sighs of a fatally wounded hero vanishing in thin blue air, into a fantasy of his own future greatness. He dreamed of model performances, to which people would necessarily flock from all over. He sat there no longer as a bystander but as one who was quite possibly marked out to become director in the not-too-distant future. Farther and higher ran his hopes. Perhaps only a few years would pass before his self-discovered harmonies would echo in a wide and festive space, the audience would listen enraptured as they do here today, while somewhere outside a vapid reality would impotently flow by. Impotent. That was the question. Did he know if he had it in him to grip people through his art, like the master who made himself heard here today? To be victorious over the fretfulness and wretchedness and woe of daily life. Mark Wiener notices that a crucial name goes unuttered in this Tristan sequence, that of Gustav Mahler. It was with Tristan that Mahler established his authority as a Wagner interpreter in Vienna. That George never acknowledges Mahler's existence, instead projecting himself in the conductor's place, points up the strain underlying George's outwardly amiable ties to Jews. The most extreme of Jewish Wagnerites was the Viennese philosopher Otto Weininger, whose brief life unfolded like a particularly merciless Schnitzler story. In the summer of 1903, at the age of 23, Weininger published a tract titled Sex and Character, a melange of proto-Freudian psychology, post-Schopenhauerian philosophy, antisemitism, misogyny, and Wagner. Later that year, Weininger committed suicide. After his death, Sex and Character, which had initially attracted little attention, became a cult bestseller, impressing Karl Kraus and Ludwig Wittgenstein, among others. Both Jewish and gay, Weininger seemed almost paralyzed by the psychic burden of his minority identities, although from time to time he stumbled onto striking perceptions. Weininger's father, Leopold, a renowned goldsmith, was a Wagnerite who took Otto to see Meistersinger when the boy was 8. After seeing Parsifal in Bayreuth, Leopold wrote, "I am now so overwhelmed I can hardly say a word. I go to bed, but for me that does not mean to sleep." Leopold was conflicted about his Judaism, although he is said to have regretted his son's public antisemitism. Otto converted to Protestantism after graduating from the University of Vienna, in 1902. That summer, he went to Bayreuth, just before his father's visit. He, too, was left speechless by Parsifal. He later wrote that Wagner's work leaves behind all other impressions of art, including Michelangelo, Bach, and Goethe. Sex and Character plots gender and sexuality on a spectrum, some individuals are mostly male, some mostly female, and those between the poles display a mixture of gender characteristics. Weininger's chapter on Judentum alleges that race can also be mapped on the same sort of continuum. The Aryan ideal is analogous to masculinity, Jewishness to femininity. Although Weininger worships the Aryans, his thinking diverges from that of most racist philosophers of his period. Judaism, he says, is a mental direction rather than a fixed population. Wagner's view, more or less. There are Aryans who are more Jewish than many Jews, and Jews who are actually more Aryan than certain Aryans, Weininger writes. Those at far ends of the spectrum, entirely Aryan Aryans, entirely Jewish Jews, have no anxieties about race. Those in the middle are disturbed by the fraction of the other that they harbor. Hatred, like love, is a phenomenon of projection. One hates only that which reminds one uncomfortably of oneself. Thus, strident antisemitism is to be found among Aryans who harbor Jewish habits, as well as among partly Aryan Jews who hope to purify themselves. The sharpest antisemits are to be found among the Jews. Weininger is at once analyzing and exhibiting Jewish self-hatred. Even though Wagner is said to be the greatest man since Christ, he falls into the category of the Jewish-seeming Aryan antisemite. A tinge of Jewishness is evident not only in his person but in the intrusive, noisy, ignoble quality of some of his music. Compensating for those traits, Wagner creates emblems of pure Germanness. Moreover, the music makes its strongest impression on the in-between types, Jewish antisemites who cannot escape Judaism and anti-Semitic Aryans who fear being overcome by it. Both groups seize on Wagner as a means of resolving inner conflict. As often with Weininger, these speculations are a blend of genuine insight and malignant gibberish. He hints at intriguing explanations for why listeners of various backgrounds identify with Wagner. Possibly, he catches a glimpse into the composer's own psyche. Yet the terms Aryan and Jewish devolve into the same racist clichés peddled by Chamberlain. Weininger was tormented by his Jewishness to the end, as aphorisms from his last days show. One of these declares, "The devil is the one who blames the believer, God." In that sense, Judaism is radical evil. The fool is the one who smiles over the question with a superior air, who recognizes no problem. Parsifal legend. That Weininger also characterized his own work as evil in origin might indicate his feeling of defeat before the interior reality that he tried to overcome. To be sure, he was a young man in the grip of mental illness, and his death should not be imputed to any one source. Still, it is difficult to avoid the sense that he understood Wagner's call for self-annihilation literally. His suicide, which happened in the house where Beethoven died, won him the darkest imaginable praise. In 1941, Hitler recalled his mentor Dietrich Eckart saying that Weininger was the one decent Jew, because he took his own life when he realized that the Jew thrives on the corrosion of other people's. Zionist Wagnerism. In 1911, the Indologist and folkish ideologue Leopold von Schroeder published a book called The Completion of the Aryan Mystery in Bayreuth. The rebarbative title encapsulated an article of faith among many German ultranationalists. Wagner was the exclusive property of the Teutonic peoples. Whatever satisfaction the Bayreuth Circle derived from such literature, the increasingly voluminous inventory of international Wagnerism demonstrated otherwise. Whether in the occult guilds of symbolist Paris, the Celtic Twilight in Ireland, or the architectural studios of Chicago, Wagner's mythic hoard proved readily exportable. Any community that was in the throes of forging its identity could see itself reflected in some aspect of his stories: the self-discovery of the hero, the crusade against massed forces and entrenched beliefs, the unleashing of primordial energies and emotions, the revival of communal theatrical practice, the fusion of art and religion. This process of reverse assimilation Wagner absorbed into other bodies of folkish mystery also crossed the boundaries of race. Theodor Herzl overlooking the Rhine in Basel, 1901. Theodor Herzl was born in Budapest and moved to Vienna in his late teens. At the University of Vienna, he joined the Albia fraternity, the group he later disavowed when its members uttered anti-Semitic slurs at a Wagner memorial. After obtaining a doctorate in law, Herzl attempted to make a career as a playwright. He also wrote for the feuilleton pages of the Neue Freie Presse, the liberal Viennese paper that published Eduard Hanslick. When, in 1891, Herzl became the Neue Freie Presse's Paris correspondent, he paid close attention to worsening antisemitism in France. He was present for the public humiliation of Alfred Dreyfus, at which the crowd chanted, "Death to the Jews." Although the effect of the Dreyfus affair on Herzl has been exaggerated, Austria was always his main concern. The French situation gave him the sense that emancipation and assimilation had failed to solve the anti-Semitic problem. For some years, Herzl remained convinced that assimilation was the only way forward. In an 1894 play titled The New Ghetto, he confronted the themes that Schnitzler had dealt with in The Road into the Open: tensions among assimilated, unconverted, and other-minded Jews. But Herzl took a more polemical approach. He defined the ghetto not just as a physical entity but also as a psychological one. Jews had to escape from it by ridding themselves of stereotypically Jewish traits. The lead character, Jacob Samuel, says at the end of the play, "O Jews, my brethren, they won't let you live again until you know how to die." The formulation makes one think of Wagner's demand for the self-annihilation of Jews, and even more of what the composer once said of Hermann Levi: "He as a Jew has merely to learn to die." When Schnitzler read The New Ghetto, Schnitzler and Herzl had attended university together. He objected to that line in particular. "There was a time when thousands of Jews were burned at the stake," Schnitzler wrote to his friend. "They knew how to die. Consequently, they were not allowed to live. The play lacks strong Jews," Schnitzler said. This criticism might have played a role in Herzl's about-face in 1895, when he rejected assimilation and championed the Zionist idea. In May and June of that year, Herzl began sketching his manifesto, The Jewish State. Tannhauser was playing at the opera for the first time since 1861. After attending the dress rehearsal, Herzl sent a dispatch to the Neue Freie Presse in which he recounted the 1861 scandal at length, noting that the hunting dogs on stage became restless when members of the Jockey Club blew their whistles. Now, Herzl says, antipathy has given way to adoration, and Wagner experts are sprouting like mushrooms. He concludes, how loved this music is. Who has brought this about? Who? The mysterious, great procurer, success. The bemused tone masks a deeper engagement with Wagner. In his diaries, Herzl mentions seeing Tannhauser again, and relates it to his vision of a Jewish homeland. We will also have such magnificent auditoriums, the men in evening dress, the ladies as luxurious as possible. Yes, I want to make use of Jewish luxury, along with everything else. I will also cultivate majestic processional marches for great celebrations. 2 days later, Herzl is reading Eliot's Daniel Deronda and picturing himself as a Moses leading a second Exodus. The Zionist endeavor will be Wagnerian in scale. The Exodus of Moses has the same relation to this undertaking as a Shrovetide play by Hans Sachs has to a Wagner opera. Herzl made no secret of his Wagnerism. In an 1898 autobiographical sketch, he tells of the gestation of the Jewish state. Heine says that he heard an eagle's wings rustling over his head while he was writing down certain verses. I, too, imagined something like a rustling over my head while I was writing this book. I worked on it every day until I was completely exhausted. My only rest in the evening was listening to Wagner's music, particularly to Tannhauser, an opera that I went to hear as often as it was given. Only on the evenings when no opera was performed did I doubt the rightness of my ideas. Music from Tannhauser was played at a concert honoring the Second Zionist Congress in Basel in 1898. What about Tannhauser appealed to Herzl so strongly? Karl Skorsk, in Fin de siècle Vienna, took the view that the opera vindicated the heart against the head, the vogue against the mass, the revolt of the young and vital against the old and ossified. Stephen Beller underscores a more precise parallel. Just as Tannhauser makes a pilgrimage to the Pope to seek absolution, Herzl once thought of asking for the Pope's protection in return for a mass conversion of Jews. Having abandoned that scheme, Herzl might have registered the Pope's cold words to Tannhauser, "Redemption can never bloom for you." Tannhauser finds a different path to salvation, through Elizabeth's sacrifice. Beller contends that Tannhauser's redemption becomes an allegory of both Herzl's private crisis and that of the Jewish people as a whole. Post-Wagnerian Zionism led to some peculiar juxtapositions. The movement's promotion of youthful vitality relied on folkish rhetoric of a kind fashionable in anti-Semitic circles. In an address to the Second Zionist Congress, Max Nordau, author of Degeneration, predicted that a Jewish folk ideal would usher in a new generation endowed with muscle Jewishness. Zionist-themed illustrations by the Jugen still artist Ephraim Lillian featured imperious Brunhilde-like heroines and angels with Siegfried bodies. Wagnerian anti-Semites, for their part, sometimes upheld Zionist goals, as a few positive mentions in the Bayreuther Blätter attest. In 1895, Fritz Lienhard proposed that Zionists could be the followers and at the same time the destroyers of anti-Semitism. Adolf Warmund, a proponent of forced Jewish immigration to Palestine, had kind words for the Zionists in an 1898 article, though he advised them to become serious about their mission, lest they fall victim to an unspecified catastrophe. Jewish Wagnerites were not confined to the European bourgeoisie. Arthur Holitzker, visiting America in 1911 and 1912, noted that a portrait of Wagner hung alongside pictures of Zola and Tolstoy in the lobby of the Thalia, a leading New York Yiddish theater. In the wake of the Met Parsifal of 1903 engineered by the company's Jewish manager, Heinrich Conried, the actor-singer Boris Tomaszewski mounted a Yiddish-language version of Parsifal at the People's Theater, on the Bowery. As the musicologist Daniela Smolov-Levy recounts, Tomaszewski often adapted high-culture works, Richard III, Othello, and the like, and had no compunction about treating Parsifal likewise, assuming the title role himself. The production combined a reduction of Wagner's score with spoken dialogue. Reviews were generally unkind, the orchestra was criticized for being out of tune, and the Yiddish translations sounded silly to some ears. One critic brought up the underlying tension. Happily, the author of Das Judentum in der Musik is now in the world of spirits, where, no doubt, such trivial incidents as Parsifal on the Bowery are overlooked. Nevertheless, Wagner's anti-Semitism seemed no great obstacle. Levy notes that a 1907 Yiddish language guide to opera described Parsifal as religious, but not narrowly religious, rather religious in the broadest sense of the word. Another enterprising scholar, Daniel Judd, has unearthed Heinrich Jürgsteiner's 1898 story Mendel Lohengrin, set in a rural Austrian village. A poor Jewish wedding musician named Mendel Klezmer. Is it a coincidence that he has the same last name as the Lycian Wagnerian composer in Daniel Deronda, scrapes together money to make a trip to Vienna and attend a performance at the Imperial Court Theatre? The opera is, naturally, Lohengrin, the gateway drug for Wagnerites. Mendel is at once entranced by the magical high-string chords of the prelude, although he hears them in a different way, remarking to himself that gypsy violinists often play with mutes. Then he drifts into the customary trance. What were they playing down there? And why had it taken hold of him so powerfully? He got up, stretched his little head upwards, stood on his toes, as if he wanted to come closer to the notes. They quivered through the air like the wistful prayer of angelic choirs, like the quiet sobbing of God, like the music of cherubs, trying to soothe God's pain. The stirring within him grew, his breath evaded him, his eyes stared transfixed to the heavens, his hands shook nervously, and when the prelude ended, he set himself down in a daze on the wooden step. Returning to his village, Mendel swears off traditional Jewish music and insists on playing Lohengrin at weddings and other gatherings. This annoys the community, which starts calling him Mendel Lohengrin and Reb Wagner. Finally, someone breaks the news to him that Wagner is an antisemite. Mendel doesn't believe it at first, but when he is faced with the evidence of Jewishness in music, he rips the text to shreds. Still, he cannot repudiate Wagner altogether. He turns away from Lohengrin, but he also abandons the traditional music to which he has been dedicated. Wagner is just, he knows the causes of our infirmities, he is no blind hater, he also sees a way out our dissolution, the Untergang, so it is written in this document. Mendel proceeds to smash his bassetla, a cello-like instrument used in Polish klezmer bands. It is an ambiguous ending. Is Mendel a pitiful figure who has been undone by his love of Wagner? Or is he progressing towards some affirmative new Jewish art? Lohengrin had a special appeal for Jewish listeners, as Judd observes. The opera romanticizes the figure of the itinerant outsider who stands apart from the normal community, much as many Jews perceived themselves within German society. It offers up an image of reconciliation, a wedding not merely of individuals but of social worlds. That promise of wholeness, of the integration of the outsider, appealed not only to Jews. The sounds of the prelude affect Mendel much as they affect John Jones in Du Bois' The Souls of Black Folk. The infinite beauty of the wail lingered and swept through every muscle of his frame, and put it all a-tune. Tellingly, Du Bois' doomed protagonist hums an amended version of the bridal chorus, Freudig Gefeiert, as he prepares to meet his fate. With Mendel and John Jones alike, the failure of that attempted reconciliation is a Wagnerian outcome. Lohengrin also ends in tragedy, with the solitary hero withdrawing from the scene. In Jürgsteiner's tale, however, it is Wagner himself who ruins the dream of reconciliation that his work has fostered. Lurena Aldrich. Racism is not a monolithic phenomenon. Doctrines of racial inequality loom large in European and American history in the late 19th century, but they do not always neatly align. It makes more sense to speak of a constellation of locally rooted hatreds. Gobineau, in his essay on the inequality of human races, pays scant attention to Jews, and when he does he calls them a free, strong, and intelligent people, one that unfortunately fell prey to miscegenation. For Wagner, Jews are, of course, a blind obsession. People of color, on the other hand, cause Gobineau to shudder with disgust, while the composer's opinion of them wavers. Much of the time, Wagner echoed the common prejudice. According to Cosima's diaries, he used Negro or mulatto as a metaphor for dimwitness, hence his description of Tristan as my first Italian opera for an audience of mulattoes. Although he died before the launch of German colonialism in Africa, he took an interest in the ideas of the colonialist agitator Ernst von Weber. Yet Wagner could also be sympathetic to black people. He criticizes Thomas Carlyle's pamphlet Occasional Discourse on the Negro Question, expressing surprise over Carlyle's taking sides against the Negroes. He says that the American Civil War was the only war whose aim was humane, presumably meaning the abolition of slavery. He is so upset by a newspaper's spiteful remark about the abolitionist author Harriet Beecher Stowe that he threatens to cancel his subscription. On the subject of Native Americans, Wagner seconds Cosima's view that I would give the whole of discovered America in exchange for the poor natives not having been burned or persecuted. And he praises Cetshwayo, king of Zululand, who humiliated British forces in the early stages of the Anglo-Zulu War of 1879. The Zulus' military prowess causes Wagner to doubt the prevailing colonial attitude toward non-Western peoples. Zulus are human beings like ourselves, he says. European stages were generally closed to people of color, but in the middle of the 19th century an African-American performer achieved unprecedented renown, in a way that caught Wagner's attention. The actor Ira Aldridge was a native New Yorker who moved to England in his teenage years. When he essayed the role of Othello, white audiences were taken aback by his verbal refinement and emotional intensity. A racist press campaign undermined his Covent Garden debut, in 1833, and relegated him to the provinces. In the 50s, though, he began to find success on the continent, playing not only Othello but also Macbeth, Richard III, Shylock, and King Lear. Théophile Gautier described Aldridge's Othello as sage, controlled, classical, majestic, and judged his Lear even finer. In Germany, the actor found himself the subject of mass adulation, with full houses greeting him in each town and critics vying with one another to invent superlatives. Friedrich Wilhelm IV, the King of Prussia, conferred on Aldridge a gold medal for art and science. In Budapest, admirers threw a wreath with the message "Thou doth fascinate a foreign people, the spirit of Shakespeare is with thee." In 1857, the year in which the U.S. Supreme Court defined black people as a subordinate and inferior class of beings, Aldridge brought his Othello to Zurich. Gottfried Keller and George Herwegh, two of Wagner's associates, were in attendance. Herwegh wrote, "Everything thought through, everything calculated. All understanding, all art." Wagner probably joined them, since he had mentioned the performance in advance to Mathilde Wessendonck, Wednesday, Othello Ira Aldridge. Tickets to be booked in a timely fashion. In the period of the Harlem Renaissance, Wagner's apparent interest in Aldridge did not go unnoticed. Both James Weldon Johnson and Langston Hughes remarked on it. Wagner said nothing more about Aldridge, but the name resurfaced at Bayreuth at the end of the century. 3 of the actor's children with the Swedish singer Amanda von Brandt pursued musical careers. Ira Frederick showed skill as a pianist, composer, and conductor before dying at the age of 24. Amanda had a long and varied life as a singer, composer, and teacher, giving instruction to Roland Hayes, Marian Anderson, and Paul Robeson, among others. The most gifted was Lou Renaud, who, in the 1890s, seemed on the verge of a major operatic career, until health problems curtailed her appearances. In 1895, Lou Renaud came to the attention of Cosima Wagner, who cast her as one of the Valkyries in the Ring at Bayreuth. Very little documentation exists of Lou Renaud, but she was said to have been a strong-willed, dominating, and pleasure-loving woman. A French critic reported that she gave the impression of vigorous masculinity. Born in 1860, educated at a convent school in Ghent, she later studied in London, Berlin, and Paris. In 1891, a Hamburg critic noted her strong, dark-colored, quite well-developed voice. Charles Gounod recommended her to Covent Garden, Do you want to hear one of the most beautiful voices that exist? Very well. Grant an audition to Mademoiselle Lurena Aldridge. Not surprisingly, she was hired at once. Wagner figured prominently in Aldridge's repertory. In 1893, she participated in a grand Wagner orchestral concert in London, and in the same year she appeared as a Valkyrie in Walküre at the Theatre Royal, which, in a previous incarnation, had seen her father's Othello. She sang Valkyrie roles again in London in 1898 and 1905, the last time with the Bayreuth eminence Hans Richter conducting. At some point, Aldridge took the part of the Earth Goddess in the Ring, for the soprano Felia Litvin autographed a photo for her with the message Aman Erde. One or another of these notables must have alerted Cosima to the new talent. Although her assignment at Bayreuth was small, Lurena received unusual treatment. The 19-year-old Eva Wagner, the future wife of Houston Stewart Chamberlain, befriended her, and Cosima apparently invited the young singer to stay at Wanfried in the months before the festival. The Amanda Aldridge papers at Northwestern University contain a stiff piece of cardboard with a picture of the Festspielhaus on the front and a message from Eva on the back, "To dear Miss Aldridge with many thanks and best wishes, enjoying to see her again. Kindest regards from my mother and yours truly, Eva Wagner." Bayreuth, 2. January 96. Sometime in the spring of 1896, Aldridge fell ill. The Wagners evidently sent her to recover at the Hotel Kurhaus, in Ruprechtstegen. Eva wrote, "Mama and we all were happy to get good news from you and we hope that every day will be a progress." Mama spoke immediately to Mr. V. Gross Adolf von Gross, the financial master of Bayreuth in the Cosima era, who surely meanwhile will have fulfilled your wish. What say the spirits to the haunted chamber? Here is every day the same. Work and again work. Auf Gutes Wiedersehen and best love from all in Wanfried. There was still hope that Aldridge would regain her health in time to perform in the Ring, for Friedrich Wild's Practical Handbook for Festival Visitors, published just in advance of the festival, listed her as a participant and supplied a brief biography. A name that may well ring strangely in the ears of even the most observant art lovers is that of Lurena Aldridge, who will sing one of the 8 Valkyries. Of Lurena Aldridge one cannot say that she did not come from far off, as she hails from Africa. She is the daughter of the African tragedian Ira Aldridge and studied singing in Germany, England, and France, and has appeared with great success in operas and concerts outside of Germany. She is praised as the possessor of a true contralto voice with a wide range. In the course of the festival there will be an opportunity to put these statements to the test. Aldridge's fellow Valkyries would have included Ernestine Schumann Heinck and Olive Fremstad. In the audience were Mahler, Shaw, Diaghilev, Adolphe Appia, Renoir, Romain Roland, Colette, Albert Schweitzer, and the 14-year-old Franklin Delano Roosevelt. But she did not perform. By the end of 1896, Aldridge had recovered, and in the spring she wrote to Cosima about returning to Bayreuth. The Meisterin dictated the following reply, in her elegant if slightly mannered English. "My dear Miss Aldridge, I am very sorry indeed to be obliged to tell you that our personnel is complete and that it is now too late to invite you to take a part in our performances. I am very sorry about it, but I was very glad to hear that you are well again and that you can use your fine voice. Only I would advise you to go to a good master in order to learn how to manage this fine voice, and not to destroy it before time. I should have been very glad to have seen you again, dear Miss Aldridge, I assure you, and with best wishes for you, my children, and I send you kindest regards." C. Wagner, May 24, 1897. Did Aldridge take offense at this gentle criticism? Did she make further attempts to reach Bayreuth? Nothing more is known. She continued to give recitals in London until the First World War, her programs ranging from lieder to chansons to parlor songs by her sister Amanda. On one occasion, she sang Wagner's Schmerzen in conjunction with Amanda's 3 African dances. But rheumatoid arthritis restricted her movements, and by the 1920s she was bedridden, with Amanda attending to her. On November 20, 1932, at the age of 72, she committed suicide by taking an overdose of aspirin. It is tempting to wonder what conversations might have taken place at Bayreuth around Aldrich. At the time she was there, Chamberlain was beginning to plan the foundations of the 19th century, and in early 1896 he sent Cosima an outline of the book. Her response was generally positive, but she raised questions about various points. Amid a series of miscellaneous comments, she said, "The Negroes have surprised me. But I am entirely prepared to be convinced." Given that Chamberlain has nothing positive to say about people of color, Cosima seems to be speaking in their defense. The arrival of Ira Aldrich's daughter in Bayreuth may have affected her thinking. In the end, the case of Lurena Aldrich is too singular to reveal much about the culture that surrounded her. The brief and partial flowering of her career was, like her father's sustained success, an exception to the racist attitudes of the time, the kind of exception that excuses racism by covering it with a veneer of tolerance. At the same time, Aldrich's ghostly presence at Bayreuth indicates the degree to which the festival remained a world unto itself, not yet wholly in the hands of ideologues, still under the spell of the uncategorizable man who founded it. For the time being, Wagner still seemed to speak for all. Black Wagner. W.E.B. Du Bois. She is surely happier at last, and you have the consciousness of duty well and faithfully done, W.E.B. Du Bois wrote to Amanda Aldrich after Lurena's death. Letters in the Du Bois archive imply that he visited the Aldriches in London once or twice. In the papers can be found a typewritten page detailing Théophile Gautier's praise for Ira Aldrich's Othello. The Aldrich family exemplified the racial vanguard that Du Bois called the talented tenth, the aristocracy of talent and character that would set the pace for the remainder of the African American population. Just as Herzl looked to Tannhauser to fortify his Zionist vision, Du Bois took Wagnerian myth as a model for a heroic new African American spirit, one that would make use of its own legends. This spirit was not nationalist or separatist in nature. As Kwame Anthony Appiah has said, Du Bois adopted a philosophy of cosmopolitan nationalism, aiming to nurture a Negro consciousness while opening that consciousness to the wider world. In a similar vein, the historian Paul Gilroy links Du Bois to the formation of the Black Atlantic, a counterculture of modernity that draws on German sources as on many others. This ideal of a transnational black identity is not unlike the wholly German art that preoccupied Wagner while he was writing Meistersinger. African American Wagnerism did not begin with Du Bois. In 1900, the baritone Theodore Drury formed the earliest successful black opera troupe, the Drury Opera Company. An announcement of his plans in the Nashville American noted that Drury would begin with Carmen but was looking ahead to the master of masters Wagner, with an eye toward singing in Tristan und Isolde. The paper added, the appearance of the northern hero, Tristan, with a swarthy skin, should be grotesque enough to cause Herr Wagner to turn over in his grave. The composer Harry Lawrence Freeman, born in Cleveland in 1869, heard Tannhauser in Denver when he was 18 and resolved to create music dramas like it. He became known as the Colored Wagner, and, in keeping with that title, completed an African tetralogy, titled Zululand. This cluster of black Wagnerians has led Samuel Dwinell to speak of a school of Afro-Wagnerism, with Du Bois at the center. By the early 20th century, the composer was a point of reference in African American culture. Black colleges sometimes presented Wagner evenings, as the musicologist Kira Thurman has discovered. Alain Locke began his 1925 anthology The New Negro, a manifesto of the Harlem Renaissance, with a reference to Wagner's Three Norns. In 1942 Langston Hughes placed Tristan on a list of personal favorites, alongside Goat's Milk, short novels, lyric poems, Heat, Simple Folk, Boats, and Bullfights. Ralph Ellison studied composition in his youth, especially admiring Wagner. It has been proposed that Invisible Man follows a leitmotif system. Even Martin Luther King, Jr., a bel canto fan, was not immune. In a 1957 sermon, King suggested that certain forms of aesthetic reception can approximate the presence of the divine, for example, listening to a Wagnerian opera or a Beethoven symphony. Dubois' investment went considerably deeper, intersecting with a Germanophilia that gripped him early. His commencement address at Fisk University applauded Bismarck for having made a nation out of bickering peoples. From 1892 to 1894, he studied at the Friedrich Wilhelm University in Berlin, now the Humboldt, attending lectures by the progressive economists Adolf Wagner and Gustav von Schmaler as well as by the nationalist historian Heinrich von Treitschke. In his spare time, Dubois attended concerts and opera. At a performance of Götterdämmerung, he is struck by the sight of a dark-haired woman of lower-class background who begins crying during the performance, One of the Sorrows of Berlin. In later years, this German sojourn gleamed in Dubois' memory as a liberating experience, one that gave him his first real taste of equality. "I had a very, very interesting time," he said. "I began to realize that white people were human." German theories of racial superiority horrified Dubois, but they led him to think about how African Americans could cultivate their own inheritance. His 1897 speech The Conservation of Races appropriates the familiar trope of the mighty folk stirred from slumber. We are Negroes, members of a vast historic race that from the very dawn of creation has slept, but half awakening in the dark forests of its African fatherland. We are the first fruits of this new nation, the harbinger of that black tomorrow which is yet destined to soften the whiteness of the Teutonic today. Generally pro-European in his outlook, the young Dubois neglected the sinister side of German politics, notably, the Reich's imposition of a colonial regime on what is now Namibia, which led to the genocide of the Herero and Nama peoples. Nor did his later recollections take note of Treitschke's anti-Jewish rhetoric. Decades after he wrote of the coming of John, Dubois fulfilled a long-standing dream of going to Bayreuth. He chose a curious time to make his visit, 1936. Several of his colleagues wondered what he was doing in Nazi Germany, but Dubois knew very well where he was. In a travel column for the Pittsburgh Courier, he wrote that German antisemitism surpasses in vindictive cruelty and public insult anything I have ever seen, and I have seen much. All the same, he felt less conscious of his race than he did at home. He wrote, "I have not suffered from race prejudice. I can go to any hotel which I can afford, I can dine where I please and have the headwaiter bow me welcome." That he felt less open hostility in Hitler's Germany than in Roosevelt's America is a devastating verdict on American race relations. The first of Dubois' two columns about Bayreuth begins, "Men need places where they can renew their strength, where they can catch again faith in themselves and in their fellow men." His lodgings are on Liststrasse, just down the street from Wanfried, and twice a day he passes close to Wagner's grave, the house where Liszt died, and the former home of the German Romantic writer Jean Paul, where he is careful to note Houston Stewart Chamberlain spent his last years. He is well attuned to the contradictions of the place. He regrets the high ticket prices and the presence of obnoxious wealth. Yet Wagner's works rise above petty materialism, they militate against the idea that clothes and show and extravagance spell life. In the second column, Dubois reveals that Lohengrin thrills him still, it is a hymn of faith. Something in this world man must trust. Not everything but something. One cannot live and doubt everybody and everything. Somewhere in this world, and not beyond it, there is trust, and somehow trust leads to joy. Dubois proceeds to muse on what the ring might mean to African Americans. He writes, "It is as though someone of us chose out of the wealth of African folklore a body of poetic material and, with music, scene, and action, retold for mankind the suffering and triumphs and defeats of a people." In his late-period autobiographical novel Worlds of Color, Dubois revisits the Bayreuth trip in lightly fictionalized form, assuming the alter ego Manuel Mansart. This character, too, pursues an Afro-Wagnerian agenda. He thought how among American Negroes, legend and fantasy might thus be wed to histrionic ability and imagination, to build a great dramatic tradition. In the same period, Dubois was falling in love with a fellow Wagnerite, the writer, composer, and political thinker Shirley Graham. In 1932, Graham had drawn national notice for an African-themed opera titled Tom Tom, which was performed in Cleveland and broadcast on NBC Radio. At the time Du Bois went to Bayreuth, Graham was teaching at the Tennessee Agricultural and Industrial State College, where she introduced her class of 150 students to Götterdämmerung. She wrote to Du Bois, "Now, that is something to have the opportunity to lead hungry, young Negroes to Wagner." Graham's counterpart to Of the Coming of John is the 1939 radio drama Deep Rivers, which surveys millennia of black life, Nubian slaves building the pyramids, African villagers dancing, an auction block in New Orleans, excerpts from the spirituals Deep River and Wade in the Water, a Mississippi flood, and, in an ironic final scene, wealthy white patrons whispering excitedly before a recital by a black contralto who is undoubtedly Marian Anderson. The fixed presence in this diverse scene is the river, which rolls symbolically through so many spirituals. Graham evokes it through a score that combines her own music with pre-existing pieces. At the beginning, Deep River and the opening bars of Götterdämmerung are heard as a narrator intones Langston Hughes's The Negro speaks of rivers, I've known rivers, I've known rivers ancient as the world and older than the flow of human blood in human veins. My soul has grown deep like the rivers. The conceit of self-hatred would imply that these black Wagnerians were in some way ashamed of their heritage. Such condescension is just as dubious in the case of civil rights stalwarts like Du Bois and Graham as it is for Theodore Herzl. Paul Allen Anderson points to a different rationale. Du Bois privileges the Wagner experience precisely because it does not conform to type. Jazz and other popular styles troubled Du Bois because, in Anderson's paraphrase, they fetishized black racial difference through a fascination with the most ribald and seamy side of African American life. Similarly, Du Bois distrusted the cult of sports, because it perpetuated stereotypes of black people as purely physical beings. In 1936, he had more to say about Wagner than about Jesse Owens's triumph at the Nazi Olympics. Samuel Dwinell sees Du Bois' Afro-Wagnerism as integral to a nascent practice of black internationalism. Du Bois' vision of a diasporic black culture, which he set forth at the First Pan-African Congress in 1900, echoed Pan-Germanism even as it defied German racist thought. Du Bois' faith in art now has an antiquated air, its aspirational rhetoric undermined by 20th-century terrors. Even so, Afro-Wagnerism surfaces here and there. Amory Baraka's 1964 play Dutchman restages Wagner's opera as an erotic, violent encounter between a black man and a white woman on the subway. The gay African-American author Samuel Delany nods to Parsifal in his science fiction novels. Singers such as Grace Bumbry, Simon Estes, Jesse Norman, and Eric Owens have realized Aldridge's Wagnerian promise. Sly allusions pop up in jazz. The stride pianist Donald Lambert fashioned a rollicking metamorphosis of the Pilgrim's Chorus in 1941, and Charlie Parker inserted phrases from the song To the Evening Star into several solos. More recently, the German literary critic Ijema Mangold has meditated on the peculiarity of being a black Wagnerite in modern Germany. When a far-right author told him to go back to Africa, in the bush, Mangold thought of Hans Sachs's Act 3 monologue, Who will give it its name? It is the old madness. 7. Venusberg. Feminist and gay Wagner. In 1894, Alderd Scott Warthen, a pathologist at the University of Michigan, tested the effect of music on hypnotized subjects, and reported the following. Wagner's Ride of the Walkure was played from the piano score. The subject's pulse became at once more rapid, fuller, and of increased tension. As the music continued, the pulse rate rose from 60, his normal rate, to 120 per minute, becoming very quick, full, and of low tension. At the same time, the rate of respiration was increased from 18 to 30 per minute. The subject's face showed great mental excitement, his whole body was thrown into motion, the legs were drawn up and the arms tossed in the air, at the same time the whole body was bathed in a profuse sweat. What kind of excitement is this, exactly? Warthen cautiously touches on the topic of arousal. The Ride of the Valkyries and passages from Tristan und Isolde prompt feelings of longing, frenzy, etc., but not sexual desire or suggestion. However, by the aid of word suggestion, such effect could be produced, and the emotions of longing, etc., could be made identical with the physical desire. Warthen closes by saying that these experiments, if carried too far, could yield disastrous results. Warthen's paper is one of a number of turn-of-the-century medical studies that purport to document cases of erotomania, or excessive sexual desire, induced by the music of Wagner. The medical historian James Kennaway has collected various others, including a paper hinting that the composer could incite hysteria in women and affect the function of the ovaries and the uterus. Otto Weininger, the doomed young psychologist of Vienna, believed that musical impulses were wrapped up in sexual ones, and that Wagner made that connection most clear. In his study Eros and Psyche, Weininger wrote, "Music can vicariously stand in for sexual intercourse. Wagnerizing Wagner especially is often just a better surrogate for coitus." Writers of fiction pursued similar inquiries. The brothers Mann liked to show how Wagner activates disorderly and sometimes fatal desires. In Pelatin's The Victory of the Husband, the sound of Tristan compels Isel and Adar to make love in the cane-bottomed seats at Bayreuth. In stories by D'Annunzio, Battiliot, Lemonnier, and Quiroga, Wagner's music drives love to the point of murder, necrophilia, and demonic possession. A sketch by the Viennese writer Peter Altenburg has a man and a woman making love after Götterdämmerung, with the woman murmuring, "It is the continuation." Leon Bloy said that the Bayreuth theatre was darkened for the convenience of the gropers and feelers. James Joyce put it most bluntly, "Wagner puzza di sesso, he stinks of sex." All this supports Lawrence Dreyfus's thesis in Wagner and the Erotic Impulse, a revelatory study of Wagnerian sexuality, that in the late 19th century the composer's erotics caused more trouble than his politics, amounting to a sickness that required a pseudo-clinical diagnosis and moral castigation. The discourse of Wagnerian sexual degeneracy goes back to Nietzsche, who had a personal reason to dilate on the topic. Wagner had once suspected his acolyte of indulging in excessive masturbation. In the case of Wagner and Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche exacts revenge, hurling all manner of medical jargon. Wagner's art is sick, Nietzsche writes. It is the work of a hysteric, a neurotic, a decadent. Not only that, it corrupts everything and everyone around it. The Wagnerians are just as sick, if not sicker. The female of the species is fraying her nerves with such pathological and dangerous music, leaving her incapable of fulfilling her first and last profession, to bear strong children. Doubt is also cast on the morals of the men. Just look at these youths, stiff, pale, breathless. Wagner becomes master over them. To be a Wagnerian is to have one's masculinity compromised. The word degeneration, suggesting a devolution to a primitive mental or moral condition, is a staple of fin de siècle discussions of Wagner. The historian Daniel Pick has shown how concepts of a society-wide epidemic of degeneration caught on in the wake of the revolutions of 1848, as liberal thinkers struggled to explain the apparent halt of the march of social progress. The term was not a German invention. It first appeared in an 1857 treatise by the French psychiatrist Benedict Morel, and was later adopted by the Italian criminologist Cesare Lombroso. Theodore Puschmann's 1872 pamphlet Richard Wagner, A Psychological Study presents its subject as a case of moral degeneration. Max Nordau's 1892 broadside Degeneration charges Wagner with megalomania, persecution mania, erotomania, graphomania, sadism, and a tendency to stupid puns. Nordau's gallery of degenerates also includes Baudelaire, Mallarmé, Verlaine, Tolstoy, Ibsen, Zola, Whitman, Wilde, and, ironically, Nietzsche, whose excoriations of disease do not prevent him from being labeled a disease himself. Moral crusades in art seldom succeed in felling their targets, and Wagner was no exception. What provoked disgust in one group of people stirred hope in another. Those who identified with the dispositions that the composer was accused of spreading sexual freedom, unconventional gender roles, homosexuality saw him as a heroic figure, an enemy of conformity. Feminists found much to like in the musical and dramatic strength of Brunhilde and Isolde. The boldest moments in Wagner's work seem to advocate the overturning of norms, the liberation of desire, and the disclosure of one's true self. In Walküre, after Fricka censures the behavior of the sibling lovers, Wotan takes exception to her cold morality, which guarantees a world of sham marriages and unfulfilled longings. Unholy. I deem the vow that binds unloving hearts. Age-old custom is all you can grasp. But my thoughts seek to encompass what's never yet come to pass. Even without verbal messages, the texture of Wagner's music, its uninhibited sensuality, its androgynous merging of opposites intimated new ways of living in the world. Small wonder that in certain circles it served as a kind of password. The Intersexes, a 1908 treatise by the gay author Xavier Maine, includes a self-diagnostic questionnaire whereby a subject can identify himself as a Uranian, or homosexual. One question is, are you peculiarly fond of Wagner? The undeniable daring of Wagner's approach to sexuality drew interested scrutiny from leading psychologists of the fin de siècle, researchers working at a higher level than that of Puschmann and Nordau. Such pioneers of psychoanalysis as Carl Jung, Otto Rank, Sabine Spielrein, and, on occasion, Sigmund Freud himself cited Wagner, zeroing in on topics of incest, hysteria, and homoeroticism. The sexologist Magnus Hirschfeld, who effectively launched the modern gay rights movement, interpreted the composer's sexual eccentricities in a sympathetic rather than mocking spirit. To the new scientists of sex, Wagner was an essential case study because he made explicit what the rest of society repressed. Wagner and women. Although Wagner is noted for his hatreds, almost all of his mature work turns on the redeeming force of love. The Ring stages a contest between loveless power and selfless love, with the latter triumphing in the end. Tristan glorifies love to the point of death. Parsifal teaches compassion, the highest form of love. Wagner addressed such themes from the very beginning of his career, when he felt drawn to the sexually rebellious Young Germany movement. His second opera, Das Liebesverbot, The Love Ban, was intended as an attack on puritanical hypocrisy and a glorification of free sensuality. Yet Wagner was no hedonist, he professed to believe in monogamy, and in Parsifal he prizes chastity, though in an eroticized atmosphere. The ultimate passion is an extreme yearning that goes unconsummated. Even in Act I of Walküre and Act II of Tristan, the pinnacles of Wagnerian erotics, arousal is cut off before release. Many of Wagner's own affairs and flirtations probably stopped short of physical intercourse. He seemed to thrive on the indefinite deferral of orgasm, on foreplay without end. Herbert Marcuse, in his book Eros and Civilization, writes of Wagner, the most orgastic Liebestod still celebrates the most orgastic renunciation. Cosima Wagner, from Thomas Mann's collection. Like a great many 19th-century male artists, Wagner fits the profile of a misogynist. Although he idealized the female spirit, he imposed subservient roles on the women around him. Cosima's diaries record a string of demeaning comments. For example, Wagner said in 1869, "The father is there to protect mother and child, that is to say, to take care of the external things, woman has nothing to do with the outside world. Of course she has immeasurable influence, but not by voting and trying to turn herself into a man, which she can never do." Cosima put up little resistance to such strictures, berating herself when he expressed displeasure. Wagner's first wife, Minna Planer, withheld abject devotion, and the marriage ended in a bitter separation, which Minna refused to ratify with divorce. Then again, the composer was hardly conventionally masculine in his habits. He fetishized silk and satin, especially in shades of pink, and spent lavishly on the finest fabrics. These were not only draped in his inner sanctum such as the room at the Palazzo Vendramini where he died, but also wrapped around his person in the form of gowns, linings, and undergarments. He enjoyed the fragrance of rose perfumes. As Dreyfus observes, this behavior can be considered a form of cross-dressing. Wagner did not make a display of his proclivities, and in 1877 he suffered an extraordinary public humiliation when his letters to Bertha Goldwag, his Austrian Jewish costumier and interior designer, fell into the hands of the relentless Daniel Spitzer, who printed them in the Neue Freie Presse. One missive describes a house robe in pink and white satin. This trimming or flounce must be particularly opulent and beautifully worked, and must extend on both sides by a foot in width and then, as it rises to the waist, lose itself in the usual width of the puffed ruche that encloses the waist. Spitzer sniggered that such a design would create a furor on any lady at court. Cartoonists had a field day with images of Frou Frou Wagner. On learning that the letters were to be published, Cosima wrote, "When R now talks about emigrating to America, I no longer have the courage to speak against it." Throughout his life, Wagner pursued an ideal of androgyny, a spiritual merger of the sexes. In opera and drama, he characterized the relationship of words and music in gendered terms, with poetry as the masculine, penetrating element and music as the feminine, receiving organ. Given that Wagner wrote both words and music for his operas, he becomes, as Jean-Jacques Natius writes in his 1990 book Wagner Androgyne, an androgynous being, one who is somehow capable of inseminating himself. In Parsifal, androgyny is elevated to the level of religion. The Savior redeems the world by overcoming the duality of gender. Cosima says that the chorus is given the opera's love feast theme so that the effect would be neither feminine nor masculine, because Christ must be entirely sexless, neither woman nor man. Wagner's misogyny, like his racism, can dissipate in the face of an unexplained force that erases distinctions and brings about transcendent unity. This force was music itself, the uncontrollable factor that foils any attempt to sum up what Wagner means, or, indeed, who he was. Before Wagner set to work on The Ring, Louise Otto Peters, a pioneer of German feminism, had urged the creation of a great German opera based on the Nibelung legend. In 1845, Otto addressed the subject in a series of essays for the Neue Zeitschrift für Musik, elaborating a proposal that Friedrich Theodor Vischer had made the previous year. She also drafted her own libretto, samples of which appeared with her articles. Having seen Rienzi, which left her deadly pale and trembling, she considered Wagner the ideal composer for her Nibelung project. Apparently, an intermediary forwarded Otto's offer to Wagner, who declined, on the grounds that he wrote his own librettos. But if he read Otto's excerpts, he would have seen a pointed characterization of Brunhild as an independent woman, who seethes at becoming another's property. "My proud freedom is all gone, I have become the slave of a strange man." In 1852, Otto, by then the editor of the feminist journal Frauenzeitung, published a complete Nibelungen libretto, and articulated its message for her readers. In Brunhild we see the free, bold woman who doesn't want to be a man's slave. The libretto of The Ring stops well short of that progressive ideal. In general, Wagner's female characters comprise a confusing array of archetypes: darkly scheming, dangerously seductive, nobly self-sacrificing, faithful domestic, loving heroic. Feminist critics have long debated whether these figures conform to misogynist stereotypes or whether they cut against them. Catherine Clement, in her classic 1979 study Opera, or The Undoing of Women, argues that opera habitually affirms a patriarchal order by mandating the degradation and deaths of women. Their voices are exalted at the price of their eventual silence. Although violence against women is rare in Wagner's operas, his principal female characters have a way of dropping dead for no evident reason. Both Elsa and Kundry collapse lifeless, Anseelt, desoled. Ortrud sinks with a shriek. Elizabeth walks away and perishes off stage. Isolde, having sung the so-called Liebestod, sinks, as if transfigured. In Wagner's early operas, as in much 19th-century art, women tend to fall into two distinct and opposing categories. At times, they are selfless exemplars of the eternal feminine, at others, devouring femme fatale. Senta, in The Flying Dutchman, throws herself from a cliff in order to release her beloved from the curse of eternal wandering. She constitutes, in the words of the German musicologist Eva Rieger, a typically Wagnerian fantasy to be loved eternally, without interruption, by a woman. In Tannhauser, the angelic Elizabeth goes up against Venus, and wins the contest by offering her life to the Almighty in exchange for Tannhauser's salvation. According to Rieger, everything that is actively feminine is confined to the sinful, fear-inducing underworld, while feminine passivity comes across as pure and noble. In Lohengrin, Elsa is paired with Ortrud, the vengeful pagan witch who inveigles Elsa into asking her fatal question. Wagner stigmatized Ortrud as a political woman, in whom the instinct of love is replaced with murderous fanaticism. The Danish scholar and dramaturge Nila Parley, in her book Vocal Victories, takes a rosier view of Wagner's women. For her, Senta is no servile figure but the opera's driving agent. Singing her ballad in Act 2, she is a stand-in for the composer, effectively giving birth to the Dutchman as she sings his story. In Tannhauser, Parley is struck by the agitated splendor of Wagner's music for Venus, especially in the 1861 revision. In the wake of Tristan, Venus becomes a deeper and far more complicated, ambiguous being, her state of mind fluctuating through indignation, calculating manipulation, genuine selflessness, seductive charm, intense anger, distressed entreaties. As for Elsa, Wagner himself supplies a quasi-progressive reading. The character is justified in asking her fatal question of Lohengrin because she is passing from mere worship to the full essence of love. She forecasts a future revolution in which male egoism destroys itself in the face of a higher, feminine love. Isolde, Kundry, and Brunhilde, the imposing women of the later Wagner operas, present the strongest case for a provisional kind of Wagnerian feminism. None of them achieves independence from a male-directed world, yet the sheer potency of the dramatic soprano voice in the opera house destabilizes whatever hierarchy exists on paper. Brunhilde is based on the Brunhild of Nordic myth, but she also harks back to Antigone, who defied King Creon by burying her brother Polynices. In Wagner's eyes, Antigone's ritual of mourning expresses not merely familial love but also a purely human love, a blow against a rotten body politic. She performs self-annihilation out of sympathy, which in the same moment annihilates the state. Brunhilde, likewise, brings down Valhalla when she rides into the pyre with the ring on her finger. Brunhilde is, after all, a Valkyrie, a chooser of the slain, governing life and death on the field of battle. Caroline Abate, in her book Unsung Voices, emphasizes the oldest tales of Brunhilde, those in which she is an untamed force of nature, possessed of supernatural intelligence. Wagner, in the same spirit, makes her a Sibyl figure, a truth-teller and demolisher of false narratives. According to Abate, Brunhilde represents not the glorification of Siegfried but an intoxication or madness that joins with the flames consuming Valhalla. She walks by night, brings no solace, no romantic ending, and no feminine or maternal comforts. She offers in the end only laughter itself. She laughs eternally. The Valkyrie motif was among the first ideas that Wagner sketched for the Ring project, even before he decided to introduce Wotan as a character. In a sense, Brunhilde engendered Wotan, not the other way around. Women and Wagner. In Fernand Knopf's 1883 painting Listening to Schumann, a woman sits in a chair, head bowed down, hand resting on her forehead, while a pianist plays behind her. The hand shields the face from view, giving us no glimpse of whatever emotion is passing over her face. Perhaps the gesture is a sign of the listener being overcome, perhaps it is a signal of intense concentration, as distractions are blotted out, perhaps it is a demand for privacy, a withholding of expression from the painter. That the figure in question is Knopf's mother, Marie, makes the image all the more arresting. The picture seems to capture the particular value that music held for women in 19th century culture. In a patriarchal world that strictly regulated their speech, dress, and behavior, music opened a secret space where they could think and feel freely. Aubrey Beardsley, The Wagnerites. Aubrey Beardsley's 1894 drawing The Wagnerites presents a different scene of listening. We are at a performance of Tristan, as the lettering on a program indicates. The audience is almost entirely female. Most of the women stare straight, indifferent to the judging gaze. There is an element of caricature, décolletage is low, much flesh is on display, makeup is heavy. Only one male is easily visible, and he displays stereotypically Jewish features. As Emma Sutton writes in Aubrey Beardsley and British Wagnerism in the 1890s, the picture could be read either as a lampoon of decadence or as a glorification of it. These brazen women might be a collection of modern Isoldes, ready to enter any room with the heroine's incomparable opening line, "Who dares to mock me?" Male writers were mesmerized by the spectacle of female Wagnerism, believing that it revealed something essential about the state of womanhood. In Ferdinand von Saar's 1892 novella Tale of a Viennese Child, Isolde's transfiguration causes one female listener to writhe on her chair like a snake and another to shake violently and let out a piercing scream. Such intoxication allegedly left women vulnerable to seduction. Arnold Bennett, in his 1905 novel Sacred and Profane Love, relates what happens when a literate young woman sits down to play a Tristan duet with a famous pianist. "I found myself playing strange disturbing chords with the left hand, irregularly repeated, opposing the normal accent of the bar, and becoming stranger and more disturbing. And Diaz was playing an air fragmentary and poignant. The lovers were waiting, the very atmosphere of the garden was drenched with an agonizing and exquisite anticipation. Hear the beating of their hearts," Diaz's whisper floated over the chords. It was too much. The obsession of his presence, reinforced by the vibrating of his wistful, sensuous voice, overcame me suddenly. My hands fell from the keyboard. He looked at me, and with what a glance! In Eugene Bruyère's 1897 play The Three Daughters of M. Dupont, an impecunious bourgeois couple pushes Julie, their youngest daughter, to marry Antonin, a wealthy rake. Once the families have negotiated the dowry, a meeting is arranged. Antonin has been tipped off about Julie's love of Wagner, and a score is positioned as a cue for flirtation. Antonin, looking at the score on the piano: "You like Wagner, mademoiselle?" Julie, "Very much." Antonin, "Me, I adore him." Julie, "What a genius. Isn't it so?" Antonin, "Isn't he?" Julie, "He is the only musician." Antonin, "The greatest." Julie, "No, the only one." Antonin, "The only one, essentially. I am pleased to see we have the same tastes in art." Later, Antonin tells his mother that he charmed Julie with such topics as Wagner, children, little blue flowers. Needless to say, the ensuing marriage is unhappy. The details of the Wagnerian coitus, as Weininger calls it, usually go unspecified, but the poet and novelist Pierre Louis, who specialized in erotic writing, spells them out in a sequence of 9 sonnets titled The Trophy of Legendary Vulvas, each of which depicts a Wagner heroine in unabashedly pornographic terms. The opening of a sonnet to Senta gives the flavor of the whole. "The handsome Eric is too weak, O virgin. You would swallow him with a jerk of the cunt. You want someone who has strong loins, who can push forward a hard 10-inch shaft." These poems have a burlesque quality, taking aim less at Wagner himself, the greatest man who ever existed, Louis said, than at the solemnity of his cult, including the sonneteering of the Revue Wagnerienne. Yet their picture of female sexuality is crudely adolescent, tipping over into ugly fantasies of violence, incest, and pedophilia. Above all, they betray a need to reduce Wagner's women to purely sexual creatures, robbing them of their uncanny powers. Outside of the realm of male reverie, women made Wagner their own. The anarchist Emma Goldman once commented that more women attend Wagnerian music and understand him than men, and speculated that the elemental untrammeled spirit of Wagner's music affects the women as the releasing force of the pent-up, stifled and hidden emotions of their souls. The Diary of Lucy Lowell, a young woman from Boston, gives anecdotal evidence of this catharsis in action. After attending Theodore Thomas's Wagner Festival in 1884, Lowell wrote, utterly unsettled by excitement of the Wagner concerts. I suppose it can't be good for a person to go to things that excite her so that she can't fix her mind on anything for days afterwards. The historian Daniel Cavicchia, who uncovered Lowell's diary, notes that she was still pondering Wagner a year later. Isa and Edith had a long discussion about the effect of the Walküre, whether it is demoralizing or elevating. The strength of the female presence in Bayreuth was often remarked upon. In 1897, an observer estimated that the ratio of tourists is usually one wealthy papa to 6 daughters and retinue of young ladies, and a fussy but ambitious mama. Indeed, it had become customary for young women to attend the festival together. In 1887, the British writer R. Milner Barry published a women's travel book geared toward Bayreuth and neighboring destinations, a plain and unvarnished recital of our adventures, in the hope that it may prove useful to other unprotected females desirous of hearing Wagner's operas performed to perfection in Bayreuth. Hotel guest lists show a preponderance of large female parties from abroad, especially from the United States. In 1912, the Hotel Goldener Anchor was commandeered by a group from the American South, including citizens of Macon, Georgia, birthplace of the poet Sidney Lanier. English, Miss, Macon, GA. USA. Hines, Miss, Macon, GA. USA. Lyon Eigston, Miss, Macon, GA. USA. Brown, Miss, Anderson, USA. Nimluli, Miss, Macon, GA. USA. Haley, Miss, Macon, GA. USA. Noth, Miss, Spartanburg, SC. Cyrene, Miss, Grunville, SC. Jones, Miss, Albany, GA. Gregory, Miss, Lancaster, SC. Hicks, Mrs., Macon, GA. Cates, Mrs., Wainslow, GA. Willingham, Mr., Macon, GA. Murray, Mr., Anderson, SC. Tift, me, Tifton, GA. Woodside, Mr. and Mrs., Greenville, SC. Callaway, Miss J.P., Leesburg, GA. These expeditions often focused on Parsifal, which was thought to be morally improving. My own impression is that every Christian should see Parsifal, wrote Mary Kathleen Littleton, the wife of the English Anglican Bishop Arthur Littleton. Joseph Horowitz, in his History of American Wagnerism, complicates our picture of such decorous outings. On the surface, Wagner held to traditional ideas of female social roles, as self-sacrificing exemplars of virtue. More covertly, he permitted a form of self-expression that social norms otherwise discouraged. At concerts in New York, women entered into a secret pact, a shared conspiracy with Wagner, Horowitz writes. He finds evidence of such transport in articles, letters, diaries, and fiction. In 1894, the poet Ella Wheeler Wilcox wrote in praise of Tristan. A clamorous sea of chords swept o'er my soul. Submerging reason. Mutinous desire. Stood at the helm, the stars were in eclipse. The phrase mutinous desire could point either to the world of the opera or to the world of the listener. Music erases the difference, at least momentarily. Female Wagner singers embodied a rare kind of power, which occasionally found a political use. In 1910, the soprano Lillian Nordica declared that her involvement in the suffragist struggle was rooted in her experience on the stage, the only place where men and women stand on a perfect equality. She said that our whole social system is founded on conditions that existed in the Stone Age, when man took what he wanted by force. In 1913, Nordica appeared at 2 suffragist pageants, both times singing the Star-Spangled Banner while attired as Columbia. At the one, a vast outdoor parade in Washington, D.C., the Pilgrims' Chorus from Tannhauser rang out as figures representing liberty, justice, hope, and the like bowed before Nordica. The second rally, at the Metropolitan Opera House, included a speech by Theodore Roosevelt and an orchestra of professionals and society women playing selections from Parsifal and Lohengrin. Lillian Nordica. American fiction of the Gilded Age attests to this genteel mode of Wagnerian feminism. Charlotte Teller, in her 1907 novel The Cage, conveys the music's energizing effect on Frederica, a Chicago minister's daughter who is escaping her confined upbringing. In the company of an Austrian-born labor organizer, Frederica attends what appears to be one of Theodore Thomas's Wagner concerts at the Exposition Building in Chicago. The Ride of the Valkyries, not coincidentally, has the strongest impact. She felt herself moving, struggling, breathless, to get higher and higher. She felt herself strong and vital, astride a horse of Valhalla. It was only a war woman, a Valkyrie, who could bring a man into the home of the gods. Her excitement is to some extent sexual. The Austrian is clutching her hand, but it is also political. She feels solidarity with the immigrant laborers who occupy the cheap seats around her. For Teller, an outspoken socialist and suffragist, Wagner liberates mind and body alike. Hamlin Garland's 1895 novel The Rose of Dutchers Cooley, the work of an avowed male feminist, tells a similar tale. Rose, a Wisconsin farmer's daughter who shows talent for writing, makes her way to Chicago, where she undergoes a sexual and intellectual awakening. There is another concert hall epiphany, this time at Adler and Sullivan's Auditorium. The voice of Wagner came to her for the first time, and shook her and thrilled her and lifted her into wonderful regions where the green trees dripped golden moss, and the grasses were jeweled in very truth. Once again, Wagner stirs hopes of future greatness. She felt the power to reach out her hand to take fame and fortune. She wanted to do some gigantic thing which should enrich the human race. Compare Dubois of The Coming of John. He felt with the music the movement of power within him. Flushed with feeling, Rose catches the eye of a male admirer, but this one is no Wagnerian predator. "I want you as comrade and lover, not as subject or servant," he says, offering a marriage of equals. Feminists in the German-speaking world were less inclined to idealize Wagner, perhaps because he was so embedded in the strutting military culture of the Kaiserreich. Celia Applegate discerns diminishing enthusiasm for the composer in the work of two formidable German intellectuals, the feminist activist Louise Buchner and the independent-minded author Ricarda Hutch. Buchner had adored Wagner's early work, but The Ring appalled her. "Such crudeness, such lack of any decency is nowhere to be found as one finds it here," she wrote. Hutch got to know the operas in the 90s and came to see them as superficially exciting, bourgeois, lacking in substance. In Spain, on the other hand, performances of Walkure in the 1890s helped to inspire a long-running cult of the Nordic Valkyrie type. The feminist anarchist Federica Montseny, who served in the Popular Front government in 1936, made charged use of Brunhilde imagery, as Elena Lindholm Narvaez notes in an essay titled The Valkyrie in a Bikini. Sidonie Gabrielle Colette, one of the most celebrated female authors of the fin de siècle, trained a piercing eye on Bayreuth at the close of her quartet of Claudine novels, 1900 to 1903, the semi-autobiographical saga of a young woman who frees herself from bourgeois mores. At the time, Colette was married to the rakish music critic and novelist Henri Gautier-Villers, who used the pen name Willie and employed an ensemble of ghost writers, his wife included. A lusty Wagnerite, Gautier-Villers made regular trips to Bayreuth, befriending Cosima. Colette was more circumspect, and her heroines respond in kind. In Claudine SNVA, the last of the series, the focus shifts to Annie, the initially dutiful wife of an overbearing businessman. The last part of the book is set in Bayreuth, where an amusing menagerie of Wagnerists circulates. Among them is a writer named Leon, who is writing his own Bayreuth novel, as seen by a woman in love, through the hyperesthesia of a gratified and illicit passion. Annie, who narrates Claudine's NVA, paints a jaded picture of Bayreuth. She and her friends glower at the tacky souvenirs, the postcards, the grails in red glass, the color lithographs, the wood carvings, the table mats, the beer mugs, all bearing the image of the Dieu Wagner, and shudder at the aches, and the colossals, and the sublimes, and the whole lot of polyglot exclamations being dispensed by indiscriminate fanatics. No, no. Like Huysmans's De Esseance, Annie would rather listen in an empty theatre. To which a friend replies, "You are of the genre of Ludwig of Bavaria. Look where that morbid fantasy led him." During The Flying Dutchman, Annie has a migraine attack and, like Nietzsche in 1876, flees the premises. Nonetheless, she is transformed. She has escaped the prison of her marriage, just as Colette was freeing herself of Gautier Villers, and her epiphany is couched in Wagnerian terms. Where has this illumination come from? His absence. Or have I drunk the philter that restored Siegfried's memory? At Bayreuth, she has an intimate encounter with Claudine, one that trembles on the edge of sex. Exalted and wild as a young druidess, Claudine shows Annie a way forward. The cheapened god Wagner still opens a door in her mind. Gay Wagner. Fidus Hugo Hoppener, Partival, 1900. In Claudine à Paris, the second of Colette's Claudine novels, the protagonist gets to know a cousin named Marcel, a poised, feminine, cultured, unmistakably gay young man. Colette, no stranger to same-sex attraction, describes the character with a frankness that was revolutionary at the time. Another young man writes Marcel a love letter that is also a manifesto of gay desire. One passage reads, "To confirm my faith and sexual religion, I reread Shakespeare's burning sonnets to the Earl of Pembroke, and Michelangelo's no less idolatrous poems to Cavalieri. I fortified myself by reviewing passages from Montaigne, Tennyson, Wagner, Walt Whitman, and Carpenter." Claudine, having got hold of the letter, smiles at its over-the-top prose. Certain phrases jog her memory, and she realizes that the lover has plagiarized from Georges Eekhoud's Escalviger, a scandalous gay novel of the period, in which a refined count falls in love with a musically gifted shepherd. Colette was quick to register a somewhat surprising development. By the end of the 19th century, campaigners for gay rights had made Wagner part of a self-fashioned cultural genealogy, if not gay himself, then an exceptionally friendly kind of ally. This queering of the Meister drew on the sexually transgressive charge emanating from his works and writings. It also made much of his proximity to Ludwig II, a gay icon of the fin de siècle. Modern homosexuality was, to some extent, a German invention. In 1867, a lawyer named Karl Heinrich Ulrichs went before the Sixth Congress of German Jurists, in Munich, to urge the repeal of laws forbidding sex between men. With astonishing bravery, Ulrichs declared that those of a sexual nature opposed to common custom were being persecuted for impulses that nature, mysteriously governing and creating, had implanted in them. His preferred term was Urnings, or Iranians. In 1869, an Austrian litterateur named Karl Maria Kurtbeny, also opposed to sodomy laws, coined the term homosexuality. By the 80s and 90s, a quasi-legal gay scene had arisen in Berlin, with homosexuals tacitly permitted to gather in bars and organize balls. In 1897, Magnus Hirschfeld founded the Scientific Humanitarian Committee, the first gay rights group. The year before, Der Eigene, the Self-Possessed, the first gay magazine, began publication. Amid such unprecedented openness, homophobic reaction brought down several high-profile figures in the first years of the new century. The most prominent victim was Philipp Eulenburg, a confidant both of the Kaiser and of Cosima Wagner. The German gay rights movement grew out of the ethos of Romanticism, with its respect for heroic individuals who vanquish age-old custom and live according to their own laws. Schopenhauer was particularly attuned to the complexities of sexuality. In an 1859 addendum to The World as Will and Representation, the philosopher took a sanguine view of what he called pederasty, saying that it arises from human nature and there is no point in opposing it. He cited Horace, expel nature with a pitchfork, she still comes back. Karl Heinrich Ulrichs quoted Schopenhauer in a coming-out letter to one of his relatives. Wagner had a similarly open if befuddled mind about same-sex love. In the artwork of the future, he extols the ancient Greek mode of Männerliebe, or love between men, placing it somewhere in the space between spiritual and physical loves. This love, in its original purity, makes itself known to us as the noblest and most selfless expression of the human sense of beauty. The love of man for woman is, in its most natural form, an egoistic and pleasure-seeking impulse, in which the man, while finding satisfaction in a definite sensual pleasure, cannot be absorbed into it with his entire being. The higher element of this Männerliebe resided in the very fact that it excluded the sensual, selfish moment of pleasure. Nonetheless, it did not only comprise a purely spiritual bond of friendship. Spiritual friendship was the blossom of a consummate enjoyment of sensual friendship, springing directly from the enjoyment of beauty, indeed from the absolutely physical and sensual beauty of the beloved man. While there is no reason to believe that Wagner acted on such desires, his language sometimes waxes homoerotic, as when he addressed King Ludwig as my adored and angelic friend and my most beautiful, supreme, and only consolation. Perhaps he was tailoring his language to suit the king's own Männerliebe, although, as Lawrence Dreyfus notes, the composer seemed more than a little smitten with his new protector. I was so gripped by amazement over the miracle of this heavenly royal youth that I was near to sinking to my knees and worshipping him. Wagner never commented on Ludwig's sexuality, but he noted the gay inclinations of one or two other male friends. The painter Paul von Jakowski, who designed scenery and costumes for the first production of Parsifal, often socialized with the Wagners in the company of his lover, a Neapolitan singer named Peppino. When Cosima called the relationship silly, Richard replied, "It is something for which I have understanding but no inclination." In any case, with all relationships what matters most is what we ourselves put into them. It is all illusion. Parsifal, with its imagery of spears, wounds, and fluids, has been inducing giggles among gay listeners for generations. The gash from which Amphirtus suffers is implicitly sexual. Wolfram von Eschenbach and Chrétien de Troyes, Wagner's medieval sources, place it in the genital area. Parsifal, who bears the healing spear, is a different kind of hero, chaste, comely, otherworldly. His success in repelling the flower maidens could mean that he is simply immune to their charms. The playwright Clyde Fitch, a probable lover of Oscar Wilde, tittered over the character's fairness in an 1897 sketch, "I much prefer Siegfried as a person to Parsifal. He's not such a very good boy. There's more an air of athletics, football, rowing, and all that about Siegfried, while Parsifal smacks just a little, I think, of the Young Men's Christian Association. Klingsor, the villainous sorcerer, is marked as queer. When he sees Parsifal climbing the walls of his magic castle, he exclaims, 'Ha! He is beautiful, the boy.' In Wolfram's Partival, Klingsor has suffered castration after having been caught in an adulterous affair. According to Wagner, the sorcerer has emasculated himself, in an attempt to achieve purity and gain admittance to the Grail order. Gurney Mons tells the story to the squires reluctantly, since they must ask twice before he proceeds. I never knew of what sin he was guilty. But he then wished to atone, indeed to become holy. Powerless to kill the sin within him, he laid a wicked hand on himself, which he then turned towards the Grail, from which its guardian contemptuously drove him. In an 1865 prose sketch for Parsifal, Wagner called Klingsor the demon of hidden sin, the raging of powerlessness against sin, a man of whom dark, incomprehensible tales are told. As it happens, that sketch was written for Ludwig, who was inordinately curious about the projected opera. Is Wagner warning the young king not to lay a wicked hand on himself or on another? Perhaps, although a subsequent exchange of letters regarding the pivotal seduction scene in Act II suggests a different reading. When Kundry plants a long kiss on Parsifal's lips, the young man recoils, clutches his heart, and cries, "Amfortas, the wound, the wound." In an instant, he has attained the wisdom of compassion. Ludwig asks, "Why is this so?" Wagner answers, "That is a terrible secret, my beloved." The composer explains that the kiss awakens in Parsifal an awareness of a sin that he has hitherto been too innocent to comprehend. Wagner then speaks of his own suffering, which, he says, goes deeper than such matters as the Tannhauser scandal or harsh critical reviews. For him, Ludwig is the pure fool who offers compassion. What Wagner presumably did not know was that in his diaries the king invoked Parsifal as he struggled against the temptations of gay desire. In one entry, marking a period in which he was redeemed, chaste, he quoted the Parsifal sketch, "Strong is the magic of him who desires, stronger is that of him who abstains." The romantic tinge of the Ludwig-Wagner friendship caused chatter when both men were still alive. When the composer entered Ludwig's circle and began causing trouble in Munich, wits compared him to Lola Montez, the Irish actor whose affair with Ludwig's grandfather Ludwig I had led to the latter's abdication. The eminent playwright Franz Grillparzer dubbed Wagner Lolo Montez. By the 90s, Ludwig's homosexuality was public record. Stories of his predilection for soldiers and stable hands reached the press shortly after his death, and an 1891 study by the psychologist Albert Moll included the king in a chapter on historical earnings. Gay men idolized Ludwig as a hero and martyr. Verlaine saluted him as the virgin king of great heart that beat for man alone. The Parisian aesthete Robert de Montesquieu, in his book-length poem The Bats, described Ludwig as a beautiful hermaphrodite and feminine despot who has become immortal through his association with the prince, the king, the god Richard Wagner. Montesquieu had a pet bat whom he considered a reincarnation of Ludwig. The topic of same-sex Wagnerism entered public discourse in the last years of the 19th century. In January 1895, an article titled Bayreuth and Homosexuality appeared in Die Gesellschaft, Michael George Conrad's semi-modernist magazine. The author was Oskar Panizza, a Munich polemicist and playwright who managed to outdo even Wedekind in notoriety. Panizza had just published The Love Council, a Scaber satire set in heaven, hell, and the Vatican, featuring such characters as God the Father, Christ, Mary, the Devil, Salome, and the Borgia Pope. He would soon be convicted of 93 counts of blasphemy and thrown in jail. His Gesellschaft article is blasphemy of another sort. It begins with a classified ad that had recently run in a leading German newspaper, shortly before Parsifal opened in Bayreuth. Seeking young bicyclist, Christian, up to 24 YO, from V good family, to join same, foreigner, for a beautiful cycling trip to Tyrol in August. Should be very good looking, distinguished manners, expressive personality. Answering only applications with photos, which will be returned at once, at Numa 77 Post Restant Bayreuth. As Panizza remarks, the name Numa is an unmistakable clue to the ad's purpose, if any is needed. Ulrichs, the gay rights pioneer, had published his early pamphlets under the pseudonym Numa Numentius. Panizza goes on to consider homosexuality in its various guises, making use of Richard Kraft Ebing's 1886 sexological study Psychopathia Sexualis. Panizza had practiced psychiatry before turning to literature. With reference to Ludwig II, Panizza speaks of a homosexual love that is more intellectual than physical, particularly when an older man loves a younger one. Behind the facade of aesthetic splendor, the homosexual displays a powerless, vague, feeble character, shy of public exposure, cowardly. Panizza tacks on an anti-Semitic aside, saying that this psychological profile also fits that of the Jew. Panizza then turns to Parsifal, calling it spiritual nourishment for pederasts. The all-male order of the Grail is set against the sinful temptation of the female. Young Parsifal is sexually indifferent. That suffices. That makes him nolens volens homosexual. He is on the other side. His destiny is to redeem others, men. Panizza closes on a bizarrely patriotic note, saying that the German people, who will always remain young, instinctively turn away from the geriatric homosexuality of Parsifal and prefer the robust, younger Wagner of Tannhauser and Lohengrin. Apparently, that foreign bicyclist seeking an attractive male companion is evidence that Parsifal gives pleasure mainly to decadent tourists from abroad. An unspoken irony attends the essay's ending: the homosexuality of Siegfried Wagner, the composer's only son and the heir of Bayreuth, was an open secret. Commentators like James Hunker portrayed Siegfried as a feminized and almost effeminate version of his father. Another American critic called Siegfried a pert and primping impostor. He had a modest reputation as a composer, his fairy tale style owing more to Engelbert Humperdinck, his principal teacher, than to his towering father. The love of his youth was the dashing English composer Clement Harris, who died in Greece in 1897 while fighting as a volunteer in Greece's war with Turkey, a fate that elicited a memorial poem by the homoerotically inclined Stephen George. Only in 1915 was Siegfried persuaded to marry and produce children. For those in the know, Panizza's evocation of a gay Bayreuth impugns both father and son. Bayreuth and homosexuality drew a rebuttal from Henry Gautier Villers, Colette's husband, who claimed to have visual confirmation of Wagner's heterosexuality. He was seen backstage at the Bayreuth Theatre kissing a flower maiden, greedily, in 1882. Panizza's article might have caused further controversy if the furor over the Love Council had not pushed it to the side. After serving his sentence, Panizza went into exile and wrote a cycle of poems titled Paris Jana, which hurl abuse at Kaiser Wilhelm II, stupid boy. One section of the poem, describing a performance at the concerts L'Amoureux, casts the composer as a revolutionary enemy of the Kaiserreich. You in Germany be careful / with Wagner's storm music. When Panizza returned to Germany, he was again imprisoned, and a mental breakdown followed. His fate was as doleful as any in the annals of Wagnerian decline. In 1905, he was committed to an asylum near Bayreuth. Panizza's theory about Parsifal is sufficiently over the top that one suspects him of satirical intent. Still, he was onto something in his subtextual analysis of the opera, and Bayreuth did exude a gay ambience. Krafft-Ebing had taken note of gay Wagnerites in the 1892 edition of Psychopathia Sexualis, presenting a case history of acute aestheticism. In general, my whole sensibility and feeling are feminine. I am vain, coquettish, fond of ornament, and like to please others. I love to dress myself beautifully, and, in cases where I wish to please, I even make use of the arts of the toilet, in which I am quite skilled. While I have but little interest in politics, I am passionately fond of music and an inspired follower of Richard Wagner. I have noticed this preference in the majority of us. I find that this music is perfectly in accord with our nature. Wagner became part of the syllabus of gay taste. When Magnus Hirschfeld began publishing his researches into gay identity and behavior, he quoted Krafft-Ebing's case study and cited the classified ad that had so amused Panizza. In Hirschfeld's 1914 book The Homosexuality of Men and Women, Bayreuth is described as a very popular gathering place for Iranians from all over the world. Hirschfeld attended the festival in 1911, and may have witnessed the gay congregation firsthand. The composer himself qualified as a kindred spirit, a fellow traveler. Edward Carpenter, the British apostle of Walt Whitman who promoted socialism, sexual freedom, and male comradeship, quoted the Mannerlieb section of the Artwork of the Future in his privately circulated 1894 pamphlet Homogenic Love. Hirschfeld did the same in his first gay publication, Sappho and Socrates, which he published under a pseudonym in 1896. Hirschfeld also mentions Wagner and Ludwig's love letters, Liebesbriefwechsel. In the next breath, he quotes the famous speech that Oscar Wilde delivered at his first trial in London: "The love that dare not speak its name in this century is such a great affection of an elder for a younger man as there was between David and Jonathan, such as Plato made the very basis of his philosophy, and such as you find in the sonnets of Michelangelo and Shakespeare." The implication is clear: Wagner and Ludwig belong in the gay pantheon. An extensive selection of the Liebesbriefwechsel was published in 1899, and Hirschfeld reprinted many of the letters in his yearbook for intermediate sexual types, the house organ of his scientific humanitarian committee. A sample: Heaven is descending to earth for us. O Holy One, I worship you. In 1903, a gay-identified author named Hans Fuchs brought out Richard Wagner and Homosexuality, the most thorough treatment of the subject to date. Fuchs classifies the composer as a spiritual homosexual, one who adopts gay mannerisms, who values erotically charged friendships with men, but who stops short of having sex with them. Fuchs finds examples of such friendships throughout Wagner's work. Tristan und Isolde, for one, features intense bonds between Tristan and his servant, Kurwenal, between Tristan and King Mark, and between Isolde and her maid, Brainjane. But the central exhibit remains Parsifal. Fuchs reviews Panizza's essay and accepts many of its propositions. Indeed, he adds a mischievous reading of the Flower Maidens scene. Doesn't Parsifal bring to mind those homosexuals who very much enjoy the company of women, who enjoy joking and laughing with them, who do not shy away from flirtatious kisses, and who flee only when more is demanded of them? Fuchs insists, however, that Parsifal is not gay in the modern sense. When Kundry makes her move, the hero is not seized with the revulsion that a real homosexual would display. Instead, Parsifal sets aside temptation in favor of the ideal male community of the Grail. Although Fuchs wrote Richard Wagner and Homosexuality at Hirschfeld's behest, he leaned toward another gay-identified group, the one gathered around Adolf Brand's magazine Der Hygiene. In those circles, the gay male was not an in-between being but the apotheosis of masculinity. Similarly, the sociologist Hans Blücher argued that eroticism was a bonding force in male communities. Blücher made a particular study of the Wandervogel movement, a network of nature-hiking youth. Nationalism, militarism, misogyny, and anti-Semitism were rampant in the Hygiene group, and Hirschfeld's Jewishness became a point of contention. The sexologist was deemed too worldly, too womanly, insufficiently enamored of the Aryan ideal. Fuchs's 1909 novel Eros Between You and Us, which the musicologist Mitchell Morris has rescued from almost total obscurity, tells of Wagnerian lovers whose pure, manly affection they clutch hands at a performance of Tristan in Bayreuth outshines the pretensions of effeminate inverts. When one of the lovers reverts to heterosexuality, the other dies in despair, his unfulfilled yearning all too similar to Tristan's or Isolde's. The agony of gay masculinity reaches a breaking point in the self-destructive Wagnerism of Otto Weininger. The thesis of Sex and Character, that human beings exist on a continuum from the purely masculine to the purely feminine, was relatively progressive for the time. Hirschfeld believed much the same. Furthermore, Weininger thought that gay impulses could not be resisted and that anti-gay laws were inhumane. But he relentlessly favored the masculine over the feminine. Ideally, the male should transcend sexual desire altogether and thus escape the degradation of femininity. Parsifal, which Weininger considered the deepest poetry in world literature, provides a blueprint for this evasion of sex. Parsifal and Klingsor represent the transsexual and the sexual in man, divided between two persons. In vanquishing Klingsor, Parsifal vanquishes sexuality, thereby releasing Kundry from her torment. Hirschfeld had a more fluid and inclusive vision of gay identity. In later writings, he focuses less on Wagner's homoeroticism than on his androgyny. The 1910 book The Transvestites, a word Hirschfeld invented, includes the composer in a discussion of clothing fetishism and cross-dressing. A close reading of Wagner's letters to his Viennese costumier yields the conclusion that while the Meister undoubtedly had a feminine element in his psyche, he should not be considered a homosexual, spiritual, or otherwise. Nor does he deserve mockery of the kind Spitzer and Nietzsche unleashed. Instead, Wagner's inclination disclosed the extraordinarily rich and subtle complexity of his inner life, perhaps the very source of his creativity. No turn-of-the-century interpretation of Wagner offered a more radical or provocative perspective. Hirschfeld had extricated the Meister not only from German nationalist thought but from the patriarchal biases of Western civilization. Gay Wagnerites. Franz Stassen, Siegfried bathes in the dragon's blood. It is all metaphysics, music, and pubescent sexuality, Thomas Mann wrote to his brother in 1901, in the throes of an unrequited crush on a young male friend. Implanted in his heart, Mann said, was the image of the Wunderreich der Nacht Tristan's words in Act 2 of Wagner's opera, hailing the potion that converts death to love, through the gates of death, whence it flowed to me, it opened wide the wonder realm of night, where I had awakened only in dreams. The predicament of gay attraction had evidently prompted thoughts of suicide, although Mann assured his brother that he was unlikely to commit any follies. Instead, he luxuriated in Wagner as a substitute for love unto death. Wagner and same-sex desire intermingle in Mann's writing almost from the start. Hanno Buddenbrook's attachment to his classmate Kai has the contours of a romantic friendship, one that arouses suspicion at school. The teachers tolerated it, but only grudgingly, because they suspected something foul and hostile behind it. The other boys project crude virility and revile effeminacy and dandyism. One sign of Hanno's otherness is his Wagnerian piano playing. I should practice my etudes and sonatas and then stop, he tells Kai. But I'll probably improvise. I can't seem not to, even though it makes everything worse. Kai replies, I know what you're improvising about. There is a silence, Kai turns red, and Hanno casts enigmatic, sidelong glances toward his friend. Similarly suggestive is Hermann Hesse's first novel, Peter Kamenzind, 1904, where strains of Meistersinger stir a romantic atmosphere between two young men. The music sounded light and vigorous, longing and exuberant, and I felt as though immersed in a warm, effervescent bath. Looking with secret joy at his neck, at the backs of his pale musician's hands, I was overcome by the same feeling of tenderness and respect with which I had once looked at the dark-haired student from my school days. Novelists both gay and straight feasted on the divine friendship of Wagner and Ludwig. Cadel Mendez's 1881 novel Leroi Vierge, or The Virgin King, is a thinly disguised Roman oclef in which a sensitive, unstable monarch named Frederick hosts an obstreperous composer named Hans Hammer, who is obviously based on the erstwhile Pomapet of Lucerne. Given to rants about true German art and late-night banging on the piano, Hammer is small, lean, tightly wrapped in a coat of brown cloth, and his entire body, frail though perhaps robust like an assemblage of springs, had the almost convulsive trembling of a hysterical woman. At the end, the king stabs an opera singer, castrates himself, and makes a guest appearance as Jesus in the Oberammergau Passion play, ordering his servant to pierce his side while he hangs on the cross. The novel was banned in Bavaria, where the real Ludwig had 5 more years to live. Ich Hauts Eskalviger, with its nod to Wagner as a herald of sexual freedom, also rang variations on the theme of the gay Mad King. It was sufficiently explicit in its content that it provoked an obscenity trial in Belgium. The education of the gay neophyte "Are you peculiarly fond of Wagner?" is at the heart of Mikhail Kuzmin's 1906 novel Wings, a pioneering example of coming-out literature. When older aesthetes tutor a sexually undecided youth named Vanya, they ply him with Tristan and Tannhauser. It's all like the breath of a new spring, of a new passion, bubbling up from the darkest depths, one gay sage says of the Venusberg. At a performance of Tristan, Vanya ignores the antics of the society set and goes pale before the power of the music. Afterward, he puzzles over the conjunction of Wagner's apotheosis of passion with the messy reality of sex. Isn't it ridiculous, he asks, that amid such sublime music the lovers have to perform the awkward ceremony of taking off their clothes? He is told that the most disgraceful act, the most improbable situation, can be elevated by the attitude of the participant. Vanya smiles at his friend Stroop, who, by novel's end, is poised to become his lover. Oscar Wilde, a connoisseur of disgraceful and improbable situations, had too little patience for unreflective grandiosity to count himself among the Wagnerites. In Wilde's plays and stories, Wagner is most often present as the butt of jokes. Lady Bracknell, the autocratic aunt in the importance of being earnest, rings at the door in a Wagnerian manner, and in the picture of Dorian Gray Lady Henry makes a much-quoted quip, "I like Wagner's music better than any music. It is so loud that one can talk the whole time, without people hearing what one says." Yet the ageless Dorian, an aesthetic cousin of Huysmans's De Essence, takes Wagner more seriously. He objects to Lady Henry's taunts, declaring that he never talks during good music. Later, Dorian is seen in his box at the opera, either alone, or with Lord Henry, listening in rapt pleasure to Tannhauser, and seeing in that great work of art a presentation of the tragedy of his own soul. Wilde's essay The Critic as Artist expands on that passing remark, using the Tannhauser overture to argue that spectators shape artworks in their own image, overriding whatever intentions the artist may have had in mind. Sometimes, when I listen to the overture to Tannhauser, I seem indeed to see that comely knight treading delicately on the flower-strewn grass, and to hear the voice of Venus calling to him from the caverned hill. But at other times it speaks to me of 1,000 different things, of myself, it may be, and my own life, or of the lives of others whom one has loved and grown weary of loving, or of the passions that man has known, or of the passions that man has not known, and so has sought for. Tonight it may fill one with that epsilon rho omega sigma tau omega nu alpha delta upsilon nu alpha tau omega nu, that amour de l'impossible, which falls like a madness on many who think they live securely and out of reach of harm, so that they sicken suddenly with the poison of unlimited desire, and, in the infinite pursuit of what they may not obtain, grow faint and swoon or stumble. Tomorrow, like the music of which Aristotle and Plato tell us, the noble Dorian music of the Greek, it may perform the office of a physician, and give us an anodyne against pain, and heal the spirit that is wounded, and bring the soul into harmony with all right things. The supernatural Victorian TV show Penny Dreadful, 2014-16, which featured Dorian Gray as a character, provides a delightful addendum to the matter of Wilde and Wagner. In one scene, Dorian plays an Edison cylinder of Isolde's Transfiguration to a masculine American friend. "I'd ask if you had heard of Wagner," Dorian says, "but you'd pretend you hadn't." With the aid of the Liebestod and a few glasses of absinthe, they are soon making love. Gay artists of the fin de siècle gave Wagner a queer makeover, to the extent that one was needed. Simeon Solomon, who was arrested on moral grounds some years before the Wilde scandal of 1895, pictured Parsifal as a fine-featured young man with tousled hair and full lips. The German illustrators Franz Stassen and Hugo Hoppener, the latter using the pseudonym Fidus, lavished attention on the physiques of Parsifal and Siegfried. All were trumped by Beardsley, the high priest of British decadence, who, although predominantly straight in orientation, felt at home in lush gay circles. His impressions of Wagner's heroes are impeccably outre. A slender, waifish Tannhauser reaches longingly toward the Venusberg with bony hands. Wotan is an ancient wraith with a long white beard, awaiting his end. A picture of Siegfried tasting the dragon's blood borders on the lute, as Emma Sutton notes, in his elaborately folded and coyly revealing toga, with his knock-kneed stance, cocked hip, downcast eyes, and daintily arched fingers, he is posed on the edge of an eerie lake, suggesting Narcissus or a rent boy touting for business. Under the Hill, an illustrated Tannhauser narrative that Beardsley left unfinished at his death in 1898, crosses the line into high-end pornography, the homoerotic equivalent of Pierre Louis's Wagner sonnets. The knight's visit to the Venusberg becomes a riot of decadence, surreally mixing the medieval and the contemporary. In one scene, Tannhauser, renamed Fanfrelucky, is seen in bed reading the score of Rheingold, gripped by the feverish insistent ringing of the hammers at the forge. Beardsley also planned a comic version of Rheingold, casting the gods and dwarves as variously effete and grotesque figures. In another section, Tannhauser is attended by a group of serving boys, one of whom takes the motif of Wagnerian penetration literally rather than metaphorically. As the boy seemed anxious to take up the active attitude, Tannhauser graciously descended to the passive. With this unabashed obscenity, Beardsley is sending up the grave rituals of Wagnerism. Yet, like Louis, he had a sincere and deep appreciation of the composer. One friend recalled him listening to Tristan, transparent hands clutching the rail in front. These freakish Wagnerites are self-portraits as well as caricatures. A picture of Alberich with a twisted face and a hooked nose might be considered anti-Semitic, except that, as Victor Chan points out, it bears a marked resemblance to Frederick Evans's photograph of Beardsley himself. Aubrey Beardsley, Siegfried, Act 2. As gay male Wagnerites sized up Siegfried and Parsifal, their lesbian counterparts dwelled on Brunhilde and Isolde, and on the sopranos who portrayed them. Terry Castle, in The Apparitional Lesbian, writes about the unsung history of female diva worship in 19th and 20th century culture, which flourished in the sexually more permissive environment of the opera house. The opera was one of only a few public spaces in which a woman could openly admire another woman's body. Aside from the personal attractiveness of a singer like Nordica or Olive Fremstad, Wagner singers modeled an unruly temperament, an independent pride, a defiance of conventional gender roles. For women, too, Wagner performances gave shelter to impossible love. The expatriate American author Natalie Barney, a fixture of Paris Bohemia, came to Bayreuth in 1904, at a time when she was in love with Pauline Tarn, who wrote poetry under the name Renée Vivian. Their relationship flourished in the low light of the Festspielhaus. Barney wrote, captivated by the music, first our eyes then our hands met in the shadows, and each evening found us together. Wagner had a no less aphrodisiac effect on M. Carey Thomas, the founding dean and second president of Bryn Mawr College. In an 1891 letter to her longtime companion Mary Garrett, Thomas wrote a hymn of praise to Tristan, the most glorious of all Wagner's operas, flawless from first to last, the most triumphant rhapsody of love ever THT, rapturous, soaring, heavenly high, winging through the empyrean, without a touch of earth, all human emotion sublimated into godlike passion and longing panting and throbbing. I never in a public place came so near to losing my self-control and I never cared so much for an opera of Wagner's. Lesbian listeners, like gay male ones, teased out subtexts in the music dramas. Hans Fuchs was not the only one to suspect a lesbian attachment between Isolde and Brain Jane. Catherine Harris Bradley and her niece Edith Cooper, who published under the pen name Michael Field, addressed that pairing in their 1911 drama The Tragedy of Pardon. Brain Jane says, I cannot let you go. There is love of woman unto woman, in its fiber stronger than knits a mother to her child. There is no lack in it and no defect. A character in Gertrude Stein's early lesbian novella Qed receives a kiss that seemed to scale the very walls of chastity, and comes to the realization that like Parsifal a kiss could make me frantic with realization. As Stein's Parsifal metaphor suggests, Wagner played a double-sided role for gay and lesbian listeners alike. His apparent openness toward impossible love ran up against his agenda of sexual restraint. Indeed, a cathartic release of unorthodox feelings might permit a return to strictly traditional roles. That mechanism helps to explain why so fundamentally prudish and stunted a spirit as Adolf Hitler found as much excitement in Wagner as did the likes of Barney, Beardsley, and Wilde. The latter could have been thinking of Wagner when he wrote, all excess, as well as all renunciation, brings its own punishment. Deaths in Venice. Mann's postcard of the Grand Hotel de Bains, in Venice. For 19th and early 20th century travelers of the musical persuasion, Venice gave off a bright allure. Like other Italian destinations, it had the reputation of being a morally relaxed environment, one in which sexuality was fluid. The fact that Wagner died in Venice added to the city's legend among gay tourists. In 1924, the African-American philosopher Alain Locke took a trip to Venice with a young protege, Langston Hughes. Locke knew Venice like a book, Hughes later said. Their tour included the Palazzo Giustiniani, where Wagner worked on Tristan and took inspiration from a gondolier's song, and, of course, the Palazzo Vendramine. Locke attempted to seduce Hughes in the course of this Venetian Wagnerian adventure, but the younger man held back. On the way home, Hughes read Man's Death in Venice. For some gay men and women, this itinerary of Tristan, gondoliers, beaches, sensuality, and freedom threatened a dangerous loss of control. To indulge one's passions might lead to dissolution, degradation, and extinction. This theme receives its classic exposition in Death in Venice, but it also runs through stories and novels by Vernon Lee and Henry James, both of whom likely saw Wagner as a hazard to the guarded way of life that came to be known as the closet. Bayreuth itself was heavily invested in maintaining that protected space. Siegfried Wagner feared being outed by the impudent press of the late Wilhelmine era. Vernon Lee was the pen name of the French-born British writer Violet Paget, who presided over lesbian circles in London and Florence. Her 1911 essay The Religious and Moral Status of Wagner presents the composer as a kind of Venus flytrap for vulnerable souls. Attentive or inattentive, able to follow or not able to follow, your mind is imprisoned in that Wagner performance as in the dark auditorium, and allowed to divagate from the music only to the stage, not the literal stage of indifferently painted lath and pasteboard, with its stout, bewigged heroes and heroines brandishing spears and drinking horns, but the inviolable stage of your own emotions, secretly haunted by the vague ghosts of your own past and your own might have been, by the vaguer Fata Morgana figures of your own scarce conscious hopes and desires. Tristan, in particular, triggers unspoken and unspeakable emotion, inner pantings and faintings, languors and orgasms within the human being. Wagner fuels a desire that ordinary life is bound to frustrate. Lee's story A Wicked Voice, published in her 1890 collection Hauntings, features a conflicted composer named Magnus, who hopes to assume Wagner's mantle with a mythological opera called Ogier the Dane. On a trip to Venice, Magnus sinks into the city's moral malaria, its miasma of long-dead melodies, and is stalked by the ghost of Zaffarino, an androgynous male castrato singer who can kill people with the beauty of his voice. One of Zaffarino's victims is the Procuratessa Vendramine, a nod to the old Venetian family in whose palazzo Wagner died. Dreaming of his unwritten opera, deep in the twilight of the heroic world, Magnus ends up wasted by a strange and deadly disease. The musicologist Carlo Caballero conjectures that Magnus is a stand-in for Wagner himself, receiving his comeuppance. Lee persecutes Wagner with what he would repress the ornate vocal style of bel canto opera. Henry James brushed against the Meistersgalening Menage in 1880, thanks to his intimate friendship with Paul von Jakowski, the designer of Parsifal. On a visit to Naples, where the Wagners were stationed, James paid Jakowski a visit, but, as he wrote to a friend, I did not avail myself of the opportunity offered me to go and see the musician of the future, as I speak no intelligible German and he speaks nothing else. They could have spoken French. In another letter, James commented that Jakowski was the same impracticable and indeed ridiculous mixture of nihilism and bric-a-brac as before, and that the Wagner circle displayed fantastic immoralities and aesthetics. It would appear that James was unsettled by the composer's friendliness toward openly gay men. It may also be that the man who would become known as the master did not wish to bow down before the Meister. Still, James retained a veiled curiosity about Wagnerian doings. When his friend Isabella Stewart Gardner went to Bayreuth in 1892, he asked about her experiences there. Did Bayreuth come off? The Boston patron was a kind of godmother to a circle of gay men, including the architect Ralph Adams Cram, who wrote that visitors find here in Bayreuth something they have wanted all their lives. More than once, James sends his characters to a Wagner performance, imbuing the music with a mildly sinister spell. In the 1886 novel The Bostonians, which has unmistakable lesbian overtones, the women's rights activist Olive Chancellor and the charismatic young orator Verena Tarrant together spend an evening at Lohengrin, the older woman worrying that the glamour of the scene will distract the younger. In the 1909 story The Velvet Glove, a renowned tenor sings Wagner before an elite audience, causing the male protagonist to feel that his consciousness is being held down as by a hand mailed in silver. Wagner, Death, and Venice glance against one another in James's 1902 novel The Wings of the Dove, where the presiding image is of a dove spreading its wings, like the one that hovers in Lohengrin and Parsifal. The American heiress Millie Thiel, suffering from a fatal disease, goes to Italy with a companion to improve her health. The bliss of their voyage is likened to Wagner's orchestration. The great sustained sea light had drunk up the rest of the picture, so that for many days other questions and other possibilities sounded with as little effect as a trio of penny whistles might sound in a Wagner overture. In Venice, Millie settles into a palace modeled on the Palazzo Barbaro, which Vernon Lee used as a setting in A Wicked Voice. But the magical city changes shape and becomes a Venice all of evil, a Venice of cold lashing rain. Millie has walked into a trap laid by the impecunious Kate Croy, whose father has been besmirched by an unspecified scandal of an odious and vile nature. Kate plans for her fiancé, Merton Densher, to marry the ailing Millie and thereby gain her wealth. Although Millie learns of the scheme, she still leaves money to Merton when she dies. A scene of renunciation and redemption follows. Merton, in love with Millie's purity, walks away from the bequest. Thus do Millie's wings spread themselves for protection, saving him from a compromised life. James deploys another Wagner metaphor in the preface to the novel. He calls Millie a Rhine maiden, implying that her wealth is like Wagner's fatal gold. Merton, in refusing the money, has effectively thrown it back into the Rhine. When Thomas Mann married Katja Pringsheim, his Wagnermanie temporarily waned. Hans Rudolf Viget suggests that in distancing himself from the Wagner cult, Mann was also extricating himself from the homosexual atmosphere surrounding that cult. Mann could hardly have avoided the discussion around Bayreuth and same-sex love. One of his poems appeared in the same 1895 issue of Die Gesellschaft that contained Panitzaw's infamous essay. In 1909, Mann paid his only visit to Bayreuth, in the company of his Jewish brother-in-law Klaus Pringsheim. While he was shaken anew by the music's power of expression, he had the sense that Wagner might have passed into history, in terms of ambience, tendency, taste. 2 years later, in the spring of 1911, the Viennese magazine Der Merkur, named after Beckmesser's official title in Meistersinger, invited Mann to contribute to a special Wagner issue. He took up the commission while staying at the Grand Hotel de Bains, on the Lido of Venice. The resulting short essay was titled Auseinandersetzung mit Wagner, the first word variously meaning analysis, discussion, and dispute. The article must have taken the editors by surprise, for they published it with a disclaimer indicating how little they agreed with it. Mann begins with praise for Wagner's narrative flair, but adds that the composer has always seemed to him suspect, irresistible, if also deeply questionable in terms of the nobility, purity, and wholesomeness of his methods. With his Baroque colossal manner, the Meister belongs more to the 19th century than to the 20th. A new classicism is forming, couched in a style logical, well-formed, and clear. Still, the old affair with Wagner goes on. As Mann worked on the essay, he found himself distracted. A 10-year-old Polish child named Władysław Mozadzio, as his friends called him, played every day on the beach and dined with his family at the hotel. Katja Mann later remembered how her husband kept staring at this very charming, exceptionally beautiful boy. Although there is no evidence that Mann ever acted on such pedophilic desires, he felt them and recorded them. Some thoroughly disturbing passages in his diaries reveal that he was aroused by the sight of his adolescent son Klaus. "Obviously someone like me should not bring children into the world," he wrote. After the Lido, Mann studied the destructive impulse within himself, much as if it were happening to one of those friends whom he surveyed through opera glasses. He imagined what might happen if a writer of his reputation were to surrender to base urges. The homoeroticism that he associated with his love of Wagner passes to an alternative version of himself, older, stuffier, more solitary, trapped in intellect and fame. Thus was born Gustav von Aschenbach, the central figure of Death in Venice, which appeared in 1912. As Mann later said, nothing is invented in the story, at least in the scenic setting. A gloomy Adriatic crossing, uncomfortable encounters with an aging fop and a menacing gondolier, a mix-up about luggage, rumors of a cholera epidemic, a boy whose name is misheard as Tadzio, all this comes from Mann's experience. Further, Aschenbach's fictional career is outfitted with various of man's abandoned projects. Death in Venice diverges from reality in the later chapters, as Aschenbach begins pursuing the Polish boy, at a distance. The threat of cholera turns out to be real, and Aschenbach, desperate to keep Tadzio in sight, fails to warn the boy's family. He dies on the beach, gazing at his beloved. Wagner is never named, but his shadow falls on an extraordinary paragraph at the heart of the story, one that reconstructs man's beachside writing scene of 1911. Sitting under the hot sun, watching Tadzio play on the beach, Aschenbach is seized with the urge to create. The writer's joy is to let thought become holy feeling, feeling holy thought. At that moment, the solitary man had possession and command of such pulsing thought, such precise feeling, namely, that nature trembles with bliss when the spirit bows in homage to beauty. Suddenly, he wanted to write. It is said that Eros loves idleness and is made for that purpose only. But at this point in the crisis, the arousal of the afflicted pointed toward production. The occasion was almost irrelevant. A suggestion, an invitation, to proffer one's views on a certain great and burning issue of culture and taste had been issued in the intellectual sphere and had reached the vacationer. The topic was familiar to him and was within his experience, the desire to shine the light of his language upon it was at once irresistible. What he craved, though, was to work in Tadzio's presence, to take the boy's physique as the model for his writing, to let his style follow the contours of this body which seemed to him divine, to carry its beauty into the realm of the intellect, as the eagle once carried the Trojan shepherd into the ether. Never had the pleasure of words felt sweeter, never had he so known Eros to dwell in words, as in those dangerous and delicious hours when, working on his rough table under the awning, with his idol in sight and the music of his voice in his ears, he crafted his little essay after Tadzio's beauty, that page and a half of exquisite prose whose purity, nobility, and surging expressive tension would soon excite the admiration of many. It is surely for the best that the world knows only the beautiful work and not its origins, not the conditions of its creation, for knowledge of the sources from which the artist's inspiration flowed would perplex and repel the public, and thus supersede the effects of his excellence. It is a staggering performance, at once narcissistic and self-deprecating, confessional and evasive. The page and a half of exquisite prose is, of course, man's short piece on Wagner. The coyness with which the subject matter is skirted invites the inquisitive reader to put two and two together. That he had signed his Merkur piece with the words Lido Venedig, May 1911 gives the game away. The final sentence mocks itself to death as it exposes, even as it claims to conceal, the secret sources not only of Aschenbach's work but also of man's own. Like Poe's purloined letter, the author's sexual secret sits in full view. Tristan is always in the background. Man knew of the opera's Venetian associations, which are described at length in My Life, the memoir that Wagner wrote for Ludwig's benefit. That book received its first official publication in 1911, and man might have noticed Wagner's account of his entry into Venice. The weather had suddenly become somewhat threatening, and the sight of the gondolas themselves genuinely terrified me, for, as much as I had heard of these peculiar black vessels draped in black, the sight of one of them in nature surprised me in a very unpleasant way. When I had to enter under the awning hung with black cloth, at first I could think of nothing but the cholera scare overcome earlier. I had the decided feeling I was taking part in a funeral procession during a time of plague. Man also seamlessly incorporates the Venetian bliss of the early 19th century poet August von Platen, who came as close as any writer of the pre-Hirschfeld era to identifying himself as gay. For Platen, as for many others, Italy provided an escape from punitive social norms. The poet wrote in his diary, "Venice pulls me in, yes, it has made me forget all of my earlier life and activity so that I find myself in a present without a past." The sonnets from Venice, 1825, allude to a nameless friend with whom Platen seems to be having a brief but passionate affair. Venice now exists only in the land of dreams, he writes, pondering the transitoriness of beauty. In the grip of that melancholy understanding, the poet began to plan a drama on the subject of Tristan and Isolde. One fragment of that unrealized project would find fame under the title Tristan. He who has beheld beauty with his eyes is already given over to death. He will be fit for no duty on the earth. Rather he will tremble before death. He who has beheld beauty with his eyes. Aschenbach is seen reciting an unnamed poet's paeans to Venice as he nears the city. As with the hidden Wagner reference, the initiate knows who is meant. Platon and Wagner were both Hellenists, intent on reawakening the spirit of ancient Greece. Death in Venice records the chaos that might ensue if Greek values and customs were revived in literal fashion. Aschenbach initially treats Tadzio as an epitome of lofty Apollonian perfection, but then the Dionysian energies hailed by Nietzsche surge to the fore. In his own work, the fictional author strives toward purity and severity of form, something like the new classicism that Mann promoted in his Wagner essay. Yet the attempt to move past Wagnerian romanticism falls short. The language of the story remains hopelessly wedded to Tristan-esque word clusters such as most secret lust of longing, heimlich Saint Wohluster Sehnsucht. Motifs out of Wagner are woven through the novella. In the first paragraphs, a restless Aschenbach, in the course of a Munich constitutional, encounters a mysterious figure who wears a broad-brimmed hat and carries a walking stick. This apparition, with his imperious, surveying air, resembles the wanderer in Siegfried, Wotan in disguise. That he might also be an older gay man cruising for sex exemplifies Mann's habit of framing intellectual fantasy in cool naturalism. An even more esoteric reference appears at the very end. Raymond Furness, in his wide-ranging survey Wagner and Literature, notes that when a photographer's camera is seen standing on a mostly deserted beach, Mann specifies that the black cloth draped over it fluttered and flapped in a chilling wind, an apparent reference to the black flag that is said to fly on Isolde's ship in the original Tristan legend. Wagner omitted the black flag from his opera, but he mentioned it in an often quoted letter to Liszt, announcing his plan for Tristan: "Since I have never in my life enjoyed the actual happiness of love, I intend to erect a further monument to this most beautiful of dreams. With the black flag that waves at the end, I shall then cover myself up, in order to die." At the end, Aschenbach looks out at Tadzio, who turns back and returns his gaze. To him it was as if the pale and lovely psychagogue out there were smiling at him, beckoning to him, as if, lifting his hand from his hip, he were pointing outward, hovering ahead, in a vastness full of promise. And, as so often before, he arose to follow him. The language is close to that of Tristan, where Tristan now parts, / will you, Isolde, follow him. Tristan's destination is the Wunderreich der Nacht, the wonder realm of night, which Mann associated with gay desire. Isolde indeed follows her beloved, undergoing transfiguration. Of course, Mann the ironist, the dispassionate chronicler of his own confusion, cannot leave it at that. Minutes passed before anyone rushed to the aid of the man who had slumped to one side in his chair. They brought him to his room. And later that same day a shocked, respectful world received the news of his death. Death in Venice was a great success. Far from causing scandal, its gay content became a selling point in the sexually jaded Kaiserreich. Pederasty is made acceptable for the cultured middle classes, sneered the critic Alfred Kerr. Mann assured readers that the same-sex theme was merely a dramatic device. "I chose homosexual love for my hero only to make the plunge from the summit to the depths seem as fateful as possible." Interestingly, though, the story failed to please the nascent gay vanguard. Kurt Hiller, in an essay on the homoerotic novel in Hirschfeld's yearbook, wrote that Death in Venice displayed a moral narrowness that he would not have expected from the author of Buddenbrooks. Healthy gay desire is equated with a peculiar love for a boy, which arises as a symptom of decline, almost like cholera. This is a notable development. Mann's crypto-Wagnerian novella, at once blatant and elusive, vexes gay critics, who speak aloud what everyone knows but refuses to articulate. They demand, at long last, knowledge of the sources from which the artist's inspiration flowed. Psychoanalytic Wagner. In Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche set down an aphorism that man took to heart: the degree and kind of a man's sexuality reach up to the ultimate summit of his spirit. Death in Venice is a lesson in that dynamic, exposing the damp roots of Aschenbach's aesthetic. Nietzsche also outlined the process of sublimation, whereby sexual drives not only contribute to the artist's work but are themselves refined into creative impulses. In matters of psychology, as in most other areas, Nietzsche owed much to Wagner, who showed how the fundamental reality of sex underpins worldly power and the most ideal longings. Sexual love is at the core of all other forms of love, Wagner said in 1854. That is why the palpable arousal of Kundry's kiss allows Parsifal to grasp the loftier mentality of compassion. Sabina Spielrein. From Nietzsche's psychology of sexuality, it is only a few steps to Sigmund Freud's. Mann, as a loyal Wagnerite, emphasized the degree to which the composer of The Ring and Parsifal had anticipated psychoanalytic theory. In his 1933 essay Sorrows and Grandeur of Richard Wagner, Mann describes a very peculiar intuitive affinity between Wagner and Freud. That insight has been elaborated many times over the past century. Brian McGee likens Wagner's operas to animated textbooks of psychoanalysis. Thomas Gray and Adrian Daub write that Wagnerian music drama was Freudian before there was a Freud. Patrick Suskind, in his 1981 play The Double Bass, has his Wagner-hating protagonists say that if psychoanalysis had existed earlier in the 19th century, we'd have been spared Wagner. Although Freud preferred Mozart to all other composers, he paid heed to the Wagner operas, as a young intellectual in late 19th century Vienna was almost required to do. An 1897 performance of Meistersinger gave him particular pleasure. He told his colleague Wilhelm Fliess that real ideas are set to music, as in no other opera, and that tones of feeling linger in him afterward. Freud was most struck by Hans Sachs's musings on the significance of dreams. When Walther von Stalzing recounts a beautiful morning dream, Sachs tells his protégé to turn it into song, for all art of verse and poetry is but the interpretation of true dreams. Wartraum. On hearing Walther's creation, Sachs labels it the blessed morning dream interpretation melody. That moment moved me sympathetically, Freud said. 2 years later, he published The Interpretation of Dreams, Die Traumdeutung. Freud knew Wagner's operas well enough to quote lines from memory, or slightly misquote them. In The Interpretation of Dreams, he approximates a line from the Rome narration in Tannhauser, in which the hero is damned by the Pope for harboring evil desire. A letter congratulating Jung on the birth of his son includes a mildly garbled citation of Tristan, "My father begot me and died." Gray and Daub go so far as to suggest that the near absence of Wagner from Freud's published writings is a kind of repression. The composer's antisemitism was perhaps a contributing factor, but the basic motivation may have been Freud's competitive urge to claim his own intellectual territory. In that sense, his implicit rejection of Wagner is akin to Nietzsche's Agon, his Oedipal rebellion. Much of Freud's 1912 essay on the universal tendency to debasement in the sphere of love reads like a gloss on Tannhauser. It considers the classic split between sacred and profane loves, as evidenced in bourgeois men who experience impotence in relations with their wives and can become aroused only by debased sexual objects, namely prostitutes. Where they love, they do not desire, and where they desire they cannot love, Freud writes. He lays blame on the frustration of sexual instincts in youth. Wagner, too, worried over the bottling up of sexuality, yet his Venusberg demonstrates the deleterious consequences of unrestrained desire. Freud, likewise, opposes the instant gratification of instincts. The irreconcilability of animal desire and civilized norms is not necessarily a misfortune, since the sublimation of unsatisfied instincts can yield great cultural productions. Freud's finding that renunciation and sorrow are social necessities gives his argument a curiously romantic, Wagnerian flavor. Death in Venice, published the same year as Freud's essay, corroborates its findings. Many of Freud's colleagues and students had no hesitation about addressing Wagner at length. Otto Rank, Freud's right-hand man in the founding of the psychoanalytic movement, specialized in applying the new methodology to artists and artworks. His doctoral thesis, published in 1911, psychoanalyzed the Lohengrin legend, with Wagner's opera as the principal reference point. Rank proposes that the question ban, the prohibition against asking after Lohengrin's origins, is necessary because Elsa is a mother figure for the hero, in need of being rescued from a rival father. Unsurprisingly, Rank also quotes from the eyebrow-raising passage in Siegfried in which the young hero removes the armor of the sleeping Brunhilde. "This is no man. Burning enchantment seizes my heart. Mother! Mother! Remember me." Modern audiences seldom fail to laugh at this moment. Chronology notwithstanding, it seems a comically literal attempt at putting the Oedipus complex on stage. It also has a homoerotic subtext. Before Siegfried discovers that Brunhilde is a woman, he marvels at the beauty of this sun-dappled night, we shone. Rank's subsequent study of the incest motif in myth and literature contains a substantial section on Wagner, locating an Oedipus complex in the composer's childhood. The music and literary critic Max Graf, a follower of Freud's, covers similar terrain in a monograph centered on the Flying Dutchman, in which he traces motherly longings and fatherly jealousies through Wagner's dramas and life. Intriguingly, Graf mentions in his foreword some long discussions he had had with Freud on the subject. Carl Jung, in his 1912 work Psychology of the Unconscious, later revised as Symbols of Transformation, makes much of the incestuous couples of The Ring, the siblings Siegmund and Sieglinde, the nephew and pair Siegfried and Brunhilde, but he interprets them not in terms of individual sexuality, as Rank and Graf do, but as archetypes of the collective unconscious. Siegfried is depicted as a sun god, a reincarnation of the Egyptian god Horus, whereas Brunhilde exemplifies the anima, the feminine component of the deity, who is generally representative of the self. Brunhilde breaks off from her father, Wotan, and confronts him with manifestations of the feminine drive of which he is not yet conscious. Siegfried's battle with the dragon is his contestation with the terrible mother who must be overcome. Brunhilde becomes Siegfried's anima as she was Wotan's mother, sister, and wife in one, writes Jean-Jacques Nadias, in an explication of the Jungian Wagner. Tristan und Isolde, the most sexually charged of Wagner operas, is oddly neglected in these studies. Sabina Spielrein, the lone woman among the pioneers of psychoanalysis, redressed the balance in a brilliant study of Wagnerian sexuality. In 1904, when Spielrein was 18, she received treatment at Jung's Zurich sanatorium, having supposedly undergone a hysterical episode while staying with her family in the city. She recovered, began studying psychology, and fell in love with Jung, who returned the affection, with predictably messy results. After seeing The Ring, Spielrein, who was Jewish, couched the relationship in Wagnerian metaphor. In a draft letter to Freud, who played a mediating role in the affair, she reports saying to Jung, "What distinguishes Wagner from previous composers is that his music is profoundly psychological. The moment a certain emotive note occurs, its matching melody appears. The composer planted the demon in my soul with such terrifying clarity," she says. By demon, she apparently means the intensity of her passion. She and Jung fantasized about a love child named Siegfried, who visited Spielrein's dreams in various guises, including that of an Aryan Semitic minstrel, Ailes. In the wake of the affair with Jung, which ended in 1909, Spielrein produced a paper titled Destruction as the Ground for Becoming, in which she studied the age-old nexus of love and death, eros and then eidos. This was written before Freud theorized the death drive. As Freud admitted in a footnote in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Spielrein influenced his thinking. Unlike Freud, she does not oppose an ego-based death instinct with a sexual instinct toward life. Instead, she sees sex as necessarily destructive in itself, insofar as the lover is losing himself, or more often herself, in the beloved. Her Jungian habit of examining universal drives leads her to conclude that the animal instinct toward self-preservation goes hand in hand with death, one generation must give way to the next. In sadism, this sexual urge to destruction becomes literal. More often, though, the union of lovers involves a figurative, spiritual destruction. Scanning literature and myth for examples, Spelrein draws liberally on Wagner. The Dutchman, cursed with eternal life, finds redemption in Senta's self-annihilating love. Brunhilde, preparing to ride into the flames to join Siegfried, sings her great aria of obliteration and rebirth. And, of course, there is Tristan and Isolde's duet of androgynous coalescence, you Tristan, I Isolde, no more Tristan. You Isolde, I Tristan, no more Isolde. Spelrein writes, with Wagner, death is often nothing other than the destroying components of the instinct of becoming. She ends with the image of the ring falling into the Rhine, the life power that brought about the downfall Untergang. With this ultimately buoyant vision of life and death intertwined, Spelrein thwarts the Liebestod cult that is both solemnized and satirized in Death in Venice. At the same time, she grants a new kind of agency to Wagner's women, who no longer sacrifice themselves solely for the sake of redeeming the male. Male and female identities dissolve into a unified subjectivity, I into we. Spelrein's fantasy of an Aryan Jewish Siegfried child gives a glimpse of an even more radical merger, an androgyny of race, in which ethnicities undergo a mutual dissolution and assimilation. Later in life, Spelrein returned to Rostov-on-Don, her birthplace, where she studied the psychology of child development. In the summer of 1942, at the height of the Second World War, German forces seized the city. Spelrein, who had assured friends that Germans could not have committed the atrocities attributed to them, failed to flee. During a systematic slaughter of thousands of Jews, communists, prisoners of war, disabled people, and psychiatric patients, an SS Sonderkommando killed Spelrein and her 2 daughters. Tragically, her veneration of German culture blinded her to the death drive of the Nazi regime. 8. Brunhilde's Rock. Willa Cather and the Singer novel. Olive Fremstad as Isolde. Fricka. Thea Kronborg, the magisterial young American singer at the heart of Willa Cather's 1915 novel The Song of the Lark, is discussing the role of Wotan's wife, in The Ring. Modeled on the turn-of-the-century soprano Olive Fremstad, Kronborg is bound for a starry career as a Wagner soprano, and although she has yet to essay Brunhilde or Isolde, she is winning acclaim as Venus and Elizabeth in Tannhauser, as Sieglinde in Walküre, and as Fricka in Rheingold. The last role is seemingly the least interesting of the lot. Fricka is not an alluring part, says Kronborg's friend Fred Ottenberg, who is in love with both Wagner and her. Kronborg disagrees. You've never heard it well done, she tells Ottenberg. Fat German woman scolding her husband, eh? That's not my idea. Wait till you hear my Fricka. It's a beautiful part. She describes how her mother, in the western town of Moonstone, Colorado, used to wear her hair parted in the middle and done low on her neck behind, so you got the shape of her head and such a calm, white forehead. This is the look Kronborg adopts for Fricka, a picture of maternal forbearance. It's noble music, Fred, from the first measure. There's nothing lovelier than the one Eiger Hausrath blissful household, a line from Rheingold. It's all such comprehensive sort of music, fateful. Of course, Fricka knows. Cather has gone down in literary history as the bard of the American prairie. Her most popular novels, O Pioneers, My Antonia, Death Comes for the Archbishop, are set in the Great Plains and in the southwestern desert, away from large urban centers. Yet Cather was also an acute observer of city culture, and few novelists have so alertly chronicled the world of opera. The backstage and audience chatter in The Song of the Lark rings true. Ottenberg's dismissal of Fricka can be heard at performances today, and singers who undertake the role of Fricka still endure it. The mezzo-soprano Stephanie Blythe says, "Whenever somebody asks me what I'm doing next, and I say that I'm doing Fricka, the first thing out of their mouth, 90% of the time, is God, what a harpy. What a horrible woman. I have never had to defend a character as much as I've had to defend Fricka. And I am very keen to defend her, because I think she is an extraordinary character. Like all of Wagner's people, she is so beautifully delineated. What does Fricka know? Kronborg does not say. She soon passes on to more mundane topics. We can surmise, though, that Wotan's wife has foreseen the fate of Valhalla, even if she may not be quite ready to articulate it. When Wotan shows her the splendid new palace of the gods, she urges him, literally and figuratively, to wake up, to see the cost of what he has made. Freya, who ensures the gods' youth, has been promised to the giants as payment. Give it no thought, Wotan says, shrugging. When Fricka persists, Wotan reminds her that she herself begged him to build it. She confesses that she wanted the new home mainly as a way of preventing him from wandering off. A glorious dwelling, a blissful household were meant to entice you to tarry and rest. Now the project has become a symbol of Wotan's cold ambition. What is still sacred and good to your hearts when you men lust for power? That searching insight slips away. When Loge enters with news of the ring, Fricka believes that she can use the trinket to keep her husband in line. In Walkure, though, she regains her far-seeingness, as she dismantles Wotan's scheme to save the gods. Her most telling point is purely one of logic. Siegmund, the putatively free hero who would win the ring, is only an instrument of Wotan's will, and must fail. Emotional, moral, even political arguments are also brought to bear. You have broken your marital vows, Fricka says. The incestuous siblings are the fruit of your depravity. In a passage of the libretto that Wagner chose not to set, she delivers a scathing critique of male hegemony. If mindless destruction is smashing its way through the world, wild and defiant, who but you, violent Wotan, can bear the blame for the calamity? You never shield the weak, you stand only by the strong. Fricka enjoys a moment of wistful triumph once her indictment of Wotan is complete. Over a stately triplet rhythm, she sings, "We gods would go to our ruin were my rights not avenged, nobly and gloriously." The formerly titanic motif of Wotan's spear sounds in quiet resignation. There follows a singular 10-bar passage for orchestra alone. It is in E-flat major, the key in which the ring commenced, the primeval harmony of the Rhine, and it consists of a single upward arching, gently aching phrase, which ascends 2 octaves before running into a pang of dissonance and subsiding. Largely unrelated to Wagner's leitmotif system, it appears just this once. What it represents is anyone's guess, but it might be an implicit communication of knowledge to Brunhilde, who is watching in bewilderment. It is, perhaps, a vision of justice, bound up with a melancholy awareness of what justice will entail. Brunhilde's immediate impulse is to defy the god's command. After trying and failing to save Siegmund, she intervenes successfully on behalf of Sieglinde, who is pregnant with Siegfried. Her disobedience brings down Wotan's wrath, and she loses the godly part of her nature. Through the tribulations of Götterdämmerung, she learns of what must come to pass, the end of the gods. The key to Kronborg's enigmatic remark Fricka knows is perhaps to be found in Brunhilde's final monologue, all things I know. In the annals of literary Wagnerism, Willa Cather occupies a category of her own. Among major authors, only Thomas Mann knew his Wagner better, and he lacked Cather's acumen on the subject of singers. Like Mann, Cather uses the composer both diegetically and non-diegetically, to take terms from the analysis of sound in film. In some cases, we are hearing Wagner on camera, as part of the milieu of the story. In others, he is felt behind the scenes, providing narrative threads and verbal motifs. Cather's Wagnerism, like Mann's, intersects with questions of gender and sexuality. The author's passions were directed almost entirely toward women, and for decades she shared a home with the editor and advertising copywriter Edith Lewis, in a Boston marriage of the kind depicted in Henry James's The Bostonians. Averse to conventional femininity from an early age, she dressed in men's clothes as a teenager and signed her name William Cather. but she was no feminist in the modern sense. Even as she exalted exceptional women, she often lacked sympathy for ordinary ones, and scorned feminists themselves. Nonetheless, figures like Kronborg, Alexandra in O Pioneers, and the title character of My Antonia show a striking independence of spirit, defining themselves not by their love lives but by their work. Cather's heroines, like Wagner's, radiate power within a male social order. Man, in his youth, tended toward the political right. So did Cather throughout her life. Her writing is not free of stereotypical portraits of Jews, African Americans, and Native Americans. There is racist talk of the world's masters and of beauty-making Latin races, rotten at heart. At the turn of the century, the lion of the left was William Jennings Bryan, who wished to overthrow the industrial titans and return government to the people. Bryan was a Nebraskan like Cather, but she preferred William McKinley, the well-padded protector of the moneyed classes. In 1897, Cather applied a lofty adjective to a parade given in President McKinley's honor. It was so gigantic, this elephantine glee of the multitude, this transcendent passion of patriotism before which everything else is dwarfed and pale. It was like a mighty Wagnerian chorus. To call Cather a reactionary, though, is to miss the oblique radicalism of her work, which subverts the iconography of the American West even as it rhapsodizes its plains, canyons, and deserts. She resisted the triumphalism of the American Gilded Age, the racially inflamed rhetoric of manifest destiny, and instead looked to the land as a refuge from a grasping, devouring present. David Porter notes how often Cather fastened her gaze on towering masses of rock, the mesas occupied by Native American peoples, the Blue Mesa in the professor's house, Acoma in Death Comes for the Archbishop, the promontory of Quebec City, Shadows on the Rock, the enchanted bluff that a group of Nebraska boys longed to ascend. No wonder she felt such fondness for Brunhilde, the Valkyrie who sleeps on a high rock within a ring of fire. In Cather's fiction, such isolation is not necessarily tragic, it is the essential condition of the romantic spirit, incarnated in the ungovernable figure of the author herself. Cather on the Plains. The Willa Cather Memorial Prairie. Red Cloud, Nebraska, where Cather spent much of her youth, is a rural town that retains much of its turn-of-the-century character, mainly because the writer's fame has encouraged the preservation of older homes and commercial buildings. You can tour the 1.5-story frame house where the Cather family lived, you can visit the second-story opera house where she fell in love with the theater, you can drive out to the rural cemetery where her paternal grandparents are buried. A few miles to the south is a patch of land known as the Willa Cather Memorial Prairie, which has been restored to something like its original state. It has the feeling of a place untouched by modern life, an immemorial zone of grass, trees, water, and wind. Such places lingered in Cather's mind, and they took on Wagnerian hues. In My Antonia, she wrote of the sun-soaked atmosphere of late afternoon, that hour always had the exultation of victory, of triumphant ending, like a hero's death, heroes who died young and gloriously. Cather was born in 1873, in Back Creek Valley, near Winchester, Virginia. 3 of her uncles had fought for the Confederacy in the Civil War, and several of the family's African American servants had been enslaved in her great-grandparents' household. Cather brought their histories to life in her final novel, Sapphira and the Slave Girl. Charles Cather, the author's father, managed a sheep farm. When the barn burned, in 1883, the family moved to Nebraska, following other members of the Cather clan. They settled in Red Cloud, on the high plains near the Kansas border. Cather remained there until she graduated from high school, in 1890. She then moved to Lincoln, Nebraska, where she enrolled in the state university. After the lush gentility of Virginia, Nebraska was a blow to the senses. Cather recalled, "I felt a good deal as if we had come to the end of everything. It was a kind of erasure of personality." Yet she soon made peace with her strange new life. Erasure permitted self-reinvention. And Red Cloud was by no means a cultural wasteland. As she rode her pony from farm to farm, she found tenacious clusters of immigrants, Swedes, Danes, Norwegians, Czechs, and Germans. She gained access to European literature through Charles and Fanny Wiener, the one originally from Bohemia and the other from France. Their library had books in French and German, and Mrs. Wiener would read to Willa from them. In the late period story Old Mrs. Harris, the Wieners become the Rosens, German Jews whose copy of Faust excites a Catharesque young neighbor. The immigrants brought their music with them. For a year or two, Cather took piano lessons from an eccentric German named Schindelmeisser, who inspired the character of Professor Wunsch, in the Song of the Lark, a dissolute but impassioned musician who discovers Thea Kronborg's talent. Cather had little patience for practicing and would instead quiz her teacher about the old world. Questions. Questions. Always questions. Schindelmeisser reportedly exclaimed. Cather's scholarship has little else to say about him, but the name is one that appears often in the Wagner literature. Louis Schindelmeisser, 1811–1864, was a composer, clarinetist, and conductor who met Wagner as a student in Leipzig and promoted his cause in the 1850s, conducting Tannhauser, Lohengrin, and Rienzi in Wiesbaden and Darmstadt. An examination of newspaper archives, census records, telephone directories, and shipping manifests reveals that Schindelmeisser's son Albert was the one who taught Cather, in the course of a meandering, downward spiraling American career. He was born Albert Gustav Balthasar Schindelmeisser, in 1842, in Pest, where his father was then based. He came to America in 1862, just before his father presented Rienzi, with Wagner in attendance. By 1867 he had obtained a post teaching music and modern languages at Lawrence University, in Wisconsin. In an article for the Lawrence Collegian, Schindelmeisser wrote, "Of all arts music is the most pure and elevated, the most ennobling in its influences." By 1870, however, he had left Lawrence, establishing a pattern of being unwilling or unable to stay in one place for any length of time. He worked in Kansas and Iowa, variously as a musician, teacher, music store proprietor, and piano tuner. He directed music at the Funk Opera House in Lincoln, Nebraska, and, in 1884 and 1885, he came to Red Cloud. An item about an event at the Baptist Church, to which the Cathers belonged, said, "Mr. Schindelmeisser, at the piano, showed himself master of the situation and called forth loud applause." By 1886, he was back in Kansas. After that, the trail grows thin. Notices of unclaimed letters suggest that he passed through Kansas City and Macon, Missouri. He is glimpsed in Nashville as late as 1898, Schindelmeisser A, piano tuner. The name does not appear in the 1900 census. Cather's sketch of Wunsch in the Song of the Lark helps to explain why Schindelmeisser drifted into oblivion. The professor is an unkempt man who came from God knew where, lacking social graces and often the worse for drink. His flushed face and bloodshot eyes make mothers nervous about placing their children in his care. But something about the motion of his hands seems alive, impatient, even sympathetic. Wunsch's roughness eases when he speaks of the old world. He remembers hearing Clara Schumann play and a great Spanish-born contralto sing, almost certainly Pauline Viardot. He does not name Wagner. As a teacher, he is alert to Thea's power of application, her rugged will, and instills in her ideas of spirit, fantasy, expression. When his alcoholic binges force him to leave town, he gives his pupil a precious score of Gluck's Orfeo et Eurydice. Later, a card arrives from Kansas, signed A. Wunsch. That is the last anyone hears of him. The Kansas postmark matches Schindelmeisser's itinerary. Although the Red Cloud Opera House was far too small for Wagner operettas on the order of the Bohemian Girl and the Mikado were its usual fare, Cather could have read about the composer in her neighbors' libraries. In the Song of the Lark, Kronborg is seen perusing Reverend H. R. Hawes's 1884 book My Musical Memories, which heaps praise on Wagner. Later in the novel, Kronborg remembers having learned of the ring from that source. Cather may have done the same. It is noteworthy that Haughey, a liberal-minded Anglican cleric who wrote copiously on music, compares the music dramas to the kind of wilderness scene that Cather loved. A vista of mountains and valleys is suddenly opened up, and pressing forward you leave far below the murmurs of one world, and raise your enraptured eyes to the black eagle, as he wheels aloft in the golden air beyond the stainless and eternal snows. The critic Philip Kennicott observes that Cather often responds less to Wagner's narratives or his psychological states than to the place where his dramas transpire, to his musical evocation of semi-mythic landscapes. That veneration of the land is evident in the early poem White Birch in Wyoming, where a solitary tree becomes Brunhilde, girdled by the burning sand. Cather's early encounters with Wagner made a strong enough impression that she dramatized them in her later fiction. She even wrote about a performance she failed to attend. In the spring of 1895, at the end of her college years, she traveled to Chicago to see the touring company of the Met, which was in residence at the Auditorium, Sullivan and Adler's Bayreuthian Palace. Cather got a good helping of Verdi but fell sick with pneumonia before her scheduled Lohengrin. Memories of that expedition inform Cather's 1935 novel Lucy Gayheart. The heroine, a naive, ill-fated young singer, attends the same Met series in Chicago and makes it to the Lohengrin that Cather missed. Sitting beside Lucy is Harry, a sturdy Nebraskan who will soon ask for her hand in marriage. In a haze of Wagner, Lucy's thoughts drift instead to her voice teacher, Clement Sebastian, who has an almost vampiric hold on her. The first measures caught her unaware. Before the first act was half over she was longing to be alone. This wasn't the kind of opera to be hearing with Harry. She found herself leaning away from him as far as possible. The music kept bringing back things she used to feel in Sebastian's studio, belief in an invisible, inviolable world. Here is a variation on the familiar scene of Wagnerian seduction, with the music leading a woman away from a suitable male and toward a dangerous one. Back in Lincoln, Cather heard Theodore Thomas and the Chicago Symphony in a program that included Dvorak's New World Symphony and music from The Ring. It was a great day for me, she later wrote. Thea Kronborg attends more or less the same concert in The Song of the Lark. The Dvorak sweeps her away, summoning the immeasurable yearning of all flat lands. Wagner's entry of the gods into Valhalla has less impact, at least consciously. Too tired to follow the orchestra with much understanding, she crouched down in her seat and closed her eyes. The cold, stately measures of the Valhalla music rang out, far away, the rainbow bridge throbbed out into the air, under it the wailing of the Rhine daughters and the singing of the Rhine. But Thea was sunk in twilight, it was all going on in another world. So it happened that with a dull, almost listless ear she heard for the first time that troubled music, ever darkening, ever brightening, which was to flow through so many years of her life. Cather finally witnessed a full-length Wagner opera in 1897, after moving to Pittsburgh to edit a women's magazine. Walter Damrosch's New York Opera Company came to town for a week, and Cather, who had proved herself a deft, blunt critic while still in college, had much to say. Her reviews for the Pittsburgh Daily Reader and the Nebraska State Journal range from pro forma tributes to Wagner's achievement, the feeling of the mystical and the supernatural in Lohengrin, the great ethical conflict of Tannhauser, to tart remarks about the singing and the staging. Not unlike Mark Twain at Bayreuth, she wonders whether it would be better for the singers to stay silent and let the eternal conflict of the flesh and the spirit go on in the orchestra, let that never-to-be-satisfied German conscience work out its destiny in music. A trip to Bayreuth was not in Cather's future, but she heard tell of the festival from Ethelbert Nevin, a Pittsburgh-based composer and pianist who had won fame for sophisticated parlor pieces like Narcissus and the Rosary. A one-time student of Hans von Bülow, Nevin adored Wagner and made a sideline of explicating his work. Cather's 1925 story Uncle Valentine memorializes Nevin as Valentine Ramsey, a popular composer who is suffering through a broken marriage. One rhapsodic passage suggests the flavor of Wagnerian conversation in Nevin's Pittsburgh circle. Suddenly, in the low cut between the hills across the river, we saw a luminousness, throbbing and phosphorescent, a ghostly brightness with mist streaming about it and enfolding it, struggling to quench it. We knew it was the moon, but we could see no form, no solid image. It was a flowing, surging, liquid gleaming, now stronger, now softer. "The Rhine-Gold," murmured Valentine and Aunt Charlotte in one breath. The true revelation came in 1899, when the Met brought its Lohengrin and Walküre to Pittsburgh. The casts included some of the foremost singers of the day: Lilian Nordica, Jean and Edouard de Rieske, Ernestine Schumann-Heink, Lily Lehmann, Andreas Dippel, Marie Brema, and Anton van Rooij. Cather found much less to complain about than she had in 1897, and her reviews show that she had been giving more thought to the operas. Having read Shaw's The Perfect Wagnerite, she cites his observation that in Act 2 of Walküre Wotan is bound by laws that he knows to be obsolete. "How much more terrible it is to be a helpless god than to be a helpless man," she says. "There is an inexorable law that binds and fetters in Valhalla just as it does in Pittsburgh or in Lincoln." The characters of Lohengrin are also seen in contemporary terms. Poor, dull Elsa was a German lady of a philosophical bent of mind, and she wanted a name for everything and could not believe in a joy which she could not analyze. At times, Cather abandons critical discourse for a more novelistic style. She constructs her own dramatic scenes, juxtaposing the grandeur of the performances with glimpses of the singers in mortal guise. After Walküre, she sees a familiar face in the streetcar. His coat collar was turned up, his linen crumpled, the makeup still discolored his eyes, his face was damp with perspiration, and he looked grey and drawn and tired. It was Herr Anton van Rooij, late of Valhalla, tired as a laborer from the iron mills. Walking outside during an intermission, she hears Brema practicing her hi-yo. The night was murky and starless, only the red lamps of the Hotel Henry and the line of river lights above Mount Washington were visible. On every side rose the tall black buildings that shut out the sounds of the streets. Those free, unfettered notes seemed to cut the blackness and the silence, seemed to pierce the clouds which lay over the city and reach the stars and the blue space of heaven behind, and to carry me up with them. The charisma of the diva dominated Cather's theatrical vision. She had praised Sarah Bernhardt for kindling the latent warmth in us, putting around our weary workaday life that brightness and halo which only genius can give. She had imagined from afar the acting duel between Bernhardt and Eleonora Duse, setting the latter's lofty and spiritualized passions against the former's more elemental art like red lava torn up from the bowels of the earth. Of the soprano Emma Cav, she said, "You felt as if you should have brought a chaperone. The woman can't look at you without flirting atrociously." Such visceral responses back up Terry Castle's concept of lesbian diva worship, in which the diva's passion is a mirror, a fluid, silvery form in which desire itself can at times be recognized, a poignant, often thrilling token of homoerotic possibility. Wagner matinees. Music resounds in Cather's fiction from the start. Her first published story, Peter, tells of a violinist from Prague who experiences desolation on the prairie, soaking himself in alcohol and wallowing in old-world memories. Before he commits suicide, he smashes his beloved violin, so that his excessively thrifty son won't sell it. The character is based on Francis Sadilek, a Bohemian violinist turned Nebraska farmer, whose suicide was long remembered in Red Cloud. There may also be a trace of the dilapidated Schindelmeister. Peter once heard Liszt perform in Prague. Schindelmeister would have had memories of Liszt visiting his father. Cather's debut collection of stories, The Troll Garden, published in 1905, dwells on the pleasures and perils of the artistic life, with Wagner evidencing both. In A Death in the Desert, a tubercular soprano who had once been slated to sing Brunhilde lives out her last days in a remote place out west, wistfully remembering her affair with an Ethelbert Nevin, like composer. In The Garden Lodge, Caroline Noble, a musically gifted millionaire's wife, is drawn to a Wagner tenor who has been staying in a lodge on her property. The possibility of an indiscretion increases markedly when she goes to the piano to accompany him in Act I of Walküre. After the singer has left, Caroline goes alone at night to the lodge and relives a musical enchantment that had trembled on the brink of physical consummation. Perhaps it was the still heat of the summer night, perhaps it was the heavy odors from the garden that came in through the open windows, but as she played there grew and grew the feeling that he was there, beside her, standing in his accustomed place. In the duet at the end of the first act she heard him clearly, "Thou art the spring for which I sighed in winter's cold embraces." Once as he sang it, he had put his arm about her, his one hand under her heart, while with the other he took her right from the keyboard, holding her as he always held Sieglinde when he drew her toward the window. The Cather scholar John H. Flanagan comments that this solitary reenactment of the Siegmund-Sieglinde duet is not so much a woman's yearning for male potency as an open-ended, ungendered reverie of sexual possibility, anything that one chose to believe or to desire, as Caroline says. Same-sex desire is not far below the surface, and it becomes visible in Paul's case, the most famous of Cather's early stories. Paul is a familiar fin de siècle type, the aesthetic young man for whom art is the sole reality amid a world of stupid and ugly things. We can read between the lines when Paul's night on the town with a college boy begins in the confiding warmth of a champagne friendship and ends with a parting singularly cool. Wagner is probably present as Paul gazes rapt upon a portly German singer who, with an orchestra behind her, becomes a veritable queen of romance. A little like Dorian Gray, Paul lacks understanding of the art he holds dear, he experiences it as atmosphere, luxury. His death by suicide is a hollow Liebestod. A Wagner matinee, which precedes Paul's case in the Troll Garden, tells an entirely different story about listening to Wagner, one far removed from the glamour of artists' lives. The tale is a landmark in Cather's early output, bringing together her favorite themes of art and landscape. It is also emblematic of the pre-war Wagnerian heyday, attesting to the composer's global reach. Like W.E.B. Du Bois' Of the Coming of John and the later chapters of Mans Buddenbrooks, it belongs to a category that might be termed Wagnerian utopia revoked. A figure who feels confined or oppressed by society finds in Wagner a momentary sense of liberation that subsequent events foreclose. The story had its origin in a coincidence. One day in Pittsburgh, Cather received a letter from a woman in western Nebraska and then went to see a Wagner matinee, probably a Pittsburgh Symphony concert in March 1903, under Victor Herbert's direction. "The story was all worked out before I left the hall," Cather wrote. She would picture how that concert might have spoken to a musically attuned person who had been consigned to a harsh existence out on the plains. When a Wagner matinee appeared, Nebraskans accused Cather of exaggerating the deprivations of life in the state, and they had a point, as Cather's own lively childhood shows. In a revised version, she softened her picture of the woman from the plains, making her seem less downtrodden. The original version is starker and more dramatic. Georgiana, a woman about 60 years old, has made the long journey from Nebraska to Boston in order to settle an inheritance with her nephew, Clark. She had been a Boston music teacher until the age of 30, when she married a young man who resolved to make his fortune as a Nebraska homesteader. She is now stooped, yellowed, semi-somnambulant. Startlingly, Clark compares her to one of those charred, smoked bodies that firemen lift from the debris of a burned building. Clark takes her to Symphony Hall for a matinee. As they settle in their seats, he notes that the audience consists chiefly of women, the color contrast of bodices past counting, the shimmer and shading of fabrics soft and firm, silky and sheer, all the colors that an impressionist finds in a sunlit landscape, with here and there the dead black shadow of a frock coat. This feminine scene has a touch of decadence, a mild American version of Aubrey Beardsley's The Wagnerites. When the first strains of the Tannhauser Overture are heard, Georgiana clutches her nephew's sleeve, and a transformation begins. For her the singing of basses and stinging frenzy of lighter strings broke a silence of 30 years, the inconceivable silence of the plains. With the battle between the two motifs, with the bitter frenzy of the Venusberg theme and its ripping of strings, came to me an overwhelming sense of the waste and where we are so powerless to combat. I saw again the tall, naked house on the prairie, black and grim as a wooden fortress, the black pond where I had learned to swim, the rain-gullied clay about the naked house, the 4 dwarf ash seedlings on which the dishcloths were always hung to dry before the kitchen door. The world there is the flat world of the ancients, to the east, a cornfield that stretched to daybreak, to the west, a corral that stretched to sunset, between, the sordid conquests of peace, more merciless than those of war. Georgiana remains impassive through the next 2 items, the Tristan prelude and a selection from the Flying Dutchman. But the prize song from Meister Singer brings tears to her cheeks. During the intermission, she tells Clark that she had heard that music out on the prairie, from a young German cowpuncher who had once sung in the chorus at Bayreuth. Georgiana tried to tame this lad, bringing him into the church and the choir, but he got into a fight and disappeared. Could Cather have encountered such a figure around Red Cloud? In Pittsburgh she knew of a Pastor Bear, who had been a tutor at Wanfried. The second half of the matinee consists of 4 selections from The Ring, ending with Siegfried's funeral music. The pioneer woman now occupies a Wagnerian infinity. The deluge of sound poured on and on. I never knew what she found in the shining current of it, I never knew how far it bore her, or past what happy islands, or under what skies. From the trembling of her face I could well believe that the Siegfried March, at least, carried her out where the myriad graves are, out into the grey burying grounds of the sea, or into some world of death vaster yet, where, from the beginning of the world, hope has lain down with hope, and dream with dream and, renouncing, slept. When the concert is over, Georgiana does not move from her seat. In the revised version of the story, the musicians file out one by one, leaving the stage to the chairs and music stands, empty as a winter cornfield. Georgiana sobs, "I don't want to go, Clark, I don't want to go." Clark thinks he knows what Georgiana is thinking, but Cather honors her female protagonist by pulling a veil over her. Joseph C. Murphy, in an incisive reading of the story, writes that the young man draws a contrast between Wagner's aesthetic power and Nebraska's cultural vacuity, between cornfield and concert hall. If we set Clark's skewed perspective aside, we see not an opposition but a confluence of music and landscape. Nebraska becomes part of the visible image of Wagner's sound worlds, Murphy writes. The fusion seems complete with that arresting final tableau of chairs and music stands as stalks in a cornfield. Like the inward-turned mother in Fernand Knopf's Listening to Schumann, Georgiana is experiencing music in a way that eludes the male gaze. Such private awakenings were common among Wagner's female listeners. The strength of their understanding resides precisely in their reticence, their avoidance of disclosure. At the intermission, Clark asks, "But do you get it, Aunt Georgiana, the astonishing structure of it all?" She replies, "Who could? Why should one?" The woman whom Clark has compared to a charred corpse skewers the male mania for explanatory mastery. Any attempt to encompass the astonishing structure of it all will necessarily reduce the music to ordinary dimensions. Georgiana's Wagner is larger and richer than her nephew's. She doesn't get him, and therefore grasps him. Siegfrieds and Valkyries. Willa Cather liked the writing of Sidney Lanier, and she may have come across his poem in critical praise of the Meister, "O Wagner, westward bring thy heavenly art." No trifler thou, Siegfried and Wotan be names for big ballads of the modern heart. The sentiment resonates with Cather's work. Archetypes of Tristan, Isolde, Siegfried, and Brunhilde anchor a number of her characters, bearing out her adage that there are only 2 or 3 human stories, and they go on repeating themselves as fiercely as if they had never happened before. An epic tone elevates Cather's first nationally published story, Eric Hermanson's Soul, which appeared in 1900. Set in prairie terrain described as the world's end, it tells of a young Norwegian immigrant who falls under the sway of a born-again sect and gives up his fiddle playing. Margaret, a young woman from the East, passes through and becomes fixated on the young man, who is variously called a dragon slayer, handsome as young Siegfried, and Siegfried indeed, his hair as yellow as the heavy wheat in the ripe of summer. His sister is assigned to the tribe of young Valkyrs. Margaret sets about civilizing him. She also pulls him away from religious rigidity and activates his raw sexual energy. In a way, the Siegfried-Brunhilde roles are reversed. It is the woman who awakens the man and sets him free. Yet Margaret is alarmed by her overwhelming longing, by the sense of sap rising, and backs away. Eric, on the other hand, drew himself up to his full height and looked off to where the new day was gilding the corn tassels and flooding the uplands with light. That strapping image calls to mind the Western Wagner fantasies of Owen Wister. Cather never spoke about the Virginian, but she knew of it, having given a copy to one of her aunts in 1912. In general, she was no fan of Wister's writing, and she may have satirized him in Eric Hermanson's Soul, in the form of Willis, Margaret's brother, who is sent west to toughen up. Wister, who shot to fame with his 1895 essay The Evolution of the Cowpuncher, had made a similar journey. In a 1915 letter, Cather maintains that the cowpuncher's experience of the West was not the only experience possible there. She looks at the West with a different eye, she has grown up within it. She is, in a way, the true Virginian, the voyager from the East who forms her identity in solitude. Nor did Cather share Wister's racist vision of the West as an Anglo-Saxon idol, under threat from immigrants and cosmopolitans. Although she indulged in ethnic stereotyping, she showed generous affection for immigrant communities in Nebraska and, later, for the Hispanic and Native American cultures of the Southwest. According to Susie Thomas, Cather's novels spoke for the Middle Western immigrant and the woman, who had hitherto been silent, and they spoke in the language of an old culture taking root in a new land. She thus created an alternative to the male mythology of the West. Cather's breakthrough novel, O Pioneers, published in 1913, might in part be a riposte to the Virginian, with the male hero displaced in favor of a female loner, the Swedish-American farmer Alexandra. She is introduced as a tall, strong girl with a glance of Amazonian fierceness, her body clothed in a man's coat. While others struggle to make a living on the wild land, the wintry waste, Alexandra masters it, guiding her father's farm. After years on her own, she forms a partnership with a man, but marriage is not the necessary completion of her life. At the end, she is seen, as at the beginning, silhouetted against the vastness of the landscape. She was still gazing into the West, and in her face there was that exalted serenity that sometimes came to her at moments of deep feeling. Alexandra's brother Emile meets an unhappier fate. He falls in love with a sensuous, flirtatious married woman named Marie, and when Marie's husband discovers the two in flagrante, he shoots and kills them. Their tragedy unfolds in a chapter titled The White Mulberry Tree, a self-contained, tightly structured narrative within a novel whose rhythms are generally looser and freer. It draws most obviously on Ovid's story of Pyramus and Thisbe, where white mulberries are stained with blood, but the Tristan legend also plays a role. In a preface to a 1925 reissue of Gertrude Hall's book The Wagnerian Romances, Cather let drop that she had once imitated a scene from Hall's text in one of her novels. An essay by Mary Jane Humphrey makes the case that the passage in question is Hall's free paraphrase of Tristan, and that the story is The White Mulberry Tree. Emile is Tristan, Marie is Isolde, Frank, her husband, is King Mark. Act 2 of Tristan is set in a garden on a cloudless summer night. Hall writes, Cather's tale ends in an orchard, on a warm, breathless summer night. Cather's engagement with the Tristan material may go even deeper. By placing the fatal tryst in an orchard, she is following the example of the early Tristan stories. William Morris's painting La Belle Isoule shows the heroine with a bowl of oranges nearby. Frank's murderous response, likewise, evokes the more brutal King Mark of Mallarmé and Tennyson. To this is added a romantic fetishism of love and death. Emile is untroubled by the idea that one might lead to the other. The heart, when it is too much alive, aches for that brown earth, and ecstasy has no fear of death. And when Marie's body is found like Isolde, she briefly survives her beloved, and dies draped across his body. Her face has a look of ineffable content, as if in a daydream or a light slumber. She feels Isolde's highest bliss as she expires. Behind this human catastrophe lies the indifferent natural world. Two white butterflies from Frank's alfalfa field were fluttering in and out among the interlacing shadows, diving and soaring, now close together, now far apart, and in the long grass by the fence the last wild roses of the year opened their pink hearts to die. It is the atmosphere of the Good Friday spell, where all creation gives thanks before fading away. And beyond that is the majestic indifference of the land itself, which humanity occupies, as Alexandra says at the end, for a little while. The Wagnerian dimensions of O Pioneers become clear in a letter Cather wrote to her friend Elizabeth Sargent in 1913, just after she met the soprano who would engender her next novel. I went up to see Fremstad last week and ever since I've been choked by things unutterable. If one could write all that battered Swede makes one know, that would be worthwhile. Lord, but she is like the women on the Divide. The suspicious, defiant, far-seeing pioneer eyes. And oh, Elsie Sargent, her apartment is just like Alexandra's house. Fremstad. In 1906, McClure's, the most culturally ambitious and politically outspoken American magazine of the day, hired Cather as an editor. She moved to New York, settled in Greenwich Village, and began attending performances at the Met. Her position at McClure's afforded access to leading artists, and in 1913 she published an article titled Three American Singers, profiling Louise Homer, Geraldine Farrar, and Olive Fremstad. Fremstad is by far the most interesting of the trio. She is a great and highly individual talent who floats far above the workaday opera business, in the frozen heights. Her singing deals not just in emotions but also in ideas. She is solitary, obsessive, elusive. She is quoted saying, "We are born alone, we make our way alone, we die alone." A native of Stockholm, Fremstad came to the United States with her parents when she was a child, and spent part of her youth in the northern prairie town of St. Peter, Minnesota, a shift hardly less abrupt than Cather's to Nebraska. One passage of Cather's McClure's article reads more like a bleak autobiography: "Circumstances have never helped Madame Fremstad. She grew up in a new, crude country where there was neither artistic stimulus nor discriminating taste. She fought her own way toward the intellectual centers of the world. She wrung from fortune the one profit which adversity sometimes leaves with strong natures the power to conquer." Fremstad's father was a revival preacher, and as a budding musician she led congregations from the organ. In the early 90s, she made her way first to New York and then to Berlin, where she studied with Lily Lehmann, a veteran of the 1876 ring. Initially cast in lower-lying contralto and mezzo parts, Fremstad made her Bayreuth debut in 1896, as the Rhine-maiden Flosshilde and as the Valkyrie Schwartlida. She may have met Lou Renaud Aldridge, before the latter fell ill. Returning to New York in 1903, she caused a sensation as Kundry in the Met's Parsifal. She then made a tricky transition to soprano parts, becoming the Met's reigning Brunhilde and Isolde. She first sang the latter role under Mahler's direction, and later with Toscanini. Those notoriously demanding conductors found a kindred spirit in Fremstad, who spent countless hours studying her parts and plotting how she would move on stage. In discussing Fremstad's performances, Cather divulges her own understanding of the Wagner heroines. On Kundry, she is a summary of the history of womankind. Wagner sees in her an instrument of temptation, of salvation, and of service, but always an instrument, a thing driven and employed. Like Euripides, he saw her as a disturber of equilibrium, whether on the side of good or evil, an emotional force that continually deflects reason, weary of her activities, yet kept within her orbit by her own nature and the nature of men. On Brunhilde, Madame Fremstad's idea is that the war maiden in the first opera of The Ring is a girl, not a matron. The Valkyr music is restless, turbulent, energetic. The Valkyr's ride is the music of a pack of wild young things. Cather is alert to gender ambiguity. Brunhilde's body is straight and athletic, like a boy's. These interpretations cannot be described as feminist, Cather accepts at face value Kundry's transition to mute subservience, Brunhilde's evolution toward a more contained womanliness. Still, the girlish boyish wildness palpably excites her most. For ordinary mortals, Fremstad was never an easy collaborator. In the 1913-14 season, she quarreled with the Mets general manager, Giulio Gatti Casazza, who decided that she was worth neither the expense nor the effort. In the spring of 1914, she announced that she would leave the Met roster. Her final performance, in Lohengrin, was a legendary occasion, precipitating a 20-minute ovation. No less fabled was the brief, enigmatic speech that she gave at the curtain. It ended, "My one aim has always been to give you of my best, my very best. May we meet again where there is eternal peace and harmony. Goodbye." She was only 43, and might have gone on singing at least for another decade. But the outbreak of the First World War ruled out a shift to Europe, and a Met comeback never materialized. The abruptness of her exit, and the curtness of her farewell, added to her aura of mystery. Fremstad's personal life was even more obscure. She married twice, but both relationships were dissolved after a few years. In interviews, she declared that serious artists should remain unattached. Her most stable relationship was with a woman, Mary Watkins, later Mary Watkins Cushing, who became enraptured by Fremstad while still in her teens. Cushing was hired as Fremstad's secretary, and soon became her living companion. In a memoir with the Wagnerian title The Rainbow Bridge, Cushing is candid about her crush on Fremstad. Describing her state of mind before the initial meeting, she says that she felt like a medieval esquire in vigil on the eve of knighthood. She served, above all, as a buffer Fremstad's word against the outside world. Isolde now had a brain Jane at her side. Fremstad in Maine. Cather got to know Fremstad better than most. After the McClure's article came out, the two women met many times during the singer's final Met season. In June 1914, Cather visited Little Valhalla, Fremstad's summer home in Maine. The novelist watched in amazement as her dream character, the greatest artist of her time, and a sweet off the divide, acted exactly as she would have wanted a pioneer Wagnerian to behave. She fished as if she had no other means of getting food, cleaned all the fish, swam like a walrus, rode, tramped, cooked, watered her garden. It was the grandest show of human vigor and grace I've ever watched. In a letter to Cather, Fremstad wrote of her pleasure in seclusion, "The woods are so strong, peaceful, and quiet, so different from this chattering humanity around us." Behind the diva facade, Cather saw a self-sufficient girl from a rural background, not unlike herself. The Wagner singer, emitting ear-splitting sounds while inhabiting superhuman roles, was irresistible to writers of fin de siècle fiction. For those of an idealistic bent, Helden tenors and dramatic sopranos represented a striving at the limit of human possibility. The heroine of George Moore's Evelyn Innes makes a smooth transition from the service of Wagner to the service of God. Leonora Bruna, the Spanish Wagner soprano in Vicente Blasco Ibáñez's 1900 novel Entre Naranjos, in The Orange Grove, casts a disconcerting spell on a handsome, callow young man. She is the arrogant Valkyrie, the strong-minded and valiant female, ready to slap the slightest impudence and handle him like a little boy. Satirists relished the notion of modern people walking off the streets of Berlin or New York and putting on winged helmets. Wedekind's Kammersänger is a cynical egoist, leaving human wreckage in his wake. Henry Surd's 1906 novel Terrains à vendre au bord de la mer, Land for Sale by the Sea, tells of a soprano who hopes to absorb Wagnerian vibrations in a town on the Breton coast, her attention drawn there by a journalist who has dubbed a local rock formation the Castle of Tristan. American authors delighted in the strangeness and lusciness of the Wagner milieu, which allowed them to enter generally forbidden territory. Gertrude Atherton's Tower of Ivory, published in 1910, describes the rise and fall of Margarethe Styr, who leads a life of prostitution before reinventing herself as a Wagner soprano. Styr has a doomed affair with a feckless young British diplomat, who, it is clear, has gay longings. Rather than face a life without her beloved, she arranges that her immolation at the end of a performance of Götterdämmerung be done with real fire. Although Tower of Ivory seems ludicrous today, Atherton was notable for creating independent-minded female characters, sometimes with lesbian overtones attached. James Huneker, the flamboyant New York critic who christened Parsifal a Black Mass, wrote several singer stories, one of them inspired by Fremstad. He first heard the singer at Bayreuth in 1896, and wrote in his review, "Our Olive deserved the crown." His interest was not merely musical. That summer he and Fremstad either had a brief affair or were on the verge of one. He fictionalized the incident in a story titled The Last of the Valkyries, later republished as Venus or Valkyr, where he represents himself as a superficial Wagnerite torn between an American singer and a Romanian sophisticate. The latter changes tables in a cafe to avoid having to sit next to an odd-smelling Josefin Pelatin. In Huneker's later novel Painted Veils, a soprano named Easter Brandis, bewitching to men and women alike, moves through a decadent milieu in which the names of Huysmans, Wilde, Nietzsche, and Wagner are dropped with numbing regularity. Although Brandis resembles Fremstad in a few ways, she studies with Lily Lehmann, as does Kronborg in The Song of the Lark. Her coldly ambitious personality, described as a composite of harps, anvils, and granite, is very unlike Fremstad's. Marcia Davenport's 1936 novel of Lena Geyer, a late and sophisticated entry in the genre, portrays a Fremstad-like diva who approaches her art with almost comical seriousness. She, too, is a Lehmann pupil, and like Fremstad she puts her career ahead of any enduring physical relationship. The way she sings a certain phrase in Tristan reveals that no human love could touch Lena Geyer. The woman had consecrated herself to a world of superhuman ideals. She does, however, form a seemingly platonic attachment with a female devotee, Elsie Dehaven, who trails Geyer from performance to performance. "The voice poured into me, and from that moment it became the one thing I cared to live for," Dehaven says of her first encounter with the singer. Eventually, she becomes Geyer's live-in secretary, as Mary Cushing did for Fremstad. Speaking to the book's narrator, Dehaven feels compelled to clarify that this strange, almost passionate friendship was, contrary to rumor, a pure and innocent one. In what may be an esoteric inside joke, Geyer is seen weeping over a copy of Cather's My Antonia. The pitfall of the Singer novel is a tendency toward insiderish chattiness. Cather wrote, "I hate most musical novels, a compound of a story and a lot of musical criticism which never blend." She cites Evelyn Innes as one such failure. Although she made no direct comment on Atherton or Huneker's work, she presumably would have disdained their indulgence in potboiler melodrama and overripe decadence, respectively. Her aim was to give a full-length portrait of a singer as artist, and in so doing she accomplished something greater. Jonah Kosala describes The Song of the Lark as the first completely serious female Künstleroman, the first portrait of an artist as a young woman in which the heroine's artistic development is the whole story, with sex an incidental matter. Kronborg. The remarkable thing about The Song of the Lark is the way Cather seamlessly interweaves Fremstad's early life with her own story. Thea Kronborg, like Fremstad, is a preacher's daughter of Scandinavian descent, who provides musical accompaniment for her father's sermons. But the town of Moonstone is a replica of Red Cloud, down to the little attic room that Thea makes her own. Thea is musical and bookish, but, like the young Cather, she runs free in open land. On a trip to Wyoming, she sees the old trail of the 49ers, the gold seekers who went west to California in 1849, and finds herself on a virtual stage set for one of her future Wagner performances. The road they followed was a wild and beautiful one. It led up and up, by granite rocks and stunted pines, around deep ravines and echoing gorges. The top of the ridge, when they reached it, was a great flat plain, strewn with white boulders, with the wind howling over it. To the west one could see range after range of blue mountains, and at last the snowy range, with its white, windy peaks, the clouds caught here and there on their spurs. Again and again Thea had to hide her face from the cold for a moment. The wind never slept on this plain, the old man said. Every little while eagles flew over. Jules Breton, The Song of the Lark. This grand American prospect doubles as a premonition of Kronborg's upward path. Professor Wunsch is the first to recognize the extent of her gift, her nature voice, breathed from the creature and apart from language, but for some time that gift remains a secret between them. When Wunsch departs, Thea takes over many of his duties, and she seems destined for a career of teaching and occasional performing. Then she has a stroke of luck. A freight train conductor who had hoped to marry her dies in an accident, leaving her money in his will. She uses this money to study piano in Chicago, where a pianist of Hungarian ancestry, Ander Harsanyi, guides her towards singing. Harsanyi proceeds to tell his friend Theodore Thomas about the promising talent he has found. An ordinary novelist would have staged a Star is Born moment, with Thomas crowning Thea the singer of the future. Cather lets the scene hang, the two men veer away to other topics, some of their dialogue drawn from Thomas's memoirs. Thea is left to make her own way, step by halting step. Cather passes over the technicalities of Thea's development, her studies with a Chicago voice teacher, further work in New York, and instead focuses on the social fabric of high culture that envelopes her. She meets the wealthy Fred Ottenberg, who has inherited a love of Wagner from his mother, a bohemian personality with continental connections. Mrs. Ottenberg is said to be one of the group of young women who followed Wagner about in his old age, keeping at a respectful distance, but receiving now and then a gracious acknowledgement that he appreciated their homage. When Wagner died, she took to her bed and saw no one for a week. Fred is a regular at Bayreuth, although his Wagnerian inclinations are counterbalanced by a healthy heterosexual regimen of ball games, prize fights, and horse races. After 2 years in Chicago, Thea has failed to make any sort of breakthrough. She is on the point of giving up when Fred invites her to Panther Canyon, Arizona, where remains of Native American cliff dwellings can be found. Thea, having heard tales of the cliff dwellers back home, jumps at the chance. She first goes there alone, with Fred joining her later. She takes shelter in one of the ancient dwellings, a nest in a high cliff, full of sunday. By the end of the summer, a transformation has occurred. She has acquired personality, vision, confidence. This material has little to do with Fremstad and everything to do with Cather, who had undergone a momentous experience on a trip to Arizona and New Mexico in 1912. The magnificence of the setting seized her at once, the most beautiful country I have ever seen anywhere. The Lord set the stage so splendidly there. The site she calls Panther Canyon in the Song of the Lark is actually Walnut Canyon, near Flagstaff, where the Sinagua people built cliff dwellings into the sheer rock walls of a deep and narrow gorge. Enthralled by such places, Cather felt a surge of creative renewal. She decided to quit the magazine world and give herself to fiction full-time. For Thea, Panther Canyon is the gateway to a new understanding of her art. Music runs through her mind, but it is a wordless, formless kind of music, much more like a sensation than like an idea. She envisages the lives of the Sinagua and adapts to their rhythms. She thinks about their artistic efforts, their pottery and designs. Bathing in a pool at the bottom of the canyon, she realizes that art is an attempt to capture the flow of life. In singing, one made a vessel of one's throat and nostrils and held it on one's breath, caught the stream in a scale of natural intervals. This emphasis on sensation is thoroughly Wagnerian. In opera and drama, the composer underscores the necessity of pure feeling in the intellectually overfreighted world of art. The cult of emotion, which stems from Feuerbach, is not the same as emotionalism. Rather, it envisions an art that follows the free contours of human feeling, refusing to impose the strict controls of intellect. Poetry is liberated when it enters the musical ocean, finding itself reflected in ever-heaving melodic forms. Thea's newly instinctive grasp of musical phrasing becomes the core of her future work. Almost in the same instant, her ambition revives. She forms the plan of going to Germany for further study. When Fred arrives, they explore the canyon together, entering before sunrise to watch the light pour in, In a moment the pine trees up on the edge of the rim were flashing with coppery fire. As they eat breakfast, Fred almost jokingly brings up the idea of marriage, a comfortable flat in Chicago, a summer camp up in the woods, musical evenings, and a family to bring up. Thea answers, perfectly hideous. Fred isn't dismayed, he knows better than to try to pin her down. They ascend the canyon, and after a while Fred tires and lies down under a pine tree. Thea goes clambering upward and appears in triumph at the top, waving her arm. Fred admires her muscular energy and audacity, exuding a personality that carried across big spaces and expanded among big things. He speaks to her, even though she cannot hear him. You are the sort that used to run wild in Germany, dressed in their hair and a piece of skin. The image of fire on the canyon's rim alludes to Walkure, Wotan placing Brunhilde beneath a pine tree and igniting impenetrable flames. Fred is an urban Siegfried, breaking Thea's proud solitude on her rock. Tellingly, he hears a woodpecker hammering while he lies by the pine, just as Siegfried listens to the woodbird while reclining on what Gertrude Hall describes as a mossy couch. Thea's greeting to an eagle high above also has a Wagnerian grandiloquence, endeavor, achievement, desire, glorious striving of human art. From a cleft in the heart of the world she saluted it. The emphasis on will, on youthful ambition, makes one think of Professor Wunsch, whose name means wish. Wunsch had told her, there is only one big thing, desire. It has died in him, but he sees its glow in her. She is a wish maiden, the old Icelandic name for a Valkyrie, as Cather noted in her 1899 review of Walkure. Wagner uses the words Wunschmaid and Wunschmädchen repeatedly in Walkure, making much of the idea that Brunhilde fulfills what Wotan wishes but cannot achieve. Thea's almost occult awareness of the canyon's silenced Native American voices affects her singing. Later, when she is performing Wagner at the Met, Fred thinks back to their time in Arizona. You're as much at home on the stage as you were down in Panther Canyon, as if you'd just been let out of a cage. Didn't you get some of your ideas down there? Thea nods. Oh yes. For heroic parts, at least. Out of the rocks, out of the dead people. She says that the cliff dwellers must have been a reserved, somber people, with only a muscular language, all their movements for a purpose, simple, strong, as if they were dealing with fate barehanded. In a letter, Cather confirmed that the cliff dwellings had awakened Thea's historic imagination so necessary to a great Wagnerian singer. The composer, who had once expressed sympathy for the sufferings of Native American peoples, might have welcomed this association. With Fred's encouragement, Thea embarks for Germany. Cather drafted a section of the novel describing this period, but set it aside, believing that it would destroy the composition. She may have been hampered by the fact that she had never been to Germany. A few glimpses of Thea's time abroad remain. Other students are said to have been mortally afraid of her rough ways, calling her Die Wölfin, the she-wolf. The novel's final chapter leaps ahead a decade, to the singer's first years of stardom. Dr. Archie, the fondly supportive Moonstone Town doctor, is struck by the splendor of her voice but disturbed by the sense that the plucky girl he knew exists no longer. Thea has become Kronborg. Fred assures Archie that the master singer-actor they see on stage is the natural extension of the Thea of old. He cites lines of Wagner to convey her force, wie im Traumich in Trug, / wie mein Wille in Wise. These are Wotan's words on seeing Valhalla, as in my dream I conceived it, / just as my will decreed it. Kronborg reaches the apex of her art. When a soprano singing Sieglinde is indisposed, she steps in. On the first night, she came into full possession of things she had been refining and perfecting for so long. It is not merely a musically or theatrically excellent interpretation but an embodiment of the music's spirit. She was conscious that every movement was the right movement, that her body was absolutely the instrument of her idea. None other than Mahler is heard to say, she seems to sing for the idea. Or, as Cather wrote in her profile of Fremstad, the idea is so intensely experienced that it becomes emotion. Wagner's mandate in opera and drama has undergone a further modification, almost an inversion. The idea now takes precedence, except that it is indistinguishable from emotion. Kronborg cannot be merely an unthinking conduit of Wagner's music, she must reverse the compositional process, working backward from the level of technique to the inner realm of psychology and myth. Cather thus establishes the fundamental might of the singer's art. This is also the moment at which Kronborg's understanding of her artistic persona, of her second self, falls into place. She had long sensed another persona within her, it was as if she had an appointment to meet the rest of herself sometime, somewhere. It was moving to meet her and she was moving to meet it. As that self comes forward, Cather's story draws to a close. In the wake of the Walk Your Triumph, the narrator announces, "Here we must leave Thea Kronborg." The growth of an artist is an intellectual and spiritual development which can scarcely be followed in a personal narrative. A brief epilogue gives glimpses of Kronborg's subsequent career, including her triumphant Isolde, but Cather's attention turns back to the ordinary folk in Moonstone, who marvel that such a phenomenon arose in their midst. The Song of the Lark is heavily weighted toward Kronborg's childhood and youth. Some critics preferred the first part to the second. The critic H. L. Mencken, who considered Wagner's operas the most stupendous works of art ever contrived by man, said as much in his review. Cather responded that the air of anticlimax was deliberate. As an artist develops, the personality is consumed by the art, and arrives at the vanishing point. Kronborg has gone from the personal to the impersonal. Cather compares her to Dorian Gray, the person on stage is self-renewing, the person off stage is spent. Later, though, Cather came to believe that the novel was flawed, and in 1937 she heavily revised it. As Jonathan Goldberg has noticed, Kronborg became a more conventional feminine character in the process. What had formerly been a virile voice is now said to be warm, and the moniker Die Wölfin is dropped. Originally, Fred is heard to say, "No, that voice will never betray. Trulich geführt, trulich bewacht," faithfully guided, faithfully guarded lines from the Lohengrin bridal chorus. That remark, suggestive of a woman wedded to her art, disappears, so does the reverberant observation Frickanos. Most oddly, Cather cuts references to Kronborg as Isolde and Brunhilde. To some extent, these changes can be explained as aesthetic choices. Cather is bringing the novel in line with her more oblique later manner. But Goldberg argues that Cather may also be suppressing a fraught relationship of fandom. The changes make Fremstad less recognizable as a model. Cather's one mistake may have been the title. She wanted people to think of Jules Breton's painting The Song of the Lark, in which a peasant girl stares into the distance as a blood-red sun rises behind her, a young girl's awakening to something beautiful. Unfortunately, many readers took the phrase as a description of Kronborg's vocalism. Her song was not of the skylark order, Cather snapped. A better title might have been Kronborg, the single word that stands at the head of the final chapter. In Swedish, the name means something like mountain fortress. Female figures in the arts have routinely been reduced to their first names, tethered as satellites to a male genius. Such was the fate of Cosima Wagner, earlier Cosima von Bülow, née Cosima Liszt. Thea's surname becomes monumental, equal in weight to those of the masters. We can picture a poster from a tour later in life. Kronborg sings Wagner. Cather in the desert. After The Song of the Lark, Cather still wrote about singers, but her perspective darkened. Awareness of the lonely later lives of performing artists, Fremstad chief among them, matched a deepening preoccupation with themes of loss and regret. Lucy Gayhart and Uncle Valentine speak of dashed hopes and unfulfilled ambitions. The 1916 story The Diamond Mine relates the demise of a diva named Cressida Garnett, who is patterned after Lilian Nordica, the steely feminist soprano. Nordica had died 2 years earlier, having been married to 3 men, all of whom treated her poorly. Garnett, likewise, is an exceptional talent surrounded by exploitative men. After her death, her relatives and her last husband attempt to seize a large sum of money that she had bequeathed to her longtime Greek Jewish coach and pianist. Defeated in court, they are left to haggle over jewels, furs, and gowns the remnants of the diamond mine they saw in her. The narrator sends news of this outcome to the pianist. His sage reply, with which the story ends, consists of the Rhinemaiden's lament, trust and truth / only in the depths are found, / cunning and cowardice / thrive in the sun. Acoma, New Mexico. Cather's Wagnerism receded after the Song of the Lark, but did not disappear. One sign of her abiding interest was her commentary on Hall's The Wagnerian Romances. She says that she had first read that book in the blue air of New Mexico, implying that she brought it with her on her life-changing southwestern trip of 1912. Perhaps she was replaying Wagner in her mind as she read, for she writes, persons who have heard the operas sung, and beautifully sung, many times, but are now living in remote places, will find this book potent in reviving their recollections, the scenes will float before them. She congratulates Hall for reproducing the emotional effect of one art through the medium of another art. Wagnerism in a nutshell. In the summer of 1925, Cather returned to New Mexico, staying in the Bohemian colony at Taos. On that trip she came across an account of how two Catholic missionary priests, John Baptiste Lamy and his devoted friend Joseph Machabeuf, founded the Archdiocese of New Mexico in the mid-19th century. That discovery led to Death Comes for the Archbishop, Cather's most extraordinary work, wherein Lamy and Machabeuf are renamed Bishop Latour and Father Valiant. Cather afterward said, I had all my life wanted to do something in the style of legend, which is absolutely the reverse of dramatic treatment. As a model for the fable style, she cites the frescoes of Puvis de Chavannes, the proto-symbolist master. The title comes from Hans Holbein's Dance of Death woodcuts, which, following a hallowed genre, show death summoning men and women both high and low, a bishop among them. Dance of Death narratives often have a biting satirical edge, as the pompous and the hypocritical are laid low. Latour, however, is an enlightened and compassionate prelate who looks beyond Catholic dogma to a more ecumenical, multicultural understanding of his southwestern mission. If Cather's early novels bear the imprint of The Ring, this later one, fittingly, has the air of Parsifal, as several scholars have inferred. Klaus P. Stick sees in Latour's wanderings an as yet unconscious Grail quest for wholeness beyond the logos that confines his church and his office. At one point, Latour and his native guide take refuge in a cavern that resembles a Gothic chapel and is said to shelter an enormous serpent. The episode is equivalent to the Chapel Perilous stage of Grail quests, in which the hero finds himself in a place of inexplicable peril. On another occasion, Father Valiant speaks of a native convert whose ancestors had hidden a golden chalice for Mass in a terrifying canyon of black rock. That image recalls Wagner's Grail Temple, which can be reached only through a great portal in a granite wall, as Gertrude Hall puts it. The chapter in which Valiant tells that story has a Good Friday spell ambience. It is spring, Latour's garden is blooming, and a woman named Magdalena, who has been rescued from a violent husband, is surrounded by doves. Latour, too, is a hero enlightened through compassion. Unlike Parsifal, he cherishes nature from the start. Where the wild boy heartlessly kills a swan, Latour is unfailingly tender toward animals, and he stops in awe before a juniper tree that displays the form of the cross. He is, as Susan Rosowski writes in her book The Voyage Perilous, another alternative to the macho cowpuncher. At the same time, Rosowski says, Cather is looking beyond the mythology of Romanticism, the passionate relationship of subject to object. The divine love that suffuses Death Comes for the Archbishop involves both an acceptance of the physical world and an overcoming of it. In Rosowski's words, it is a harmony that defies time and place, a magical world in which correspondences link heaven and earth, past and present, history and legend. The novel is most Parsifal-like in its syncretic religiosity. When Father Valiant finds an Angelus bell, Latour says, the Templars brought the Angelus back from the Crusades, and it is really an adaptation of a Moslem custom. This melding of West and East is a feature of the Parzival story as told by Wolfram von Eschenbach. Parzival's half-brother Firfas is the son of a Moorish queen. Latour also has fruitful contact with Native Americans. It was the Indian's manner to vanish into the landscape, not to stand out against it, Cather writes. To be sure, the same cannot be said of Latour, who spends his later years supervising the construction of a cathedral in Romanesque style, a building that leaps out of the mountains like an opera set, as its architect says. As Latour lies dying, his Navajo friend Eusebio pays his respects. He is like death in the etching, come for the archbishop not in retribution but in reconciliation. In her 1925 novel The Professor's House, Cather has her title character, the solitary-minded academic Godfrey St. Peter, deliver a credo of art's role in the world. As long as every man and woman who crowded into the cathedrals on Easter Sunday was a principal in a gorgeous drama with God, glittering angels on one side and the shadows of evil coming and going on the other, life was a rich thing. The king and the beggar had the same chance at miracles and great temptations and revelations. And that's what makes men happy, believing in the mystery and importance of their own little individual lives. It makes us happy to surround our creature needs and bodily instincts with as much pomp and circumstance as possible. Art and religion, they are the same thing, in the end, of course, have given man the only happiness he has ever had. This formula comes near to Wagner's proposal, in Religion and Art, that art is destined to save the core of religion, by grasping the figurative value of those mythic symbols that religion wants us to believe as literally true. Except that Cather gives no hint either of religion itself expiring or of art supplanting it. Rather, religion and art stand side by side, delivering brief, blinding moments of transcendence. Cather was never systematically religious, nor did she entertain lofty ideas about art's ability to change the world. Her achievement was to transpose Wagnerism into an earthier, more generous key. She offered grandeur without grandiosity, heroism without egoism, myth without mythology. Brunhilde stays on her mountain crag, hailing the sun, no man breaks the ring of fire. 9. Magic Fire. Modernism, 1900 to 1914. Adolf Appia, Design for Die Walkure. In the prologue of Götterdämmerung, the three Norns stand on the Valkyrie's rock, veiled and motionless, the rope of destiny strung through their hands. It is night, and the ring of fire glows in the background. Winds and brass intone the spacious chords that accompany the awakening of Brunhilde in Siegfried Hail to You, Sun. But under them runs a sluggish version of the formerly buoyant music of the Rhine. The Norns tell a new story of earlier days, how Wotan cut his spear from the world ash tree, causing it to fester and die. Now, they say, he sits with the gods in Valhalla, waiting for the end, the remains of the ash piled around him as kindling for the final flame. The rope becomes tangled, it frays against the rock, it breaks. The Norns exclaim, Esris. It tore. And sink from sight. The feeling of a break, of an irreparable tear in the social fabric, all but defined the early 20th century, both in the sphere of the arts and in the world at large. Virginia Woolf famously wrote that on or about December 1910 human character changed. Willa Cather found that the world broke in two in 1922 or thereabouts, undoubtedly thinking of the twin publication of James Joyce's Ulysses and T.S. Eliot's The Waste Land. The movement known as modernism rippled across Europe and the Americas, altering the public's understanding of what art is and does. Mass reproduction and broadcast transformed popular culture, fostering new genres and new audiences. The First World War marked an absolute historical rift and, more or less, the end of Wagnerism as an intellectual phenomenon. Wagner sums up modernity. It can't be helped, one must first become a Wagnerian. Nietzsche's aphorism predicted the role that the composer would play in the early lives of a number of leading modernist artists. Vasily Kandinsky was swayed toward art after seeing Lohengrin in Moscow in 1896. Eliot swooned to Tristan when he was at Harvard. Joseph Conrad fell for the same opera in Brussels, shortly after completing his career in the British Merchant Marine. D.H. Lawrence attended Wagner performances in London after arriving from the Midlands. Joyce absorbed the operas in Dublin. Virginia Woolf grew up in a Wagner-inclined family. E. M. Forster consorted with Wagnerites at Cambridge. And Marcel Proust came of age in the symbolist Wagnerian hothouse of Paris. In case after case, Wagnerism turns out to be a kind of larval stage, a metamorphosis from which the mature artistic self emerges. A version of Nietzsche's Agon keeps playing out. Emma Sutton, an authority on literary Wagnerism, writes succinctly that Wagner served both as a model and an antitype for modern art. The words modern and modernism are slippery ones, prone to endless disputation. By and large, they indicate a body of work that cuts against prevailing modes of representation, broaches transgressive themes, threatens zones of bourgeois comfort. Circa 1860, Baudelaire defined modernite as a pursuit of the ephemeral, the fugitive, the contingent. Rimbaud declared, one must be absolutely modern, by which he meant an art of roughness, hardness, assaultive force. The symbolists gravitated toward the inscrutable and the unsayable. Impressionist and post-impressionist painters blurred forms for the sake of perceptual truth. Most of them saw Wagner as an ally, even as they followed independent paths. Early 20th century modernists retained Baudelaire's taste for ephemera, the spasmodic, the obscure, the fragmentary, in Woolf's words, but they also strove to forge a new order from the shards, as Siegfried reforged his father's sword. The drive toward abstraction, toward the non-representational, served that world-creating ambition. Modernists liked to characterize their work as a reversion to the unadulterated facticity of their chosen medium: paint, language, light, movement, sound. Yet the ideal of self-sufficient abstraction entailed its own kind of myth-making. When an artwork no longer has a mimetic relationship with the exterior world, it can claim to have shifted from the particular to the universal, from the historical to the eternal. To paraphrase Mallarmé, the modernist Siegfried is a hero with no name. What modernists respected in Wagner was his will to enact a future and, by extension, to annul the present. Michael Levinson, in his 2011 survey Modernism, takes as his point of departure a sentence from Nietzsche's Richard Wagner in Bayreuth: "For many things the time has come to die out, this new art is a prophet which sees the end approaching for other things than the arts." Modernism's hammering stress on the new, the strange, the unprecedented, the smashing of convention, the imagining of utopias, the reactivation of primitive energies, the fiery scribbling of manifestos, the yoking of artistic change to political, spiritual, even cosmic transformation, all that smacks of Wagner. Ezra Pound's slogan "Make it new" inadvertently echoes the Meister's command to make something new, and once again new. As it happens, both Wagner and Pound were quoting a saying of the Shang Emperor Cheng Tiang, as translated by Guillaume Pothier: "Make it new, and always new." What modernists had no use for was the romantic aesthetic that swaddled even Wagner's most adventurous thinking. In place of opulent textures, they put hard lines and harsh colors; in place of a grandiose legendary past, the unadorned present; in place of epic passion, raw desire; in place of highest bliss, the heart of darkness. The art historian T.J. Clark has explicated modernism in relation to Max Weber's thesis about the disenchantment of the world, the banishing of ancestor worship and ritual, the founding of a secular, technocratic, materialist order. Artists felt both horror and elation in the face of this new reality, Clark writes. They mimicked its mechanisms while trying to restore a sacred dimension. Three legacies stand out: the Gesamtkunstwerk, the stream of consciousness, and the juxtaposition of myth and modernity. The first is the most widely cited of Wagner's concepts, and also the most maddeningly vague. Relatively little noticed during the composer's lifetime, it moved to the fore around 1900, in Munich, Vienna, and Brussels. In many ways, the Gesamtkunstwerk is a projection of 20th century concerns back onto Wagner. Sound and film technologies allowed for a synthesis of media that went beyond anything a 19th century artist could have pictured. At the same time, as Juliette Koss shows in her book Modernism After Wagner, modernists often defined themselves against the Gesamtkunstwerk, emphasizing the purity and autonomy of each discipline. Wagner had, in fact, reached the same conclusion: each art form should retain its identity under the Gesamt rubric. The root German word suggests an aggregation of elements rather than a monolithic totality. A recurring tic of modernist discourse is to refute a fictional Wagner position in favor of one that is actually closer to what the composer believed. The stream of consciousness and the interior monologue, leading techniques of modernist literature, are in a clear line of descent from Wagner. It was in the pages of the Revue Wagnerienne that THIRD-WORLDISM theorized a novel that, after the model of Tristan, would plunge the reader into a sea of emotions, as experienced by a single protagonist in a limited time frame. Edouard Dujardin immediately tried to realize that idea, but it assumed definite form only in the new century, in the work of Woolf, Proust, and Joyce. The challenge is to keep the reader oriented amid the experiential flux. Wagner relied on the leitmotif, and modernist writers often followed his lead. Pushing the technique further, they isolated phrases and patterns within the rush of impressions, using them to create a sense of unity, however fleeting. The tolling of Big Ben in Mrs. Dalloway, the uneven cobblestones of In Search of Lost Time, the tap-tap-tap of a blind man's cane in Ulysses are threads that we grasp as we navigate a space in which conventional narrative structure has been obscured or removed. As for Wagner's mythic apparatus, it makes itself felt as an implicit allegory, a half-concealed network of correspondences. Even if modernist artists seldom depict sword-wielding heroes in medieval garb, archetypal images of the fallen god, the wounded king, and the untested youth hover behind contemporary characters and situations. Knightly riders and noble steeds stride through expressionist art, the Rheingold is transmuted into a South American silver mine, a Jewish Dubliner takes on the aspect of the Flying Dutchman. Wagner remains the unavoidable beast at the heart of the modern labyrinth. Fire dances. Loie Fuller was a native of the Chicago suburbs who got her start in burlesque theaters and vaudeville. In 1883, the year of Wagner's death, she was touring America as part of Buffalo Bill Cody's Wild West show. Stocky of build, she began to use swirling fabrics, long canes, and lighting effects to hide her frame and conjure spectral images. Dragons of air, William Butler Yeats called them. After perfecting these techniques in subsidiary roles, she moved to Paris and launched herself as a solo artist. In 1892, she began a run at the Folies Bergère, creating an immediate sensation. Nancy Reynolds and Malcolm McCormick, in their dance history No Fixed Points, write that on that Paris night, it could fancifully be claimed, dance of the 20th century was born. The disappearance of the dancer's body into a kinesis of light, movement, and material was an early landmark of classic modernism. Fuller set her most celebrated piece, La Danse du Feu, or the Fire Dance, to the right of the Valkyries. She performed in a darkened room on a glass pedestal, with colored lights projected from below. A member of her troupe described the effect. As the orchestra began to play, a dim, bluish-reddish flame glimmered at the center of the stage. The edges of the silk stirred gently as the dancer agitated the bottom of the skirt. Then, holding the canes hidden in the sides of the skirt, she crossed her arms before her face and, as the layers of flame seemed to climb higher, for a few seconds, only her eyes showed through. The intensity of the music built up, the veils moved faster, the flames leaped higher. Red, blue, orange, purple. The frenzied, glowing silk soared 15 feet into the darkness. Then, amid a great crescendo of light and sound, the dancer suddenly sank into a heap. A purple ember flickered in a dying gasp. Electric light had been part of theater technology for decades. The inaugural production of Meyerbeer's Le Prophet, in Paris in 1849, used arc light to simulate a sunrise. A few scenes in the first ring at Bayreuth were electrically lit, and a concealed bulb made the Holy Grail in Parsifal glow red. Fuller was far more sophisticated in her methods, employing a system of custom lamps, colored glass, and projections, which she designed and patented. She hoped to apply these techniques in the opera house, but that ambition went unfulfilled. Jules Clariti, the director of the Théâtre Français, reported, "She dreams of fantastic new lighting, of projections accompanying the works of a Wagner, adding their harmony to the musical power of the master. Ah! If I could, if I could. At the opera, the Ride of the Valkyries, lit by me, made to come alive, as I understand it, as I see it." Fuller struck awe into artists and writers of the period. Georges Rodenbach, author of Bruges la Mort, saluted her as a Wagnerian goddess. "Brunhilde, it is you, queen of Valkyries / every man dreams of becoming a god, in order to be your chosen one." Rodenbach's poem appeared on the eve of the first Parisian production of Walkure, in May 1893. The opera was on everyone's mind. Jean Lorraine wrote, "She does not burn, she is flame itself. She is Herculaneum buried beneath the ashes, she is the Styx and the shores of Hades, she is Vesuvius with its gaping jaws spitting the fire of the earth." Mallarmé saw Fuller's work as a premonition of the abstract, interior theater of his dreams. Future decor is buried in the orchestra, latent treasure of imagination, to emerge, in flashes, after the image of the idea that the performer now and then puts over the footlights. That sentence plays on Wagner's mystic abyss, the hidden orchestra in Bayreuth. For Mallarmé, Fuller heralds a post-Wagnerian drama in which word, sound, and gesture are one. If Fuller disappeared into a frenzy of light and motion, Isadora Duncan made the body itself her instrument, moving in free and simple style. She drew attention for performing in a tunic and bare feet, as if she had stepped off a Grecian urn. "Isadora Duncan est Dionysiaque," said Joséphin Paladin. Superbly attuned to music, she not only danced to Wagner but grappled with his theories. A native of San Francisco, she came of age in the nascent Californian culture of non-denominational spirituality and back-to-nature mysticism. In the late 90s, in New York, she performed with Ethelbert Nevin, the salon composer who befriended Willa Cather. Curiously, Cather disliked Duncan's work, despite many similarities in outlook. In 1899, Duncan went to London, where she won the applause of the later Pre-Raphaelites, and soon after decamped to Paris, where Fuller generously championed her. Duncan found an eager following in Germany, and she responded by immersing herself in German culture and philosophy: Kant, Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, Wagner. The last she eulogized as the glorious far-seeing prophet, liberator of the art of the future, whose work flows through every drop of blood in every artist of the world. In a 1903 lecture in Berlin, under the title Dance of the Future, Duncan criticizes ballet. It produces a sterile movement which gives no birth to future movements, but dies as it is made, and calls for a return to the original strength and to natural movements of woman's body. She condemns civilized artificiality and reaffirms Greek ideals. The peroration has the excitable quality of Wagner's prose. This is the mission of the dancer of the future. Oh, do you not feel that she is near? Do you not long for her coming as I do? Let us prepare the place for her. Wagner, too, deplored the constriction of the body in classical ballet. He dreamed of a seductively wild and thrilling chaos of groupings and movements for his Tannhauser Venusberg. But he made no serious attempt to realize these intentions. The flower maidens in Parsifal were, by all reports, a kitschy bunch. Siegfried Wagner, the Meister's gay son, had somewhat more progressive tastes. After seeing Duncan perform in 1903, Siegfried arranged for her to take part in Tannhauser in Bayreuth the following year. Her assignment was to choreograph the Venusberg Bacchanal and dance the role of the first Grace. David Breckbill believes that this departure from routine had a pragmatic purpose. With Parsifal playing at the Met in New York, the Wagners feared that wealthy Americans would no longer bother to make the pilgrimage to Bayreuth, and so Duncan was offered as a lure. She caused chatter on the Green Hill by going around in her usual classical regalia, American companions in tow. The future Hollywood director Preston Sturges, who was there with his mother, Mary Desty, recalled a company decked out in bare feet, sandals, and little Grecian dresses. Duncan envisioned a choreographic counterpoint to the tumult of the Venusberg music, as her notes show. In line with symbolist and early modernist aesthetics, she would make a dance of suggestion, avoiding the futile literalness of a naturalist staging. A single gesture of appeal will be able to evoke 1,000 extended arms, a single head tossed back will represent a bacchantic tumult which is the expression of burning passion in the blood of Tannhauser. And when these terrible desires arrive at paroxysm, when they attain the point where, breaking all the barriers, they rush forward like an irresistible torrent, I cover the scene with mist so that each one in his own way without seeing, can realize the denouement in his imagination, which only outstrips any concrete vision. In an ironic recapitulation of the Tannhauser scandal of 1861, the lack of traditional ballet annoyed the old-time Wagnerites, who felt that Duncan's restrained poses and chaste Venusberg made nonsense of the score. Other dancers were apparently much more routine in their movements, resulting in an uncomfortable clash of styles. Duncan did not return. In 1908, Duncan undertook the first in a series of American tours. Superwoman in America, the journalist Benjamin de Caceres dubbed her. A 1911 program at Carnegie Hall, with full orchestra, paired selections from Bach with the Parsifal Flower Maiden scene and Isolde's Transfiguration. On other occasions, Duncan danced to Siegfried's funeral music and Brunhilde's final monologue. As at Bayreuth, she ignored the turbulence of the Wagner orchestra, embodying the clear, soft beauty of sensuous rapture, to quote one critic. According to Ernest Newman, her dance to the Ride of the Valkyries had a moment of dead immobility, in which she gave us an incredible suggestion of the very ecstasy of movement, something in the rapt face, I imagine, carried on the previous joy of the wild flight through the air. In the Transfiguration, André Levinson wrote, she hardly danced at all, her legs are motionless, only occasionally does a swift gust carry her ahead a few paces. With each crescendo of the orchestra, she shakes her uplifted arms and finally throws them vigorously to and fro. She danced to Tristan at her last performance, before a tragic accident took her life in 1927. Fuller and Duncan entranced fin de siècle intellectuals because they seemed to bring the Gesamtkunstwerk to fruition. Yet Duncan had doubts about the concept. As the dance critic Mary Simonson points out, she felt that dance was sufficient in itself, the root of all other artistic endeavors, and need not become one with music and poetry. Duncan said that she once shocked a luncheon at Wanfried by announcing, "The master made a mistake, one as great as his genius. Music drama, that is nonsense." She went on, "Man must speak, then sing, then dance. But the speaking is the brain, the thinking man. The singing is the emotion. The dancing is the Dionysian ecstasy which carries away all. It is impossible to mix in any way one with the other. Music drama can nice and music drama can never be dot." Cosima stared in icy silence. The Meisterin might have responded, if dance is self-sufficient, why is Wagner's music needed? All protestations and cavils aside, the Gesamtkunstwerk helplessly fascinated modernist artists. The dispute was really about which art would have pride of place. By dancing to Wagner, Fuller and Duncan effectively demoted him, he became the backdrop against which new audacities were revealed. It may be no accident that both women used the Ride of the Valkyries as a favorite foil. The Valkyries have minds of their own. The Theater of Light. Adolf Appia, designed for Das Rheingold, 1892. The dances of Fuller and Duncan, with their free gestures in open space, augured a revolution in the theater. By 1900, the age of naturalism was drawing to a close. A new generation of directors and designers wished to discard scenic surplus, eliminate actorly excess, renovate the stage image. For many leaders of this vanguard, Adolf Appia, Edward Gordon Craig, George Fuchs, Max Reinhardt, Mariano Fortuny, and V. Vsevolod Meyerhold, among others, Wagner was a crucial forebear. Even though the Bayreuth stagings were laden with romantic bric-a-brac, the works themselves demanded something new. The Wagnerian contradiction, Appia called it the disparity between the limitless expressiveness of the music and the confined world of the bourgeois stage. Wagner was not unaware of this contradiction. He once said to Cosima, "Now that I have created the invisible orchestra, I would also like to invent the invisible theater." Then again, he remained to the end a man of the theater, a born actor who valued the actor's art, with its larger-than-life projection of personality. Martin Puchner, in his book Stage Fright, takes the view that Wagner's unswerving devotion to theatricality explains the conflicted response of the modernist generation. Almost like a stage diva himself, Wagner continues to stand for everything that may be grandiose and compelling, but also dangerous and objectionable, about the theater and theatricality. This discourse began, once again, with Nietzsche, whose great hopes for The Ring collapsed when he was forced to confront it as a theatrical presentation. Of this group, Appia was the most ardent Wagnerite. Born in Geneva in 1862, he was trained in music and became interested in the problem of staging Wagner while still in his teens. He attended the Parsifal premiere in 1882 and returned to Bayreuth in 1886 and 1888 for Tristan and Meistersinger. He also saw The Ring in Dresden. These experiences filled him with extreme enthusiasm for the opera, as Wagner has taken the place for him of religion, of love, of everything, a relative commented, and with an equal distaste for their presentation. He later defined the prevailing manner thus: characters in scrupulously historic costume proudly descend a wooden staircase. In their luxurious and authentic footgear they tread boards cluttered with set pieces, and appear outlined against walls and balustrades which the well-lighted painting indicates to be of marvelously sculptured marble. Bayreuth was a museum piece, nothing more. He began to work out detailed scenarios for the operas, and published a preliminary study, Staging Wagnerian Drama, in 1895. His major early treatise, Music and the Art of the Theatre, came out in 1899, in German. For Appia, the score should determine everything that the audience sees. Music controls the flow of time. It is time, he insisted, and it also generates a sense of space. Paraphrasing Wagner's definition of his work as deeds of music made visible, Appia writes, "By means of dramatic representation, music is transported into space and there achieves a material form in the mise en scene, thus satisfying its need for a tangible form, not just elusively in time alone, but quite actually in space. The best way to open up space is not through scenery but through lighting." Appia distinguishes between diffused light, which provides general illumination, and living light, which is more focused and casts shadows. Such proto-expressionist painting with light would play out against drastically simplified sets. Appia retains some conventional elements. The Valkyries sport the traditional helmet and spear attire, but to fin de siècleize these pared-down designs would have been wildly unorthodox. Advances in lighting technology soon allowed Appia's visions to become reality. In 1901, Mariano Fortuny made a crucial contribution by inventing the cyclorama, an overhanging quarter sphere of fabric onto which light was projected. The Fortuny dome, as it came to be called, gave the illusion of infinite, ethereally luminous skies. Baudelaire's prose poem on Lohengrin come to life. Like Appia, Fortuny formulated his ideas in the wake of several unhappy visits to Bayreuth. For a 1900 to 1901 production of Tristan at La Scala, the artist fashioned the illusion of a prolonged sunset in Act 3, with the light changing from yellow to red to purple as it hit the wall and tower of Tristan's castle. To overcome the rigid conventions that impeded an ideal theater, a person of strong will was needed, as strong, perhaps, as Wagner himself. This person was the stage director. The position of Regisseur, the word for director in German, had been a lowly one at the beginning of the 19th century. Wagner assisted in its elevation by creating works so scenically elaborate that a new wizardry was needed to realize them. Bayreuth's prolonged rehearsal schedule and detailed coaching established a standard that impressed even skeptics like Eduard Hanslick, who named Wagner the world's foremost Regisseur. Appia lobbied for something even more radical. With the word tone drama, the person whom we call le Regisseur, whose task currently is to direct the game of fixed conventions, takes the role of a despotic drill instructor, presiding over preparatory exercises for the scenic tableau. Appia dreamed of working at Bayreuth. Houston Stewart Chamberlain, who had befriended the designer in the early 80s, attempted to interest Cosima in Appia's thinking, but he was no more successful than he had been with Mallarmé's poetry, or than Duncan had been in her efforts to rejuvenate Bayreuth choreography. Appia spent countless hours at Bayreuth, attending performances and observing rehearsals. But when Cosima granted him an interview, she stared at him silently for several long moments and said, "All this has no meaning at all." Despite the Meisteran's skepticism, Appia's philosophy filtered outward in the early 20th century. Roller and Mahler's color-saturated Tristan in Vienna probably showed his influence. In 1923, Appia himself presided over a Tristan at La Scala, with Arturo Toscanini conducting. At the outset of Act II, the audience was almost blinded by the light of the torch that warns Tristan to stay away. When Isolde put it out, the lovers were shrouded in gloom, their bodies almost imperceptible. By the time of Appia's death, in 1928, his theories were gaining traction even in Bayreuth. Siegfried, who had been using a Fortuny cyclorama for a number of years, upset traditionalists with a mildly abstract, light-suffused Tristan. An aesthetic of starkness and spareness also stamped the work of Edward Gordon Craig, one of the chief architects of 20th century theatre. Craig's early stagings were close enough to Appia's in spirit that he was wrongly considered an imitator. The likeness resulted from a common regard for the symbolist inheritance. Although Craig never went to Bayreuth, he saw it from afar. When he was a boy, his mother, Ellen Terry, and her lover Henry Irving showed him a book of pictures from the festival. Drawings for Craig's 1903 production of Ibsen's The Vikings at Helgeland resemble Bayreuth's Grail Temple, as the theatre historian Dennis Bebolt observes. Later, under the influence of Isadora Duncan, his longtime lover, Craig formed the ideal of the actor as Uber marionette, the body in trance, shorn of theatrical cliché. Craig soon joined the procession of innovators who tried to persuade Cosima Wagner to modernize Bayreuth. Siegfried, who had brought Duncan to Bayreuth, listened with interest, but Cosima remained intractable. The director reported, "I said to Frau Cosima that I could not see that the stage trappings at Bayreuth or anywhere else were anything like the visions his music conjured up. And I think I remember her saying, 'And what pictures do you see, Mr. Craig?' And I described something like the wild pampas of South America, the rushing of the wind, perhaps a prairie fire, and so on. When I looked at Frau Wagner I could hardly see her face, because she had turned the same color as the tablecloth, into which she seemed to be vanishing." However conservative Cosima may have been, these stories of her obduracy do not do her justice. She was herself a regisseur of strong convictions, inclined toward highly stylized stage gestures and painstaking direction of the chorus. Back in 1887, an American critic had noted that the lighting at Bayreuth was moodier and more atmospheric than elsewhere. In 1908, Craig inaugurated his magazine The Mask with a manifesto titled "The Artists of the Theatre of the Future." He was not the first to deploy such a phrase. In 1905, the German art critic and theatrical manager George Fuchs had proclaimed a stage of the future, in which Wagnerian and Nietzschean ideas would be integrated in pursuit of a more vibrant, vivid stage picture. In order to distinguish himself from his predecessors, Fuchs performed the ritual gesture of repudiating the Gesamtkunstwerk. In place of a synthesis of the arts, he demanded a newly purified articulation of each art form's needs and techniques. Like Duncan, he was closer to Wagner's thinking than he let on, as Juliette Koss makes clear. Fuchs applied his concepts at the Munich Artists' Theatre, designed by Max Littmann and opened in 1908. Its steeply raked, unadorned auditorium took after the Festspielhaus. In place of the deep Bayreuth stage, though, actors occupied a shallow platform that pushed the action to the foreground. The second issue of The Mask included an extract from Wagner's essay The Revolution, in which the spirit of world upheaval vows to destroy the existing order of things. A commentary ascribed to one Jan van Holt asks, I wonder if the ladies and gentlemen who patronize the opera houses of Europe and America realize what they are listening to when Wagner lets loose the notes of his soul in the great operas. This was Craig, speaking through a pseudonym. In applauding Wagner, he suggests, the crowned heads are applauding their own imminent extinction. Events in Russia would bring that conceit to life. Abstraction. Wagner from Thought Forms, and Kandinsky's Landscape with Red Spots too. The classic chronicle of modernism leaned heavily on rhetoric of purity, autonomy, and freedom. Whether in music, theater, literature, or the visual arts, a quasi-Hegelian spirit of progress guides the artist into uncharted realms. Perhaps the purest of pure images in modernism was the abstract canvas, scrubbed of figurative clutter and at times reduced to a single plane of color. According to the long-reigning explanation advanced by the critic Clement Greenberg, abstraction arises as a logical response to the nature of the medium. Beginning with Manet, painters yield to the flatness of the canvas, to the language of color. Greenberg explicitly pitches his argument against the all-encompassing, medium-transcending aesthetic of the Gesamtkunstwerk, although he does not name Wagner as the malefactor. Irving Babbitt does so in his 1910 book The New Lacoon, an essay on the confusion of the arts, on which Greenberg drew. There, Wagner is accused of the breaking down of all barriers and boundaries. The fable of modernism inventing itself ex nihilo, in an immaculate aesthetic conception, has lost credibility with latter-day art historians, many of whom highlight the fin de siècle influences that the likes of Greenberg denied. Occultism once caused embarrassment in scholarly circles, now it has returned to intellectual grace. Around 1900, a new sense of the sacred arose, detached from extant religious practice, ideal forms dwelling behind reality's outer surface. The urge to make such forms visible led at once to experiments with abstraction. Diagrams and dream images in theosophical texts prefigure the work of Kandinsky, Hilma A. F. Klint, Kazimir Malevich, and Pete Mondrian. I got everything from The Secret Doctrine, Blavatsky, Mondrian wrote in 1918. It was primarily through this mystical channel that Wagner, the greatest unconscious occultist who has ever lived, in Edouard Squier's words, influenced modernist painters. Kandinsky named two events in his early life that stamped my whole life and shook me to the depths of my being. One was an exhibition of French Impressionists in Moscow, the other was Lohengrin at the Bolshoi Opera. A haystack by Monet, Kandinsky recalled, was no longer recognizable as such, yet its colors gripped him all the more. As for Lohengrin, he wrote, the violins, the deep tones of the basses, and especially the wind instruments at that time embodied for me all the power of that pre-nocturnal hour. I saw all my colors in my mind, they appeared before my eyes. Wild, almost crazy lines outlined themselves in front of me. Kandinsky came away convinced that painting could develop just such powers as music possesses. German influences shaped Kandinsky in his youth. He learned the language from his maternal grandmother, who was of Baltic origin, and her German folk tales as a boy. He also studied music, learning cello and piano. At the end of 1896, following his twin epiphanies in Moscow, he moved to Munich to concentrate on painting. There he absorbed Wagnerism, symbolism, occultism, the cosmic circle of Stefan George, and quasi-Nietzschean philosophies of Dionysian paganism and hedonism. Theosophy instilled the idea of art as a conduit for arcane truths, in opposition to materialist culture. Kandinsky expounded his worldview in On the Spiritual in Art, first drafted in German in 1909 and 1910 and subsequently expanded and revised. Decrying the nightmare of materialistic points of view, which have turned the life of the cosmos into an evil, pointless game, the painter adopts Helena Blavatsky's belief that humanity should turn inward and undergo spiritual revolution. The artist can help to guide that journey. One potent technique is obsessive repetition, whether of a word or phrase in a Maeterlinck play or of a melodic fragment in Wagner. The latter aims to characterize the hero not only by theatrical machinery, make-up, and lighting effects, but by a certain, precise motif, thus by purely musical means. This motif is a kind of musically expressed spiritual atmosphere that precedes the hero, so that he emanates spiritually at a distance. Such ritual patterns course through Kandinsky's work as it progresses from symbolism toward abstraction. A favorite motif is that of the horse and rider, the hero in motion. In Der Blaue Reiter, or the Blue Rider, a blue man on a white horse dashes across a green field. In Farewell, the tableau of a knight turning away from a maiden could be a nod to Lohengrin, except that no swan is in sight. In canvases from the period 1908 to 1913, we see riders ambling across meadows, justing, or holding golden swords. They are mingled with imagery of the Last Judgment, the Garden of Eden, and St. George and the Dragon. Landscape with red spots too is a particularly interesting case. The Finnish art historian Sixten Ringbaum once scandalized Kandinsky scholars by pointing out that this painting resembles an illustration in Annie Besant and C.W. Leadbeater's 1905 Theosophical Text Thought Forms, which theorizes relationships between sound, emotion, and color. In a section devoted to forms built by music, Besant and Leadbeater present a visualization of Wagner's music, a bell-shaped mass of color towering above a church. Kandinsky seems to emulate its spiky mountains and splotches of red, though the church has been reduced to an infinite pillar. Between 1910, when Kandinsky completed the first version of On the Spiritual in Art, and 1912, when the essay on stage composition appeared in the Blaue Reiter Almanac, Wagner lost some luster in the painter's eyes. The artist-scholar Chris Short finds that Kandinsky's later writings devalue the Gesamtkunstwerk and advocate instead a transcendent theater of music, movement, and color. Wagner may have achieved an impressive monumentality, Kandinsky says, yet the attempt to produce parallel effects in each genre results only in an external unity, the inner sound of movement does not come into play. The critique recalls that of Mallarmé, who desired a theater of the imagination, detached from the noisy machinery of stage and orchestra. Kandinsky speaks of inner necessity as the way beyond mere spectacle. The phrase has been attributed to Hegel, but Wagner is a likelier source. According to the artwork of the future, man can never realize himself until his life is the true mirror of nature, consciously complying with the only real necessity, the inner natural necessity, rather than an agenda determined by religion, nationality, or state. This encapsulates Kandinsky's thinking better than anything in Hegel. Again, a modernist artist rejects Wagner while retaining his ideas. Inner necessity was just as much a byword of the composer Arnold Schoenberg, who saw his hugely controversial exploration of non-tonal harmony atonality. It came to be called as a natural extension of the chromaticism of Tristan. In 1911, Kandinsky and his partner Gabriele Munter attended a performance of Schoenberg's second string quartet and 3 piano pieces, in which tonality dissolves before one's ears. In the final 2 movements of the quartet, a soprano joins the ensemble to sing settings of Stefan George's poems Litanie and Intrucken. At the climax of Litanie, George's apparent allusion to Parsifal kill the longing/close the wound is joined to a musical echo of Kundry's culminating cry of anguish, her plunge from high B to low C sharp in Act 2. Kandinsky responded to the quartet by painting Impression 3, Concert, in which the rough black shape of a piano looms amid blocks of burning color. Not content to theorize, Kandinsky created dramas of his own. The first of these, originally called The Giants and later named The Yellow Sound, had a score by Thomas de Hartmann, a Ukrainian-born composer who had worked under the Wagner protégé Felix Model. In place of a plot, the drama is all dreamlike tableaus, yellow giants, wordlessly chanting, people waving white flowers in sickly light, a child ringing a bell in a chapel-like space, a dance that ends in chaos and darkness. As in Kandinsky's paintings, we witness a mythic narrative whose specificity has been almost entirely effaced. Schoenberg attempted a similar experiment in his music drama Die Gluckliche Hand, where such Wagnerish elements as a goblet, a sword, an anvil, a piece of gold, and a monster are strewn through a tale of unfulfilled longing. Such abstracted heroism appealed equally to the Munich-born painter Franz Marc, who joined Kandinsky and Munter in their artists' colony in Murnau. Mark loved Wagner in his youth, citing Götterdämmerung as an emblem of the greatness of the age. His manifesto The Savages of Germany is a kind of update of Wagnerian art religion, heralding artists who make symbols for their own time, which belong on the altars of the coming spiritual religion and behind which the technical producer disappears. Mark's expressionist eschatology blazes forth in the 1913 painting Fate of the Animals, which suffered damage during the First World War and was restored by Paul Klee. It shows a verdant grove consumed by fire, with forest creatures, deer, horses, boars writhing in terror. At the center is a massive tree, which the art historian Frederick S. Levine has identified as Yggdrasil, the tree of Norse myth. Levine is reminded of Götterdämmerung, in which the decay of the world ash tree predicts the god's end. Levine notices, however, that Mark's tree appears to withstand the rain of fire. 4 deer have found refuge in the lower right-hand corner of the canvas, and they, too, may survive the inferno. Armageddon could bring about a remaking of the world and a recovery of unity with nature, Götterdämmerung as glorious rebirth. Mark was killed at the Battle of Verdun in 1916. In the same year, the Swedish mystic Hilma af Klint embarked on a cycle of 144 watercolor and graphite pieces that she called the Parsifal series, an emanation from the hidden world toward which so many artists were striving. A long-overlooked pioneer of abstraction, A.F. Klint drew on theosophy, Rosicrucianism, and anthroposophy, counting herself a disciple of Rudolf Steiner. Her work tends toward intricate geometrical designs, levitating symbolic forms, and a glowing color palette. The Parsifal series progresses from images of dark confinement, a point of light at the center of a gray-black spiral, to a shimmering chromatic spectrum of squares and circles. The Swedish words for downward, backward, outward, forward, upward, and inward are inscribed throughout. The series suggests a journey of initiation, like Parsifal's long, fitful progress toward the Grail. It could be the invisible theater of which Wagner dreamed. Modern novels. The men and women who began writing novels in 1910 or thereabouts had this great difficulty to face, that there was no English novelist living from whom they could learn their business. So Virginia Woolf wrote in her essay Mr. Bennet and Mrs. Brown the same, in which she announced a fundamental change in human character. The novel held sway as the English language form par excellence. The capacious fictions of Jane Austen, the Bronte sisters, Charles Dickens, and George Eliot were worlds unto themselves, second realities. For Woolf, though, older narrative strategies were failing to comprehend modern life. She criticized Edwardian novelists for their relentless focus on the fabric of things and their inability to capture the inner life of characters, especially those who did not match the author's gender or social station. All human relations have shifted, those between masters and servants, husbands and wives, parents and children. One of Woolf's targets is Arnold Bennett, who whipped up an overheated scene of heterosexual Wagnerian seduction in Sacred and Profane Love. Lacking up-to-date British models, the younger novelists looked to other disciplines, to French poetry, with its leap into free verse, to Impressionist and Post-Impressionist painting, which captured not the thing but the effect it produces, in Mallarmé's words, to the philosophy of Nietzsche, the psychology of Freud and Jung, the mythography of James Frazer, and to music, where the vogue for Wagner had not yet run its course. Even as human character changed, it carried forward ancient patterns. The Ring, Tristan, and Parsifal demonstrated the enduring dynamism of mythic material that had been churning through Western culture for many centuries. Literary modernists fashioned narratives in which modern characters fall into archetypal heroic roles, including the retinue that runs from the Flying Dutchman to Parsifal. Thomas Mann had already practiced a kind of Wagnerian doubling in the Ring allegory of Buddenbrooks, and Willa Cather was reanimating Siegfried and Brunhilde in her Stories of the Prairie. Among the British modernists, the relationship tends to be more covert. The reason may be that Wagner had become part of the official culture of the Edwardian era, decor in the bourgeois fabric of things. Ford Madox Ford, a chief instigator of English language modernism, grew up in what may have been the most Wagnerian house in London. His father, Francis Hoefer, was the German émigré critic who preached Wagner to the Victorian masses and the pre-Raphaelite elite. Ford probably met the Meister in London in 1877, he claimed to remember the dreadful eyes of Wagner and other notables in his father's circle, even though he was only 3 years old. An avid musician, Ford produced his own compositions, in a style suited more to the salon than to Bayreuth. In the 90s, poised to follow his father, he wrote an essay titled Wagner Educationally Considered. Instead, Ford turned to fiction. In his first novel, The Shifting of the Fire, a rather conventional tale of young love frustrated by financial problems, literary leitmotifs abound, and the male protagonist talks up the music of the future. Ford's debut set a pattern among British modernists. Their first or second novel is often the one in which Wagner matters most. The same applies to Lawrence's The Trespasser, Forster's The Longest Journey, and Woolf's The Voyage Out. After the turn of the century, Ford promoted a new literary manner: hard, clear, anti-romantic. Defining poetry as the putting of certain realities in certain aspects, he added an injunction against Wagner: even if you wish to sentimentalize, the dustbin is a much safer card to play than the comfort plant. And, similarly, the anemic shopgirl at the exhibition, with her bad teeth and her cheap black frock, is safer than Isolde. She is more down to the ground and much more touching. This message got through to Ezra Pound, who, when he met Ford, was weaving medieval conceits, reading Paladin, and, it would appear, listening to Tristan. By 1916, Pound had become the perfect anti-Wagnerite, brusque and blunt in style. Wagner is a bum artist, he wrote. He produced a no-make-no play based obliquely on the Tristan tale, as if to dehumidify it. There were two aesthetic philosophies, Pound later decreed, the Wagnerian, in which you confuse the spectator by smacking as many of his senses as possible at every possible moment, and the Vorticist, which aims at focusing the mind on a given definition of form, or rhythm. Only the latter would now do. In 1898, Ford met Joseph Conrad, Ani Józef Korzeniowski's, a retired Polish sea captain who was now improbably making his way as an English-language novelist. 3 years earlier, Conrad had published his first novel, Almayer's Folly, which bore the imprint of his formative encounter with Tristan in Brussels. In a letter to the Belgian writer Marguerite Poradowska, Conrad said that the book ends with a long solo for Almayer which is almost as long as the solo in Wagner's Tristan. He later claimed that the Brussels performance was his only experience of Wagner, and that he otherwise had an abysmal ignorance of the music. Conrad's biographer Frederick Carl casts doubt on such claims, noting the novelist's history of passing himself off as a country boy who stumbled into literature. At the turn of the century, Conrad struck a different pose. In a letter to his publisher, he defended his slow working pace and lack of commercial appeal by placing himself above the herd. I am modern, and I would rather recall Wagner the musician and Rodin the sculptor who both had to starve a little in their day. The Conrad style has an insistent, incantatory rhythm. Sentences roll along in heaving waves, ideas recur and evolve in motivic fashion. Consider how a single word burrows through the final section of Heart of Darkness, 1899, Conrad's nightmarish vision of the Congo under Belgian rule, the darkness of an impenetrable night, the starred darkness, the heart of darkness, the barren darkness of his heart. His was an impenetrable darkness, all the hearts that beat in the darkness, the heart of a conquering darkness. The darkness deepened, the threshold of an eternal darkness, an unearthly glow in the darkness, in the triumphant darkness, the stream of darkness. The last word of the story is foreordained, the offing was barred by a black bank of clouds, and the tranquil waterway leading to the uttermost ends of the earth flowed somber under an overcast sky seemed to lead into the heart of an immense darkness. Did Tristan leave its mark on these mesmerizing repetitions? The possibility is intriguing, although, as John Digatoni writes in Richard Wagner and the Modern British Novel, it is safer to speak more generally of an operatic, staged, and mythic atmosphere. At times, Conrad makes his references to Wagner unambiguous. In the South Sea's tale Freya of the Seven Isles, the title character, bearing a name out of the ring, plays fierce Wagner music in the flicker of blinding flashes, with thunderbolts falling all round, enough to make your hair stand on end. The motif of accursed treasure figures in Almayer's Folly, Heart of Darkness, and Victory. Ford, who served as Conrad's sounding board and part-time stenographer, probably encouraged this elusive pattern. The two authors not only collaborated on a series of novels but participated in the writing of each other's works. In their joint 1909 novella The Nature of a Crime, a money-embezzling lawyer goes to see Tristan and thinks about how the love potion serves as a metaphor for decisive, sometimes self-destructive acts. Every human being knows what it is to act, irrationally, under the stress of some passion or other. The filter could do no more than put it in a man's power to do what he would do if he were let loose. Conrad's 1904 novel Nostromo, perhaps his greatest, has the heft of a modern dress ring. It is set in South America, in the fictional Republic of Costaguana, where the São Tomé silver mine is wreaking havoc on the fabric of society. The Conrad scholar Paul Wiley draws the obvious analogy: the curse attached to the silver is as productive of fatal consequences as that upon the stolen gold in Wagner's ring, for avarice not only defeats the protagonists in the novel but also excludes love as a redeeming force. The master of the mine is a man named Charles Gould, who has come to wield immense occult influence over Costaguana's affairs, to the point of installing a dictator friendly to his interests. Gould believes that his wealth can serve civilizing ends. His wife, Emilia, devotes herself to education and charities. They are like Wotan and Fricka, their outward splendor concealing lovelessness. The mine is a new Nibelheim, worked in the early days mostly by means of lashes on the backs of slaves. Its yield had been paid for in its own weight of human bones. In Rheingold, Alberich drives his horde with a whip and Wotan's debt is paid when Freya is measured against the gold. For Wagner, Alberich and Wotan are mirror images, the one gives up love to gain the gold, the other pursues ultimate power to escape a failed marriage. Gould, cold and obsessed, is Wotan and Alberich in one body. In the face of an attempted coup d'état, Gould threatens to dynamite the mine, preferring to destroy it rather than let it fall into unfriendly hands. With that Götterdämmerung, a more conventional novel might have ended. But the curse has not run its course. The revolt is defeated in part because of the heroism of the charismatic longshoreman Giovanni Battista Fidanza, nicknamed Nostromo, Bosun or our man, who displaces Gould as the novel's central figure. Nostromo and a scheming journalist, Martin Decoud, are entrusted with a portion of the silver, which they take out on a cargo lighter. When their boat is struck at night, they decide to hide the treasure on an island. Decoud, left alone to guard it, goes mad and commits suicide. Nostromo, having told the authorities that the boat was lost, prospers for a while, secretly extracting wealth from the trove. In the closing chapters, though, he becomes the silver's latest victim, a Siegfried turning into Fafnir. Nostromo is described as the slave of the treasure, the slave of the São Tomé silver, and the master and slave of the São Tomé treasure. The last phrase is a near quotation from Alberich's curse upon the ring: de rings Herr als de Ringsknecht, the lord of the ring as the slave of the ring. Mrs. Gould stands as a beacon of compassion in the capitalist dark. Nostromo hails her as shining, incorruptible. When, on the point of death, he tells her that he knows where the silver is, she chooses to say nothing to her husband or to anyone else. Let it be lost forever, she says. Like Brunhilde returning the ring to the Rhine, I grasp the gold and give it away. She is trying to break the curse that has hollowed out her marriage and all but ravaged her husband. She does not quite succeed. At the very end, Dr. Manningham, the Gould's well-meaning but embittered doctor, pulls up to the island in a boat, wondering what he would find there. He seems fated to become the next master-slave of the ruinous horde. In 1908, Ford founded the English Review, one of the lively small magazines in which Anglo-American modernism took shape. One of his aims was to publish writers from the working classes' authentic projections of that type of life which hitherto had gone quite unvoiced, he later said. An early issue included several poems by David Herbert Lawrence, the son of a Midlands coal miner. Perhaps Ford imagined that someone from such a background would be free of Wagnerism and other decadences. Yet the Midlands were no more insulated from Wagner than was Willa Cather's Nebraska. Growing up in the vicinity of Nottingham, Lawrence had belonged to an intellectually inclined circle of youths, dubbed the Pagans, who discussed Wagner, Nietzsche, Darwin, Marx, and the gay socialist Edward Carpenter. The miners, Ford recalled Lawrence saying, wanted their sons to be educated people. The Nottingham Sacred Harmonic Society had Wagner in its repertory, as did many amateur choruses throughout the coal and iron districts. In 1900, several hundred Welsh singers delighted London audiences with their rendition of the Pilgrim's Chorus from Tannhauser. In 1908, Lawrence took a job teaching in Croydon, on the outskirts of London. When he went into the city to see Wagner, his feelings were mixed. Tristan was long, feeble, a bit hysterical. Siegfried made no great impression. Expressing a preference for Italian opera, he wrote, "Damn Wagner, and his bellowings at fate and death." All the same, The Trespasser, his second novel, records an extreme case of Wagner mania, based on a real-life incident. A friend of Lawrence's, the teacher and writer Helen Cork, had become entangled with her violin tutor, a married man named Herbert Macartney, who played in ring cycles at Covent Garden and was swept up in the hurricane of music and emotional color. When Macartney tried to make love to Cork, she insisted that the relationship remain platonic, probably because she was lesbian. To mark the spiritual nature of their passion, Cork renamed herself Sieglinde, and Macartney became Siegmund. A typical passage from her diary, Siegmund, in an irresponsible mood, is whistling the spring song from Die Walküre. He is very far away from me indeed, I half wonder if I have loved only a dream-woven soul, and no reality. Eventually, Macartney fell into despair and killed himself. In Lawrence's retelling, the lovers are named Helena and Siegmund. Like their counterparts in D'Annunzio's The Triumph of Death and Battiliot's Mystic Flesh, they are addicted to seeing the world through a Wagnerian lens. A foghorn is compared to a sustained pitch in Tristan. A sunset is Lohengrin-esque. Siegmund feels lost in dreamland, like Brunhilde sleeping in her large bright halo of fire. The clickety-clack of a train brings to mind the ride of the Valkyries. Just before news of Siegmund's death reaches her, Helena is roaming Tintagel, the Arthurian castle associated with King Mark, humming bits of Wagner. Unlike other Tristan scenarios of the period, though, The Trespasser omits the usual Liebestod crack-up. Lawrence, at the outset of his lifelong campaign against sexual repression, refused to tell stories of the Liebestod type, of the ecstasy of the Untergang, as Thomas Mann described Death in Venice. The novella disgusted Lawrence when he read it. Rather, Siegmund's tragedy is meant to underscore the irreconcilability of passionate fantasy and humdrum domestic life. The poor man's end hanging himself on door hooks has nothing romantic about it. Helena survives, and goes in search of a warmer, earthier mode of existence. Instead of renouncing her musical love, she applies herself to studying German, so that she can understand Wagner in his own language. Lawrence's own preoccupation with Germanic culture intensified when, around the time of the publication of The Trespasser, he fell in love with Frieda Weekly, née von Richthofen. The couple began frequenting bohemian circles on the continent, including the artists' colony in Ascona, Switzerland, where occult rituals and naked dances were held on a Parsifal meadow. For years to come, Lawrence would cultivate the ancient spirit of prehistoric Germany coming back, at the end of history, as he later wrote. The famous novels of Lawrence's early maturity feature characters who are Wagnerian in both personality and name. The Brangwen sisters, the artist Gudrun and the teacher Ursula, appear in both The Rainbow, 1915, and Women in Love, 1913-16. In Götterdämmerung, Gudrun's marriage to Siegfried sets off the final crisis. Likewise, in Women in Love, Gudrun's affair with the industrialist Gerald Critch incites a climactic explosion of violence. Gerald, for his part, is a Wagnerian composite. With his blonde hair and muscled body, he initially comes across as an Anglo-Saxon Siegfried, but when he goes swimming with the sisters he is said to be like a Nibelung Alberich splashing after the Rhine maidens. Directing his mines as god of the machine, Gerald indeed resembles Alberich, not to mention Gould in Nostromo. The miners are blackened, slightly distorted human beings, all moving subjugate to his will. Eventually, Gudrun shifts her attention to an effete, sardonic German artist intellectual named Lowerke, whose name recalls Loge, the fixer of the ring. Events move toward disaster as the company takes an alpine holiday. One really does feel übermenschlich, more than human, Gudrun says. Gerald nearly strangles her in a murderous fury. Stoddard Martin is right to call him a god in decline, seeking das Ende. He wanders into the snow and dies. In the two novels, Ursula emerges as a magnificent Brunhilde Isolde figure, although her erotic adventures are as modern as any in the novels of Colette. She enjoys a lesbian romance, and her affair with Rupert Birkin, a stand-in for Lawrence, attains Tristan-like levels of nocturnal ecstasy. As Hugh Stevens notes in an essay on Wagner and Lawrence, Ursula undergoes a kind of transfiguration in the closing chapter of The Rainbow. Believing that she might be pregnant, she hallucinates fire all around her, as if she were Brunhilde on her rock. She let the flames wrap her and destroy her to rest. She also has a vision of a great flash of hoofs, a bluish, iridescent flash surrounding a hollow of darkness. Finally, a rainbow arches above the Nibelheim of the Midlands, and sensual mysticism takes over. And the rainbow stood on the earth. She knew that the sordid people who crept hard-scaled and separate on the face of the world's corruption were living still, that the rainbow was arched in their blood and would quiver to life in their spirit, that they would cast off their horny covering of disintegration, that new, clean, naked bodies would issue to a new germination, to a new growth, rising to the light and the wind and the clean rain of heaven. She saw in the rainbow the earth's new architecture, the old, brittle corruption of houses and factories swept away, the world built up in a living fabric of truth, fitting to the overarching heaven. In Rheingold, the rainbow is a false apparition, its splendor betrayed by the greed of the gods. In Lawrence's novel, it is more like the melody that unfurls at the end of Götterdämmerung, promising rebirth. A Valkyrie stands intact above the flames. E.M. Forster was the kind of turn-of-century man who couldn't say no to Wagner, gay, cultured, stalked by feelings of social isolation. His father came from wealth but died young, and despite his comfortable upbringing Forster lacked the sense of being born into a high social station. Bullied at school, he took refuge in books, art, and music. At Cambridge University, he joined the elite Society of the Apostles and got to know a wider group of young men: Lytton Strachey, Clive Bell, Saxon Sidney Turner, Leonard Woolf, John Maynard Keynes, and Adrian and though by Stephen Virginia Woolf's brothers, who would form the core of the Bloomsbury set in London. Wagnerism ran rampant in this circle, as did an inclination toward homosexuality, fleeting or permanent. Forster gives a portrait of the Apostles in The Longest Journey, his second novel, which appeared in 1907. A few pages in, an undergraduate is trying to play the prelude to Rheingold on the piano. Later, Ricky Elliott, a dreamy and oversensitive writer born with a club foot, experiences a Rheingold fantasy, his interior monologue imitating the swelling E-flat major orchestration of Wagner's fanfare to the Ring. Music flowed past him like a river. He stood at the springs of creation and heard the primeval monotony. Then an obscure instrument gave out a little phrase. The river continued unheeding. The phrase was repeated, and a listener might know it was a fragment of the Tune of Tunes. Nobler instruments accepted it, the clarionet protected, the brass encouraged, and it rose to the surface to the whisper of violins. In full unison was love born, flame of the flame, flushing the dark river beneath him and the virgin snows above. His wings were infinite, his youth eternal, the sun was a jewel on his finger as he passed it in benediction over the world. Creation, no longer monotonous, acclaimed him, in widening melody, in brighter radiances. Was love a column of fire? Was he a torrent of song? Was he greater than either the touch of a man on a woman? The apostles scramble Wagner metaphors as they take in the world around them. When Ricky and his philosopher friend Ansel trade letters on the topic of the advisability of marriage, Ricky cites Brunhilde as a positive example, while Ansel refers skeptically to Elsa in Lohengrin. For the musicologist Michel Fillion, such scenes point up the danger of applying mythology to real life. Wagner proves a siren's song, she writes, that lures the imaginative mind away from the idea of reality and the ethical idea that reality must be faced, convictions central to Forster's trenchantly anti-metaphysical worldview. The Longest Journey is not merely a satire of collegiate Wagnerism, the operas become doors to understanding. Ricky explicitly sees himself as Amfortas, hobbled by a wound that may be psychosexual as well as physical. He hopes that his wound might heal as he labors and his eyes recapture the Holy Grail. In later chapters, trapped in a joyless engagement and a school-teaching career, Ricky meets Stephen, a rough-hewn farmer who has the blonde locks and blue eyes of a Wagner hero. The erotic spark between the two, "Come with me as a man, we're alive together," Stephen says, becomes all the more provocative when it is discovered that they are half-brothers. Wisely, perhaps, Forster dropped his initial plan to name the character Siegfried. As the two friends meander the countryside at dusk, Stephen sets a crumpled piece of paper afloat in a stream and lights it with a match. It becomes a rose of flame, burning as if it would burn forever. Forster has brought back Ricky's Rheingold daydream, with its column of fire and torrent of song. But only a Liebestod is available to this man who yearns for love outside convention. He feels the magic stream slipping away, the dullness of marriage reclaiming him. When Stephen passes out drunk on a railroad track, Ricky rescues him but is killed by an onrushing train. The proletarian Siegfried lives on, transfigured by Ricky's memory. The Longest Journey lacks the elegant contours and cutting wit of Forster's mature novels. It is, however, a heartfelt work, one that the author cherished. Unlike many of his generation, Forster never swerved away from Wagner. As late as 1954, he visited Bayreuth. Although a few characters in his mature fiction express an aversion to the composer, they are not entirely convincing. In Howard's End, 1910, the practical-minded Margaret Schlegel bemoans the muddling of the arts, as Irving Babbitt did in The New Lacoon, published the same year. Every now and then in history there do come these terrible geniuses, like Wagner, who stir up all the wells of thought at once. For a moment it's splendid. Such a splash as never was. But afterwards such a lot of mud, and the wells as it were, they communicate with each other rather too easily now, and not one of them will run quite clear. Her diatribe rings false in the context of a novel that prizes the reconciliation of opposites. Indeed, Margaret later assists in the building of the rainbow bridge that should connect the prose in us with the passion. That Rheingold metaphor reinforces the novel's motto of only connect. Streams of consciousness. Men dominated the modernist canon, and their work can give off a macho reek, outlaw poses, public melees, acrimonious squabbling over who did what first. Wagner was himself a superb example of the violently insecure male ego. Hilma af Klint found her way to abstraction without recourse to revolutionary bravado, and a parallel path opened in literature, in the field of stream of consciousness writing. Virginia Woolf, its most imaginative practitioner, disliked the confrontational stance of her male colleagues' narratives of the egotistic anti-hero adrift in the modern world, as her biographer Hermione Lee writes. This does not mean that Woolf was timid in her approach. George Eliot had linked women's untold stories to the roar which lies on the other side of silence. In Woolf's work, the roar becomes gigantic. George Henry Lewis, Eliot's partner, introduced the term stream of consciousness in 1860, just after Wagner completed Tristan, the opera of endless melody. In Lewis's telling, the vast and powerful stream of sensation arose from an observer's inward response to the stimuli of the outer world. William James adopted the phrase in his 1890 text Principles of Psychology, defining it as a teeming multiplicity of objects and relations. The term acquired its literary meaning in 1918, when May Sinclair reviewed 3 novels by Dorothy Richardson, the first installments of what would become Richardson's 13-volume pilgrimage cycle. Sinclair wrote, "In this series there is no drama, no situation, no set scene. Nothing happens. It is just life going on and on. It is Miriam Henderson's stream of consciousness going on and on." Sinclair mentions in the same regard Joyce's A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, which had appeared in 1914 and 1915. She evidently did not know of the work of Gertrude Stein, whose novel The Making of Americans, 1902-11, not published until 1925, might have been the first sustained exercise in stream of consciousness writing. Nor does she speak of Woolf and Catherine Mansfield. The definition of what constitutes a stream of consciousness style has become confused over time. The syntactically broken interior monologues of Joyce's earlier work stand apart from Mansfield's and Woolf's more composed free indirect discourse. Nonetheless, both writers radically evoke the interplay of subjective consciousness and exterior reality. Music was of paramount importance in this branch of modernism. In the Pilgrimage Cycle, Richardson comments on the ubiquity of music in Germany, where young women learn to play, and think more deeply about themselves in the process. Mansfield was a serious musician in her youth, studying the cello with an eye toward pursuing a professional career. In 1907, when she was 18, she heard a performance of Walk Your by a touring company, and the experience stayed with her when she went on a camping trip on New Zealand's North Island. In her journal, she wrote, "A bird large and widely silent flies from the river right into the flowering sky. There is no other sound except the voice of the passionate river. They climb onto a great black rock and sit huddled up there alone, fiercely, almost brutally, thinking like Wagner." Another note reads, "Oh, the sea and Wagner together. Oh, thank God that I have written 5 poems." Mansfield was in the throes of an affair with a half-Maori girl named Mata Mahiupiku, and her Wagnerian ecstasies may reflect the liberation of her feelings. In the same period, Mansfield was at work on a novel called Juliet, which she left unfinished. Here Wagner plays a different and more sinister role. Instead of freeing up a woman's subjectivity, the music stifles her and exposes her to predatory males. The title character has fallen for a gifted young cellist named David, a pre-Raphaelite lad with a dreaming, exquisite face. He and his music give Juliet the sense that her whole soul woke and lived for the first time in her life. David's bohemian London includes a suspect decadent named Rudolph. At the story's fatal turn, Rudolph sits at the piano, plays the Tannhauser Overture, and accuses Juliet of being too conventional and fearful. He started the Venus motif. "Here am I," he said, "reckless, a lover of all that you have desired to love, because my mother was a danseuse and my father an artist. Also there was no marriage." He ceased speaking, but the music filled the room. He repeated the wonderful Venus call. "Ah, it is divine," he said. "That is what you should be, Juliet." "What, how am I for Tannhauser?" The music was flooding Juliet's soul now. The room faded. She heard her hot, heavy, impassioned voice above the storm of emotion. "Stop, stop," she said, feeling as though some spell was being cast over her. She shook from head to foot with anger and horror. It is a typical scene of Wagnerian seduction, though with a twist. The male seducer has androgynously assumed the femme fatale role of Venus. The ploy succeeds. When Rudolph grabs Juliet, she surrenders to him. But we are made to feel Juliet's fear and panic as she steps into this erotic musical trap. A few hours later, David returns, having heard Wagner at a promenade concert. He finds Rudolph improvising madly at the piano. "I'm still full of Wagner," David says, "and behold, I find he is here incarnate in my room." Rudolph responds, "I am Wagner, I'm at the top of the whole world." He lays a hand on David's arm, as if another seduction were beginning. Manfield's mature style adapts the stream of consciousness to a clear-eyed realism that often dwells on her New Zealand childhood. Delia de Sosacoria believes that the writer's musical experiences, not least her brushes with Wagner, shaped her conception of poetic prose, to take a phrase of Baudelaire's that Mansfield quotes in her notebooks. For Coria, lines from the 1921 story At the Bay exemplify that musicality, not only in terms of how they move across the page but in their use of sound as narration. Ah! Sounded the sleepy sea. And from the bush there came the sound of little streams flowing, quickly, lightly, slipping between the smooth stones, gushing into ferny basins and out again, and there was the splashing of big drops on large leaves, and something else. What was it? A faint stirring and shaking, the snapping of a twig, and then such silence that it seemed someone was listening. Shortly before her early death, in 1923, Mansfield made a tantalizing note about a future story, Aunt Her life with the Tannhauser Overture. Who Aunt was, or what Tannhauser meant to her, is unknown. Perhaps Mansfield was plotting a tale like Cather's A Wagner Matinee, in which the music allows an older woman to rediscover a stymied self. Woolf once said that Mansfield was the only writer who made her feel jealous. She had a harder time making up her mind about Wagner. At times, she seemed as much of a fanatic as her brother Adrian Stephen, and his Cambridge friend Saxon Sidney Turner. She joined the two on a trip to Bayreuth in 1909, where Parsifal stunned her. I felt within a space of tears. I expect it is the most remarkable of the operas, it slides from music to words almost imperceptibly. In an unsigned essay for the Times, she placed the composer in exalted company. Like Shakespeare, Wagner seems to have attained in the end to such a mastery of technique that he could float and soar in regions where in the beginning he could scarcely breathe. Not long after, she wore a Valkyrie costume to a fancy dress ball for women's suffrage. 4 years later, though, Wagner has suddenly become intolerable. Woolf writes of a session with The Ring, "My eyes are bruised, my ears dulled, my brain a mere pudding of pulp. Oh, the noise and the heat, and the bawling sentimentality, which used once to carry me away, and now leaves me sitting perfectly still." A decade later, she casts her Wagnerism as a phase that men had foisted on her, writing to a younger friend, "I went to Tristan the other night, but the love-making bored me. When I was your age I thought it the most beautiful thing in the world, or was it only in deference to Saxon? I told many lies in Covent Garden Opera House." Then again, in the same period she is singing the spring music from Walkure as she walks in London, and by the 30s she is enjoying Meistersinger at home. "I sit with the book of the score and conduct and I'm furious when they don't follow me." This ambivalence is not of the Nietzsche type, a youthful ardor that gives way to apostasy. Rather, Woolf keeps going back to Wagner, sometimes with enthusiasm and sometimes with skepticism, but always with a sense that the music holds something from which she can learn an aspect of her business. Woolf's father, the Victorian man of letters Leslie Stephen, had no great feeling for music, but he impressed upon his children the significance of German culture. Woolf was only 16 when she first saw a full performance of The Ring, in 1898. Wagner references multiply in her correspondence around 1907, when she was living with Adrian in Fitzroy Square, an early site of the Bloomsbury gatherings. For several years, the conductor Hans Richter had been staging Wagner seasons at Covent Garden, and the Bloomsbury contingent went to these almost en masse. Woolf says in letters that she cannot be persuaded to sacrifice my Richter, that she is about to attend Meistersinger, that Adrian is playing Wagner on the piano. During the Richter season of 1908, Woolf reports, "We go almost nightly to the opera, and in the afternoon we have our German." Leonard Woolf, Virginia's future husband, remembers a Wagner cult, with Sidney Turner as the high priest. If any composer but Wagner were praised, Sidney Turner would become irritated. Bloomsbury Wagnerism peaked in 1909, when Woolf accompanied Adrian and Sidney Turner to Bayreuth. Thomas Mann made his only visit to the festival at this same time, and it is possible that both writers were present at a Parsifal on August 7. In her Times essay, titled Impressions at Bayreuth, Woolf registers feelings that she seems not quite prepared to put into words, that remain very deep and perhaps indescribable. What strikes her in Parsifal is the melding of sensual and spiritual impulses. Somehow Wagner has conveyed the desire of the knights for the Grail in such a way that the intense emotion of human beings is combined with the unearthly nature of the things they seek. One is fired with emotion and yet possessed with tranquility at the same time, for the words are continued by the music so that we hardly notice the transition. The acutest passages, though, are those in which Woolf imparts what she experienced when she went outside during the intermissions. From the hill above the theatre you look over a wide land, smooth and without hedges. It is not beautiful, but it is very large and tranquil. One may sit among rows of turnips and watch a gigantic old woman, with a blue cotton bonnet on her head and a figure like one of Durer's, swinging her hoe. The sun draws out strong scents from the hay and the pine trees, and if one thinks at all, it is to combine the simple landscape with the landscape of the stage. When the music is silent the mind insensibly slackens and expands, among happy surroundings, heat and the yellow light, and the intermittent but not unmusical noises of insects and leaves smooth out the folds. In the next interval, between 7 and 8, there is another act out here also. It is now dusky and perceptibly fresher, the light is thinner, and the roads are no longer crossed by regular bars of shade. The figures in light dresses moving between the trees of the avenue, with depths of blue air behind them, have a curiously decorative effect. Finally, when the opera is over, it is quite late, and halfway down the hill one looks back upon a dark torrent of carriages descending, their lamps wavering one above another, like irregular torches. This tremendous feat of description rivals Willa Cather's early Wagner reviews, with their sketches of singers before and after the performance. Crucially, these are impressions at Bayreuth, not of Bayreuth. An exact rendering of natural and human surfaces merges with an interior consciousness that seems to flow from Parsifal itself. Especially arresting is Woolf's perception of the music of insects and leaves, synesthetically blending with sights, scents, and sensations. The image of carriages moving in a dark torrent, as if bearing torches, creates a characteristic Woolfian tableau that is at once beautiful and chilling. In the same period, Woolf was working on her first novel, which she initially called Melambrosia. She finished a draft in early 1910. Extensive revisions followed, and the novel did not reach its final form until 1913, under the title The Voyage Out. The effort precipitated a mental breakdown. In September 1913, Woolf attempted suicide by an overdose of veronal. Because of her illness, the novel did not see publication until 1915. Like The Trespasser and The Longest Journey, The Voyage Out shows a not entirely successful struggle to absorb ideas from Wagner while attempting to move beyond fin de siècle aesthetics. For Woolf, the struggle is peculiarly personal, involving matters of gender, sexuality, and cultural identity. It is a tale of immersion and overcoming, at the end of which the heroine dies and the novelist survives. The voyage of the title is both geographical and spiritual. Rachel Vin Race, a sensitive young piano-playing Englishwoman, is setting out on a journey to South America from which she will not return. In the second chapter, we see her ensconced in her shipboard cabin, surrounded by books and scores. The room is equipped with a piano, and she likes to sit for hours playing very difficult music, reading a little German. In both the early and later versions of the novel, she reads lines from one of Isolde's outbursts against Tristan in Act I, as she is dragged from Ireland to Cornwall, where she is to marry King Mark. Below are the German original, a literal translation, and a flowery late Victorian rendition that Woolf employs. Der Agent vor dem Streiche. He who, shrinking from the blow. In shrinking trepidation. Sich flüchtet, wo kann. Takes refuge wherever he can. His shame he seems to hide. While ihn braut erals Leiche. Because he has won a corpse as bride. While to the king his relation. Für seinen Herrn gewann. For his master. He brings the corpse like bride. Dunkt es dich dunkel. Does it seem murky to you? Seems it so senseless what I say? Mein Gedicht? My tale? In Melambrosia, the first draft, this Tristan passage is a cue for reverie. Rachel's mind drifts toward the horizon, into a Conradian immense vagueness. In the voyage out, Rachel is considerably more cavalier. She reads the passage with a shout of laughter, and the line seems it so senseless what I say, gets a catty response, she cried that it did, and threw down the book. Tristan is little more than a romantic trinket, briefly examined and then tossed aside. Rachel is now more modern, debonair, cheeky. Before the ship sets out across the Atlantic, Richard Dalloway, a former member of Parliament, and his wife, Clarissa, join the company for a time. They make a pompous, unpleasant first impression, nonetheless, each plays a role in the expansion of Rachel's consciousness. Mrs. Dalloway, hinting at the inner complexities that will require a separate novel to explore, mulls over the futility of shutting oneself up in a little world of one's own, with pictures and music and everything beautiful. The faces of poor, hungry children make her want to stop all the painting and writing and music until this kind of thing exists no longer. When Mrs. Dalloway espies the Tristan score, she mimes playing a passage from it and says, "Do you remember this? Isn't it divine?" And then Tristan goes like this, and Isolde. She then luxuriates in memories of Bayreuth. I shall never forget my first Parsifal, a grilling August day, and those fat old German women, come in their stuffy high frocks, and then the dark theatre, and the music beginning, and one couldn't help sobbing. Mrs. Dalloway finishes, though, with the remark, "I don't think music's altogether good for people." The implication is that Rachel must break away from her aesthetic cocoon. She soon does so, though presumably not in the way that Mrs. Dalloway meant. In the midst of a storm, Mr. Dalloway plants a kiss on her, an experience she finds at once liberating and horrifying. Tristan reverberates throughout the novel. At Rachel's side is her aunt, Helen, who, like Brain Jane in the opera, idolizes the heroine and feels presentiments of disaster on her behalf. On reaching South America, Rachel falls for a well-to-do would-be novelist named Terence Hewitt, and their affair is set against a lush, sultry landscape, reminiscent of King Mark's garden. Rachel asks, "Are we on the deck of a steamer on a river in South America? Am I Rachel, are you Terence?" Compare Tristan and Isolde's many moments of ecstatic obliviousness. Which land? Which king? You Tristan, I Isolde. When the company sets out to explore a patch of jungle, Wolfe stages a night of love, planting some particularly ingenious Tristan references. Rachel and Terence go ahead of the party, at which point they confirm their love and decide on marriage. All the while, other members of the party are calling out, the voices of the others behind them kept floating, now farther, now nearer. The shouts were renewed behind, warning them that they were bearing too far to the left. Voices crying behind them never reached through the waters in which they were now sunk. The lovers are oblivious, even to their own voices, so beautiful was the sound of their voices that by degrees they scarcely listened to the words they framed. In Wagner's Liebesnacht, likewise, Brain Jane warns the lovers that night will soon give way to day, take care. Only to fade into the orchestral backdrop that represents their bliss. In Melambrosia, the jungle sequence includes a differently charged erotic moment as Rachel and Helen walk in the jungle alone and roll in the grass. This lesbian subtext, shared with Michael Field's Isolde Brain Jane play The Tragedy of Pardon, is mostly absent from the final version, but a touch of it remains as Rachel appreciates Helen's soft body and strong and hospitable arms. Rachel exits the jungle with a fever and goes into quick decline. Emma Sutton, in Virginia Woolf and Classical Music, notes that in this Liebestod the gender roles of Tristan are reversed, Rachel suffers and hallucinates before dying, while Terence is left to deliver an elegy over her body. In Melambrosia, we enter Rachel's consciousness as she dies, she feels herself sinking and sinking, like Isolde. The voyage out adopts Terence's perspective, and the disparity between this rather dull fellow and the transfigured Isolde makes for ironic comedy. Tristan. Ah. Isolde, becomes hello, Terence. Well, Rachel. Highest bliss devolves into sentimental cliché, no two people have ever been so happy as we have been. No one has ever loved as we have loved. Even so, the pathos kicks in, when Terence realizes that here was a world in which he would never see Rachel again, he begins shrieking her name. For Emma Sutton, The Voyage Out is a feminist critique of Tristan. The Wagner spell ultimately entraps the protagonist, lulling her into a wordless state when she should be cultivating and articulating her inner self. It may also be, though, that Rachel is not Wagnerian enough, that she has failed to reckon with Isolde's full strength. So argues Louise de Salvo, who edited Mellambrosia for publication. Rachel is made to undergo the necessary and ineluctable equation of women and caring, of women and loving, of caring and victimization, of loving and madness, of loving and powerlessness, of powerlessness and suicide, of loving and death. Woolf is urging women to kill this conception of themselves as powerless, as impotent. Rachel should have paid closer attention to Isolde's wrathful, defiant words. Indeed, early drafts suggest that Woolf initially intended to lament women's loss of potency from the pagan era to the Christian present. In the first act of Tristan, Isolde delivers a seething monologue Entartetgeschlecht. Degenerate people. In which she calls for a revival of ancient sorcery and a tempest of retribution. Although Rachel is too weak to summon such forces, a symbolic storm rages through the novel after her death. No damage is done to the hotel where the well-to-do English company is staying, but larger storms may follow. The total work of Marcel Proust. In the post-Wagner age, writers tended toward imposing multi-part projects. Bookstore shelves sagged under the weight of trilogies, tetralogies, and even longer cycles. Dorothy Richardson's pilgrimage novels, Ford Madox's Ford's Parade's End, Thomas Mann's Joseph and His Brothers, and Romain Rolland's Jean Christophe, itself the saga of a German composer. Grandest of them all was Proust's In Search of Lost Time, which appeared in 7 parts between 1913 and 1927, the last 3 posthumous, the author having died in 1922. Although Proust never named The Ring as a precedent, it seems clear that the cycle helped him to conceive of a fictional work of vast dimensions, its structure bound together with leitmotifs. In Search of Lost Time is one of the supreme Wagnerian creations, yet it is free of bombast, maintaining an intimate mode of address. Woolf praised Proust for having solidified what has always escaped and made it too into this beautiful and perfectly enduring substance. Like The Ring, In Search of Lost Time stemmed from a relatively modest initial idea that grew ever larger and subdivided into many parts. Jean-Jacques Nattius traces this process in his book Proust as Musician. Wagner started at the end, with Siegfried's death. Proust began with a sketch for a semi-fictional essay titled Contre Saint-Beuve, which muses on the memories inherent in objects and places, most famously, the childhood-reviving taste of a madeleine. Once Siegfried's death was sketched, Wagner found that he had to tell the earlier parts of the drama in order to give the denouement its necessary weight. Proust, analogously, kept expanding the middle stages of his story, so that chapters became books. The genesis of The Ring is itself discussed in The Captive, the 5th volume of The Search. Marcel, the Proustian narrator, imagines Wagner's sense of wonder as he realizes all of a sudden that he had written a tetralogy. The composer must have beheld an ulterior unity, as the piecing together of fragments yields a network of interrelationships. In fact, this précis is a better fit for In Search of Lost Time than it is for The Ring. Nattius also reveals the hidden Wagnerian background of the fictional composer Vinteuil, whose works are heard at pivotal moments throughout the cycle. In the first novel, the Jewish dilettante and collector Charles Swann becomes engrossed by a little phrase in Vinteuil's sonata music that is threaded through his life and later extends into Marcel's. It acts very much like a leitmotif. Thomas Gray has written that Wagner's motifs are not only a means of labeling but also a matter of musical memory, of recalling things dimly remembered and seeing what sense we can make of them in a new context. This is precisely how the little phrase weaves its way through In Search of Lost Time. The delicious complication is that this leitmotif is itself a piece of music. It is, in a way, a metaphor for itself. In notes from the period 1913-16, Proust wrote, "I shall present the discovery of time regained in the sensations induced by the spoon, the tea, etc., as an illumination à la Parsifal." What illumination does he have in mind? He may well be thinking of the Good Friday spell, which is discussed at length in an early draft of Time Regained. But he could also mean Parsifal's sexual spiritual epiphany in Act 2, Amfortas, The Wound. The latter had spoken strongly to a number of gay and lesbian readers, from Ludwig II to Gertrude Stein. Born in 1871, Proust came of age in a period when aspiring aesthetes were Wagnerites almost by default. He joined the intellectual throng at the concerts Lamoureux, though he disapproved of how the audience applauded tuneful numbers from Wagner's early operas while failing to acknowledge the transcendence of Tristan. Probably by intention, he sounds like Huysmans's impeccably snobbish De Essence. The fact that Proust was coming to terms with his homosexuality made the attachment all the more unsurprising. By the 90s, Wagner was well established as a code of gay taste. Robert de Montesquieu, the worshipper of King Ludwig, was one of Proust's Wagnerian tutors, and received the ambiguous honor of being immortalized as the predatory Baron de Charlis in The Search. The great women of society on whom Proust trained his admiring and dissecting gaze often shared his passion for Wagner. Elizabeth Graffoul, he, Montesquieu's fashion-setting cousin, sponsored the French premiere of Tristan. The Princesse de Polignac, born Winaretta Singer, commissioned the sculptor Jean Caries to produce a colossal door for what was rumored to be a Parsifal shrine, the Porte de Parsifal, now on display at the Petit Palais in Paris. In some circles, Proust encountered skepticism, and pressed Wagner's case strongly. When the Jewish salonière Geneviève Strauss, Bizet's widow, pronounced the composer legendary instead of human, Proust responded, "The more legendary Wagner is, the more human I find him." And when the singer and composer Reynaldo Hahn, Proust's sometime lover, lobbed insults at Lohengrin, the author responded plaintively, "The Grail, the departure, the giving of the horn, sword, and ring, the prelude, is not all this beautiful?" In Proust's early stories, fellow Wagnerites come in for light mockery. Fragments of Commedia dell'arte shows us a bourgeois aesthete named Orinth, who can read Lamartine only on a snowy night and listen to Wagner only while burning cinnamon. Another youthful piece is an elaboration of Bavard et Picotet, Flaubert's satirical encyclopedia of pretensions. In Proust's version, Bavard, a revolutionary if ever there was one, declares himself a Wagnerite, although he does not actually know the scores because, again like De Essence, he cannot bear to listen to the music as it is conventionally presented. Picotet, by contrast, takes the patriotic stance, saying that for French ears Wagner will always be the most infernal of torments and the most cacophonous. Not to mention the most humiliating for our national pride. Such were the terms of the Wagner debate in the Paris salons. The 1893 story The Melancholy Summer of Madame de Breves makes Wagner the key to a character's consciousness. Madame de Breves is a young widow besotted with the mediocre M. de Laleanda. At a soirée, she hears a phrase from Meistersinger the Flighter Monologue, Lilac Monologue, in which Sachs compares garden scents and birdsong with the strange but fresh music of young Walther von Stalzing. For Madame de Breves, the phrase becomes a veritable leitmotif for the beloved. In an almost page-long sentence, she curses the inexpressible feeling of the mystery of things, the exquisite sinking of the spirit that has deepened her love, dematerialized it, enlarged it, made it infinite, without having made it any less torturous. She is left with the sense that reality and desire run parallel, never touching, if, walking on the beach or in the woods, she lets herself be gently overcome by a pleasure in contemplation or reverie, or at least a fragrance, a song that the breeze wafts and mutes, making her forget her sorrow for an instant. Suddenly she feels a sorrowful wound in a great blow to the heart. The Flieder monologue speaks of the scent of lilacs, so gentle, so strong, and full. The idea that a musical phrase can serve as a veritable leitmotif for a character or for one character's perception of another points toward In Search of Lost Time. Wagner serves both as a gauge of cultural pretension and as a signpost of fundamental psychological shifts. Early on, in the Swan in Love section of Swan's Way, the superficial society tone predominates. Madame Verdurin enjoys hosting musical soirees, at which she features young pianists whom she has taken under her wing. About each one, she exclaims, "Really, it oughtn't to be allowed to play Wagner as well as that." Sometimes, the composer makes too violent an impression on her. When Swann arrives for his indoctrination into this company, he hears a piano arrangement of a violin sonata by Vinteuil, who, at this stage of the cycle, is a lowly village organist noted mainly for the scandalous lesbian behavior of his daughter. What jumps out at Swann is a petite phrase of 5 notes, secret, murmuring, detached, airy and perfumed. He has heard it before, but failed to catch the composer's name. Now he is fully beguiled. The experience coincides with Swann's love for the courtesan Odette, yet the import of the music goes beyond matters of the heart. The refined Parisian aesthete discovers an inner landscape in which his spirit can walk. After a high note sustained through 2 whole bars, Swann sensed its approach, stealing forth from beneath that long-drawn sonority, stretched like a curtain of sound to veil the mystery of its incubation. Swann comes out a changed man, his mind absorbing one of those invisible realities in which he had ceased to believe, to which he was conscious once again of the desire and almost the strength to consecrate his life. Over the course of the novel, other characters will have epiphanic encounters with the music of Vinteuil, who is eventually acclaimed as a neglected genius. In early drafts of Swann's Way, before the Vinteuil character has come into focus, the little phrase is ascribed to Camille Saint-Saëns. Letters indicate that Proust was also thinking of works by Franck, for Schubert, and Wagner, a prelude from Lohengrin. A passage in Swann's Way could describe the prelude to Act I of Lohengrin, filtered through Baudelaire, below the delicate line of the violin part, slender but robust, compact, and commanding. He had suddenly become aware of the mass of the piano part beginning to emerge in a sort of liquid rippling of sound, multiform but indivisible, smooth yet restless, like the deep blue tumult of the sea, silvered and charmed into a minor key by the moonlight. The emotional history of the little phrase is an epic in itself. When Odette hears it at the Verdurins, it is the national anthem of her love. Elsewhere, it instills in Swann a thirst for an unknown delight or serves as a confidant of his love. When the affair with Odette seems at an end, the phrase is the specific, volatile essence of that lost happiness. One sign of the deterioration of the relationship is that Odette brings up the idea of going to Bayreuth while making it clear that she would prefer Swann to stay away, rather like Colette's Claudine and Virginia. In Within a Budding Grove, with Swann married to Odette, the phrase evokes moments of magical ordinariness, such as the brightness of moonlight in the Bois de Boulogne. Sound can reflect, like water, like a mirror, Swann says. At this same moment, Marcel takes possession of the phrase. At first, the young man hardly notices it, and considers Vinteuil's music unremarkable, but such initial incomprehension is often the necessary prelude to the understanding of a great work of art. Thea Kronborg experiences something similar when she first hears Wagner. In The Captive, the little phrase has its apotheosis. Marcel first connects Vinteuil's motifs of the sensual and the anxious to his own affairs, then addresses the work on its own terms. Rather than serving to remind Marcel of his own life, after the manner of Dorian Gray at Tannhauser, the sonata pulls him into its life. He asks, was there in art a more profound reality, in which our true personality finds an expression that is not afforded it by the activities of life? Marcel thinks of Tristan, an excerpt of which has just been performed at the concerts Lamoureux. Dismissing the anti-Wagner faction, I had none of the scruples of those who, like Nietzsche, are bidden by a sense of duty to shun in art as in life the beauty that tempts them. Marcel revels in the teeming complexity of Wagner's world, which achieves an organic fullness through the ever-evolving recurrence of leitmotifs. He mentally revisits those insistent, fleeting themes which visit an act, recede only to return again and again, and, sometimes distant, dormant, almost detached, are at other moments, while remaining vague, so pressing and so close, so internal, so organic, so visceral. There are so many different strains, each is a person. Some examples are the song of a bird, the call of a hunter's horn, the air that a shepherd plays upon his pipe, carving its silhouette of sound against the horizon. These are, respectively, the forest bird, Siegfried's horn, and the song that haunts the dying Tristan. If Proust had kept to his original plan, the entire sequence of musical epiphanies would have hinged on Parsifal. Much of the material that appears in Time Regained, the final book of the cycle, was sketched in 1910 and 1911. References to young girls in flower bring to mind the Flower Maidens. In the Guermantes way, when Marcel finds himself surrounded by beautiful women of society, he identifies them as filles fleurs, the French name for the Parsifal maidens. These allusions would have culminated in a performance of the second act of Parsifal at a gathering chez the Princesse de Guermantes. Proust had in mind the Wagner performances that took place in Paris around the turn of the century, hosted by the likes of Judith Gautier, Mathilde Blumenthal, and Elizabeth Grafulhi. In the early draft, Marcel arrives late at the Princess and is asked to wait outside the salon, because the Princess has forbidden entry once the music has started. Marcel bides his time in the library, meditating on the task of the artist. It is, he thinks, to probe beyond the surface of appearances to a reality that abides far from ordinary life. Any happenstance triggering of memories permits the unveiling of a great reality, in the form of the one, the only book, The Dream of Mallarmé. Supernatural beings, creatures, may be the vehicle for such revelations, beings that themselves come from the world of art. One such being is the motif of the Good Friday music from Parsifal, which has floated through the door of the salon. Proust apparently changed his mind about what music is being played. The Good Friday episode occurs in Act 3, not Act 2. It is surely no accident, either, that the word creature is on Marcel's mind, since Guermantes is telling of how all creation à la creature rejoices in springtime, all that blooms and soon fades away. A meditation on the musical being follows. What exactly was its clear relationship to the first awakening of spring? Who could have said? It was still there, like an iridescent bubble that had not yet burst, like a rainbow that had faded for a moment only to begin shining again with a livelier brilliance, adding now all the tones of the prism to the mere two colors that had iridesced at the beginning and making them sing. And one remained in a silent ecstasy, as if a single gesture would have imperiled the delicious, frail presence which one wished to go on admiring for as long as it lasted, and which would in a moment disappear. In other words, the Good Friday motif has itself become one of the short-lived flowers that Guermantes cherishes. Wagner, too, blooms and fades. In the final version of the sequence, as it unfolds in Time Regained, the Meister vanishes. Marcel still arrives for a musicale at the Princesse, but with two differences. The Princess turns out to be Madame Verdurin, newly risen in station, and the music goes unnamed. Is it still Parsifal? Perhaps, since the Princess continues to issue pious Bayreuthian rules about late seating. On the other hand, Marcel speaks of purely frivolous pleasures. No Wagnerite would place Parsifal in that category. Marcel's fantasia on the Good Friday spell does not go to waste. Proust inserts portions of it into the published version of Swann's Way, fleshing out Swann's climactic experience of the Vinteuil Sonata. There, the little phrase is said to belong to an order of supernatural beings whom we have never seen, and it floats through the air in a familiar way. It was still there, like an iridescent bubble that floats for a while unbroken. As a rainbow whose brightness is fading seems to subside, then soars again and, before it is extinguished, shines forth with greater splendor than it has ever shone, so to the two colors which the little phrase had hitherto allowed to appear it added others now, chords shot with every hue in the prism, and made them sing. Swann dared not move, and would have liked to compel all the other people in the room to remain still also, as if the slightest movement might imperil the magic presence, supernatural, delicious, frail, that was so soon to vanish. Both Wagner and Vinteuil generate supernatural presences that fade away the moment they are perceived, like the creatures in the Good Friday spell. Composers are sorcerers who entice such presences from the realm of hearing into the realm of sight. The ultimate musical epiphany occurs in The Captive, when Marcel marvels over a late work by Vinteuil, his septet. How noteworthy it is that the boldest approximation to the bliss of the beyond should have materialized precisely in the melancholy, respectable little bourgeois. The septet is, Marcel claims, as great an advance over the sonata as Tristan and Meistersinger are over Tannhauser. Vinteuil's nondescript life only augments its aura, as a masterpiece that comes from nowhere. The composer who welds an indivisible structure from a medley of scattered fragments sounds much like the Wagner who assembles his operas from insistent, fleeting themes. And once again, a musical phrase is characterized as a creature, this invisible being whose language I did not know but whom I understood so well, is perhaps the only inconnu unknown woman that it has ever been my good fortune to meet. Why does Wagner partly disappear from In Search of Lost Time? Natius gives a plausible explanation. Proust decided that Marcel should experience his revelation through an imaginary work of art, for according to the logic of the novel a real work always disappoints. Attainment of the absolute could only be suggested by a work that was unrealized, unreal, and ideal. The suppression of Wagner is also a displacement, allowing a successor figure to step forward. It is an unobtrusive agon, a quiet coup. Proust reassigns meisterly authority to a man not unlike himself, a French artist of refined taste and retiring temperament, who rises from obscurity to posthumous triumph. It has not escaped notice that In Search of Lost Time is a kind of septet, a piece in 7 parts. In the city where Wagnerism began, an equal of The Ring has appeared. It has no gods, valkyries, or dwarves, but, on its final page, it offers an image of memory-laden men as giants plunged into the years, astride the infinity of time. 10. Notting. The First World War and Hitler's Youth. Parsifal in Barcelona, 1914. Wagnerism reached its zenith in early 1914, on the eve of the First World War. By the terms of the Berne Convention, the copyright on Wagner's works expired at midnight on January 1. Parsifal, which had been considered the exclusive property of Bayreuth, entered the public domain, and within a few months it had received stagings in around 50 cities across Europe. On New Year's Day, the opera was mounted in Berlin, Rome, Budapest, Prague, and Madrid. Cosima Wagner had been dreading the moment for years. In 1901, she tried to win a copyright extension from the Reichstag. The bill was derided as a Lex Cosima and defeated by a vote of 123 to 107. First off the mark was the Grand Theatre del Liceu, in Barcelona, whose Parsifal was scheduled to begin at 11 p.m. on New Year's Eve midnight Bayreuth time. Catalans felt possessive of the work because local lore held that the Holy Grail once resided at Montserrat, the site of an ancient Benedictine monastery in the mountains northwest of Barcelona. Medieval versions of the Partival tale placed the Grail in a castle called Montsalvage or Montsalvisque. Wagner rendered this as Montsalvat, locating it in the northern mountains of Gothic Spain. The poet Manuel Monte das Rovira was particularly keen on the association. He wrote a series of ballades Wagnerians, one of which is titled Montserrat Montsalvat, and also delivered a lecture titled The Probable Catalan Origins of the Legends of the Holy Grail. The sets for the Liceu Parsifal were modeled on Montserrat's rock-clinging architecture. The performance, led by Wagner's son-in-law Franz Biedler, actually began at 10:25 p.m., so that the bells of the Grail Temple could ring as midnight struck. It ended at 5 in the morning. At the turn of the century, many Catalan artists sought to define themselves in contradistinction to Spanish culture and in solidarity with the rest of Europe. The sensuous Gothic forms of Modernisme, the Catalan equivalent of Art Nouveau and Jugendstil, manifested that spirit in bravura style. As in Ireland, Wagner was a paragon for the cultivation of native myth, the interpenetration of the art and the life of each people, as the poet Joan Maragall put it. The proscenium of the Palau de la Música Catalana, the hyper-ornate concert hall designed by the modernista architect Luis Domenech I Montaner, features a relief sculpture, by Didac Mazzena I Majo and Pau Gargallo, of Valkyries leaping on their horses. At the Lyceum, a painted panel shows Wotan and Brunhilde with Wagner emblazoned below. 4 stained glass windows depicting scenes from the Ring adorn the Circle del Lyceum, a club adjacent to the Opera House. The city's most extreme Wagnerites styled themselves as Knights of the Grail in the service of Parsifal, which, in one reading, had been dictated by the Holy Spirit. Antoni Gaudí, the greatest of the modernists, had limited musical interests, preferring the simplicity of medieval chant. Yet his yen for organic grandeur matched Wagnerian aesthetics, particularly when he received commissions from patrons like the industrialist José Biguel, a Parsifal fanatic who went to Bayreuth in 1891. Gaudí's Palau Güell could double as a Wagner set. The massive pillared subterranean stables have been described as a Nibelung lair, and the central space is capped by a Parsifal-like dome with a light-radiating cupola. It was Gaudí who built the dome of Montsalvat, one of the architect's friends said. A central cupola also figures in the design of the gigantic, unfinished Basilica de la Sagrada Familia, on which Gaudí began work in the year of Wagner's death. Robert Hughes writes, Gaudí's love of extremes, his belief that architecture should deal in ambiguity and gloom, exaltation and anxiety, and theatrically primal spaces, the peak and the cavern, is entirely Wagnerian. Catalans were not the only ones who felt proprietary about Parsifal. The Italians drew attention to Wagner's sojourns on the Amalfi coast, his encounters with Siena Cathedral and the gardens of Ra Paolo, his death in Venice. The British gave weight to the story's Arthurian dimension. The French looked to the original Perceval romance of Chrétien de Troyes. Portuguese monarchists mythologized the 16th-century ruler King Sebastian as a Parsifal figure. Farther afield, Wagner surfaced in Japan, the Arab world, and India. The Sri Lankan theosophical leader Kurupumalaj Janarajadasa hailed Parsifal as a true picture of the struggle of the soul to the light. Wagner's fame spilled over into the commercial marketplace. The Benz Motor Car Company manufactured a vehicle called the Parsifal, and a hue known as Parsifal Blue had a vogue in American fashion. At Bayreuth itself, cracks were forming in the dynastic facade tensions that reflected wider political divides. In 1900, Isolde von Bülow, Richard and Cosima Wagner's illegitimate first child, had married Franz Biedler, whose skill as a conductor made him the festival's heir apparent. But the couple was too independent for Cosima's taste. After Houston Stewart Chamberlain entered the family circle, he led a vendetta against the Biedlers, whose expulsion would increase his influence. The family decided to disinherit Isolde on the fallacious grounds that she was not really Wagner's daughter. The ensuing power struggle culminated in a court proceeding that generated headlines in early 1914. Although Isolde lost the case, and soon fell terminally ill with tuberculosis, the Wagner's reputation suffered lasting damage. On June 27, the day before the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo, the muckraking journalist Maximilian Harden published a merciless attack on the family, replete with sniggering allusions to homosexuality. Siegfried Wagner was described as a savior from a different colored box who cannot wish to be too visible to the eye. Bayreuth's unsuccessful effort to prevent the expiration of the Parsifal copyright also dented its image. That campaign took on hyper-nationalist, xenophobic, and anti-Semitic overtones. A semblance of the old cosmopolitan atmosphere still prevailed when the festival opened, on July 22. The hotels were full of international names, both great and small: Prince August Wilhelm, the Kaiser's fourth son, the writers Gerhard Hauptmann and Hermann Bahr, Rudolf Steiner, the founder of anthroposophy, the Comte de Fitzjames and the first Zio Hohenlohe Langenberg, the Finnish composer-conductor Armas Jarnefelt, Mrs. S. F. Mead and W. H. Baxter of Dorset, Countess Annesley of Castlewellan, Ireland, Harry Cake, a piano dealer from Pottsville, Pennsylvania. There were a number of French visitors, though not as many as in earlier years. Among them was Joséphine Paladin, the erstwhile Tsar of symbolist Paris, now more subdued in manner and dress. The pilgrims fell into the usual dotty rhythms. The American writer and patron Claire Benedict, who was attending with her mother, read aloud in the woods each day before the stroll up the green hill to the Festspielhaus. On entering, she recalled, we straightway forgot that any other life existed outside. The Americans were permitted to watch a dress rehearsal. Siegfried Wagner monitored the proceedings from empty rows behind them. Karl Muck, the reigning Parsifal conductor, walked back to assess the balances. Once the festival got underway, though, the Benedicts began to notice odd behavior among the higher-ranking figures. Austria-Hungary delivered an ultimatum to Serbia on July 23, and a number of Austrians went home. Before Siegfried, Prince August Wilhelm was seen having a tense conversation to the side of the auditorium. Claire Benedict wrote, the day before, he had been a bright, good-natured boy, today he was an anxious, stern-faced man. Acting on a hunch, the Benedicts booked an early departure, and left after Götterdämmerung. On August 1, Muck conducted Parsifal. At 5 p.m., around the time the Grail Temple bells were ringing in Act I, the Kaiser ordered a mobilization against Russia. According to Paladin, the news of war raced through the crowd during the intermission before Act III, in which compassion heals a troubled world. There was, he claimed, an immediate transformation of German attitudes, glances became insolent, elbows sharp, the ears themselves revolted against the accents of our language. German listeners, on their side, probably had the same suspicion. When Parsifal ended that night, the festival fell silent for 10 years. Wagner at War. Franz Stassen, Off to Valhalla. In his 1880 essay Religion and Art, Wagner wondered whether bombs, torpedoes, and other military technologies would bring about the end of the world. One could imagine that all of this art, science, bravery, and honor, life and possessions could blow up through an unpredictable mistake. It was a vague prophecy of the mass devastation wrought by 20th-century war. That some of this devastation was done in his name points to the contradiction that has dwelled at the heart of Wagnerism almost from the beginning. Despite the composer's intermittent hostility to the state and his late-period drift toward pacifism, his music often fueled a bellicose mood and, especially in Germany, became a psychological weapon. When war broke out, German-speaking Wagnerites were already mobilized in spirit. In 1911, Reinhold von Lichtenberg had let it be known that the ring represented the victorious struggle of the Germanic ideal against foreign, therefore enemy powers. Lichtenberg also contentedly noted that foreigners were no longer in the majority in Bayreuth, indeed, that German attendees counted for 88%. Once hostilities began, Wagner became part of the national arsenal. In the French town of Saint-Quentin, which German forces seized in the first weeks of their lightning assault on the Western Front, a commemorative concert was held for soldiers in the local basilica, and a military newspaper reported that a Parsifal excerpt on the organ was the highlight, the wonderful acoustics of high Gothic spaces, the sanctified music of the noblest motifs, and then the occasional dull thump of the distant guns. Gripping. We were all shaken to our core. The events of world history outside were thrust into the holiness of the moment. Here the sounds of the glorification of the pure fool, out there the deeds of the pure sword of the Germans. In August 1914, the illustrated magazine Kladderadets captioned a wild-eyed Siegfried with the text, "Now the strong German spirit / has forged the old sword anew." The next year, Richard Sternfeld, a conservative Jewish Wagnerite, published a pamphlet titled Richard Wagner and the Holy German War, which ended with a citation of Hans Sachs's Hauptakt, and the words after the Holy German War, "Holy German art God grant it." Eventually, Wagner became part of military lingo. A defensive bulwark on the Western Front, constructed in 1916, was known as the Siegfried Line. Another fortification was called the Wotan Line. In early 1917, when German troops retreated to the Siegfried Line and manned it, they did so under the rubric Operation Alberich. The retreat entailed the razing of houses, the destruction of railways and roads, the poisoning of wells, and the setting of mines and booby traps, an appropriation of Nibelung malevolence in the service of the German cause. In the summer of 1918, the army was preparing a counter-offensive named Plan Hagen, which never went into effect. The German Jewish industrialist Walther Rathenau, in a 1918 tract titled To Germany's Youth, gave an acidulous summary of the reigning mentality: there is always someone Lohengrin, Walther, Siegfried, Wotan, who can do everything and beat everyone, who can redeem suffering virtue, punish vice, and bring universal salvation, in a sweeping pose, with fanfares, lighting effects, and scenery. Back in Bayreuth, Houston Stewart Chamberlain issued essays and pamphlets titled The German Love of Peace, German Freedom, Germany as Leading World Power, Democratic Delusion, and Hammer or Anvil. The polemics displayed unrelenting hostility not only toward the foreign enemy but also toward domestic threats of cosmopolitanism, democracy, journalism, and Jewishness. Wilhelm II remained a fervent follower, writing to Chamberlain that he read the essays with heart-pounding enthusiasm. In a January 1917 letter, the Kaiser described the war as a struggle between two Weltanschauungen, the Teutonic German, for custom, right, loyalty, and faith, true humanity, truth and genuine freedom, against the Anglo-Saxon, the worship of mammon, the power of money, pleasure, land-grabbing, lies, betrayal, deceit, and, not least, treacherous assassination. One worldview must win, Wilhelm said, and the other must go under a presumably inadvertent echo of Wagner's forbidding formula, Der Untergang. In France, Wagner again fell from grace, his name once more synonymous with German aggression. Cartoonists spoofed the Kaiser by costuming him in Wagnerian poses, for example, as Lohengrin riding a swan motorcar. In the fall of 1914, Camille Saint-Saëns launched an anti-Wagner campaign on the front page of L'Echo de Paris, warning of a machine of war against French art. Members of the right-wing Action Française joined the assault. Léon Daudet, who had earlier attacked Wagnerism as a stealth invasion incited by Jews, considered the Great War the antidote to the German poison that Wagner had helped to inject into the French bloodstream. Pierre Lasser insinuated that the composer was of Jewish descent. Charles Maurras, the chief figure of the Action Française, shuddered at the memory of the Revue Wagnerienne and declared that the state must de-Germanicize itself. Maurras's reference to intellectual police carrying out this cleansing could be taken literally. Louis Aragon recalled gendarmes entering apartments to ask residents to stop playing Wagner. The anti-Wagner campaign reached the front lines, or at least approached them. Trucks bringing fresh meat to troops at the front were stamped with an image of a laughing cow, devised by the illustrator Benjamin Rubier. The insignia was dubbed La Vache qui rit, La Vache qui rit, or the cow who laughs. The name ridiculed the German habit of giving Wagnerian dimensions to military actions, as in Stassen's picture of Valkyries carrying German soldiers to Valhalla, or Wilhelm Trubner's 1914 lithograph of the Kaiser surrounded by Valkyries on the battlefield. La Vache qui rit inspired a foxtrot of the same title and a brand of cheese that remains popular today. A few loyalists dared to speak up. Even at the height of the war, the poet and essayist André Suarez wrote, "I want to recognize Richard Wagner as the most beautiful artist of his century." The proper attitude is to remain open to great artists on the enemy side. One must not be German in French. Suarez goes on to argue that Parsifal offers an implicit critique of the philosophy of race and conquest. Paladin takes a similar line in his 1916 book The War of Ideas. Although he denounces almost everything German, including the hiring of German maids, he will not hold the Meister responsible for the conflict. Instead, he interprets the Ring as an allegory of rising Boche brutality. Das Rheingold begins, like the present war, with contempt for treaties, with the famous scrap of paper. Wotan becomes the Kaiser, a megalomaniac brute. In the end, Paladin writes, the box should be crushed to the rhythm of the Valkyries. Proust remained a steadfast Wagnerist. Distraught that French artists would deprive themselves of the prodigious fertilization that is hearing Tristan, the novelist called Saint-Saëns's campaign imbecilic. Robert de Saint-Loup, the liberal-minded cavalry officer of In Search of Lost Time, inherits Proust's Germanophilia. If Saint-Loup had occasion in a letter to mention a song by Schumann, he never gave any but the German title, nor did he use any periphrasis to tell me that, when at dawn on the edge of the forest he had heard the first twittering of a bird, his rapture had been as great as though he had been addressed by the bird in that sublime Siegfried which he so looked forward to hearing. After the war. It is not to be, Saint-Loup falls at the front. When Italy joined the Entente of France, Great Britain, and Russia in 1915, Wagner largely disappeared from Italian opera houses and concert halls. The following year, the conductor Arturo Toscanini placed the Forest Murmurs and Siegfried's funeral music on the program of a benefit concert in Rome, precipitating a noisy protest by a band of futurists. During the funeral music, one audience member cried out, "For the dead of Padua." 93 civilians had recently been killed during an Austrian bombardment of Padua. It turned out that the shout came from a soldier who heard the Wagner as a fitting memorial to his comrades. Musical reprisals were less common among the Central Powers. During the war, Vienna heard Verdi's operas about as often as Wagner's. The United States declared war on Germany on the afternoon of April 6, 1917. The Met was in the middle of its annual Good Friday Parsifal, that drama of peace and goodwill among men, as the Met's general manager Riley recalled. The Met board soon began discussing whether Wagner should still be played. The issue reached the desk of President Woodrow Wilson, who wrote that personally I should hate to see them stop German opera. At first, the Met seemed inclined to keep its Wagner, but by the fall the mood had changed. The Committee on Public Information, Wilson's propaganda outfit, was fomenting a wave of anti-German hysteria. One victim was Karl Muck, Bayreuth's Parsifal conductor, who led the Boston Symphony. In October 1917, Muck was falsely accused of having refused to conduct the Star-Spangled Banner. Wild rumors spread to the effect that he was a German spy. A crowd at a meeting in Baltimore chanted, "Kill Muck! Kill Muck!" Around the same time, the Met Board voted against presenting German opera. In March 1918, Muck was arrested on trumped-up charges and sent to an internment camp. In Britain, the operas stayed in the repertory, although protests were not uncommon. Wagner's staunchest supporter was the unflappably debonair Thomas Beecham, who conducted Tristan in Manchester and London in 1916. When a media magnate questioned the endeavor, Beecham pointed out that Wagner was the favorite composer of that section of the audience which was in khaki. Indeed, a critic reported that British officers had requested Saturday performances so that they could see Tristan on leave. Many Wagnerites on the Entente side believed that the composer not only stood apart from contemporary Germany but could be seen as actively opposing it. Paladin was not the only one who saw The Ring as a commentary on German arrogance and comeuppance. Glenn Philpott, a gay British Wagnerite, produced an illustrated pamphlet titled The Twilight of the Hohenzollerns, which reconfigured episodes from The Ring as a subconscious prophecy of Germany's downfall, with Prussian militarism grasping after world dominion, the maidens of truth, liberty, and justice lodging their protest, false and base are all who revel above, and Bismarck issuing Erde-like warnings. At first glance, the piece reads like a satire, but it becomes apparent that Philpott and his literary collaborator, Christopher Sandeman, are in earnest. Philpott's images share in the cult of the sculpted male form that is common in much Wagnerian iconography, but these are bodies marked for death. Even die-hard Wagnerites had to wonder whether the war had caused the Meister irreparable harm. Camille Mauclair, for one, wrote that German guns had done as much damage to Wagner as they had to Reims Cathedral. The creation of empire, with the empire he will be dead. War fiction and poetry. If, as Thomas Mann said, Wagner epitomized the 19th century, its grandeur, its splendor, its faith in progress, its bourgeois materialism, its nationalist mythologies, its moral arrogance, its spiritual longing, and, above all, its veneration of art and artists. Then the Great War indeed killed him off, as it did large tracts of the 19th century cultural legacy. To all appearances, the great romantic liturgy of art religion, enmeshed with mystical nationalism, had abetted the collective madness of history's deadliest war to date. Meanwhile, new forms of culture were asserting themselves through technologies of broadcast and reproduction. The mobilization of millions of young men helped to popularize genres that could be circulated and consumed quickly. Jazz records, mass-market novels, and Nickelodeons not only served the needs of commercial entertainment but fed the appetites of those modernist artists who were turning their attention from metaphysical heights to the everyday. These intersecting forces explain the rapid fading of Wagner's aura from 1914 to 1918, from the Parsifal year to Planhagen. Yet the old sorcerer refused to go away, and the 20th century soon found new uses for him. His music established itself on the newfangled Victrola, the brassy bits breaking through the ambient crackle. The machinery of war fell in sync with Wagnerian myth. Aerial combat stimulated thoughts of Valkyries decades before Apocalypse Now. The dream of the total artwork underwent radical transformations in the hands of Dadaists and Futurists. At the same time, the day-to-day havoc of war led some romantic-leaning artists to treasure all the more Wagner's capacity to deliver messages from a buried past or a possible future. In 1919, Ford Madox Hofer changed his last name to Ford, thus excising Germanness from his person. Unexpectedly, Ford's major work of the post-war era, the tetralogy Parade's End, turned out to be his most Wagnerian creation. A testament to the war's shattering psychic impact, the cycle depends on an elaborate system of leitmotifs to unify its discontinuous, often hallucinatory narrative. Rebecca Lockyer, in an essay on Ford's relationship with Wagner, tracks the recurrence of a particular sonic motif, the clatter of a tea tray falling to the ground. In the pre-war scenes of Some Do Not, the first novel of the tetralogy, a tea tray drops a short distance, jangling a tense social scene. Then it becomes a simile for an auto accident. There was a crash and scraping, like 20 tea trays, and finally a surreal metaphor for the cacophony of war, an immense tea tray, August, its voice filling the black circle of the horizon, thundered to the ground. Ford had served in the British Army, suffering a severe concussion in 1916. Parade's End contains many jolting evocations of the soundscape of battle, with fragmentary, at times nonverbal motifs mapping the traumatized consciousness. In the two war-centered novels at the heart of the cycle, Wagner is deployed with surgical precision, first to suggest the heedlessness of the pre-war mind and then to show its crack-up. The central figure is Christopher Tietjens, who has the aspect of an able-bodied Anglo-Saxon hero but is diffident to the point of blankness. His wife, Sylvia, is a cold seductress racked by religious doubts. When Christopher goes off to battle, Sylvia bizarrely decides to visit him in Rouen, just behind the front, in an attempt to win back his alienated affections. Faced with the noise of the male wartime order guns in the distance, officers carousing, a gramophone blaring, she turns to favorite strains of Tannhauser, and to the Venusberg sequence in particular, explicitly comparing herself to Venus. By extension, Valentine Wanop, a young suffragette who has captured Christopher's attention, is likened to Elizabeth, Tannhauser's pure-hearted savior. As Lockyer notes, the brokenness of the writing displays a polyphonic simultaneity, as Sylvia senses impending triumph. She was humming Venusberg music, she knew music if she knew nothing else. She said, "You call the compounds where you keep the wax Venusbergs, don't you? Isn't it queer that Venus should be your own? Think of poor Elizabeth." The room where they were dancing was very dark. It was queer to be in his arms. She had known better dancers. He had looked ill. Perhaps he was. Oh, poor Valentine Elizabeth. What a funny position. The good gramophone played. Destiny. You see, father. In his arms. Of course, dancing is not really. But so near the real thing. So near. Her gown of gold tissue was like the colubium Sindanese the king wore at the coronation. As they mounted the stairs she thought what a fat tenor Tannhauser always was. The Venusberg music was dinning in her ears. She said, 66 inexpressibles. I'm as sober as a judge. I need to be. In a man could stand up, Tietjens plunges into the thick of battle, coming face to face with the enemy. The burrowing out and undermining of trenches occasions a ring analogy. It was, of course, just like German spooks to go mining by candlelight. Obsoletely Nibelungen-like. Dwarfs probably. The sounds of war take on the timbres of a Wagnerian orchestra. Noise increased. The orchestra was bringing in all the brass, all the strings, all the woodwind, all the percussion instruments. The performers threw about biscuit tins filled with horseshoes, they emptied sacks of coal on cracked gongs, they threw down 40-story iron houses. It was comic to the extent that an operatic orchestra's crescendo is comic. Crescendo. Crescendo. Cresque. The hero must be coming. He didn't. The hero arrived. Naturally, he was a Hun. He came over, all legs and arms going, like a catamount, struck the face of the parados, fell into the trench on the dead body, with his hands to his eyes, sprang up again and danced. Lockyer relates this episode to one of Ford's own wartime experiences. One day the novelist was playing Isolde's Transfiguration at the piano when he looked up to see the Prince of Wales, the future Edward VIII, listening. "Go on playing," said the prince. The swell of sound that accompanies the hero Hun could be an ironic transcription of the so-called Liebestod, with a bumpy diminuendo following. It could also echo Siegfried's funeral music in Götterdämmerung, a bombastic memorial for a random death. A poet in the tradition of Stephen Mallarmé, aloof from the fracas of history, might have been expected to fall silent when the noise of war commenced. Paul Valéry, who had accompanied Mallarmé to the concert's Lamoureux, somehow found his voice. Like so many members of his generation, Valéry turned to Wagner at an early age, and, unlike many of them, stayed loyal throughout his life, even through 2 wars with Germany. In 1893, when he was in his early 20s, he had a particularly overwhelming encounter with Wagner, so much so that it apparently contributed to his post-adolescent decision to give up writing poetry for some 20 years. He recalled, in the faux submissive manner of Baudelaire, "I loved the Wagner so much, and the Wagnerian conception had so struck me, penetrated me, that the first effect of this action was to make me reject, with the sadness of impotence, everything that was literature." Wagner, he said, filled him with despair. Mallarmé's death also contributed to what became known as Valéry's Great Silence. In 1912, at the prompting of his colleague André Gide, Valéry had begun to revisit his adolescent work and shape new material. The project acquired new urgency after 1914. Valéry later said that he felt compelled to produce something from his state of wartime uselessness. By 1917, Valéry had produced a 500-line poem titled La Jeune Parquet, or The Young Fate, which almost immediately attained masterpiece status. Oddly, having blamed Wagner for his silence, Valéry credited his reawakening to the same source. His experience of Wagner was, he said, a somewhat remarkable case of impregnation, one that eventually led him to produce his own version of Wagnerian drame lyric. As he planned the poem, he thought of Wagner as the union of Shakespeare and Beethoven. Such comments are all the more striking given that Valéry made them during the Second World War. Like Mallarmé's The Afternoon of a Faun, its obvious model, La Jeune Parquet is the monologue of a rarefied spirit surveying a sensuous landscape. The image of a solitary fate who awakens to a new consciousness of the world calls to mind Wagner's Women of Lonely Wisdom Erda and the Norns in the Ring, Kundry in Parsifal. The setting is exceedingly vague, yet it has a mythological character. As the fate examines the nature of her consciousness and its relation to physical reality, she makes reference to gods, mortals, temptations, wounds, rocky gorges, forests, fires, monsters, and gold. One passage, in particular, brings the poem within sight of Wagner's gods and fates. This body, I pardon it, and I am tasting ash. I am wholly given over to the bliss of descent. Open to black witnesses, arms racked. Among words without end, without me stammered. Sleep, my wisdom, sleep. Shape this absence. Turn back to the seed and dark innocence. Abandon yourself alive to dragons, to treasures. Sleep always. Descend, sleep always. Descend, sleep, sleep. When Wotan summons Erda in Siegfried, he finds her confused by the events swirling around her, even though she has mothered the Norns who hold the rope of fate. Frustrated, Wotan sends her away. Descend. Descend to eternal sleep. When the Norns of Götterdämmerung discover that the rope of fate has been broken, they cry, down. Down. And when Brunhilde prepares to ride into Siegfried's pyre and return the ring to the Rhine, she gives a consoling message to Wotan, rest. Rest, you god. These descents and slumbers signal in various ways the passing of the gods. Valerie's fate, though, does not sink into futility or despair, rather, she finds herself on the verge of a purely sensual ecstasy. As she watches the sun rise at the shore of the ocean, she experiences the sweet and strong return of the delight of birth. All this is so far distant from the horror of 1917 that Valerie may seem to be fleeing from reality into esoteric purity. Yet, insofar as the poem marks the rebirth of his own poetical instinct, it is really a return to the fray. Where Wagner's gods give way to an unknown human future, Valerie's fate is more like a god assuming human form. In that sense, she symbolizes a world of art rendered speechless by global catastrophe. Like Wagner, Valerie was something of a conservative anarchist, who felt that art could defy the everyday with images of utopia. Only, he drops the grand bourgeois pose of mastery. As Theodore W. Adorno observed, this poet makes no effort to dominate readers, but instead opens up an endless dialogue with them, the subject of which is the process by which art comes into being. The warring nations justified the slaughter of millions through a cult of martyred heroes, promising them a spot in one Valhalla or another. Willa Cather confronted the hollowness of the noble death when her cousin G.P. Cather was killed at the Battle of Cantigny, the first major action by the American Expeditionary Forces. In 1922, she published a novel titled One of Ours, which tells the curtailed life story of a Nebraskan named Claude Wheeler, a sensitive, irresolute youth who seeks glory in war. For a Wagnerian parallel, she looked not to the combative Siegmund or Siegfried but to the peaceable Parsifal. After the novel appeared, the poet Ulrich Johns, later a prominent American communist, asked Cather whether she had Wagner's final opera in mind, to which the author replied, "You wouldn't have made a bad Sherlock Holmes. You are the first sleuth who has dug the Parsifal theme out of Claude Wheeler, and I thought I had buried it so deep. Yet, all through the first part of the book, I kept promising myself that I would put The Blameless Fool, by Pity Enlightened on the title page." Claude marches out of the same Nebraska landscape that spawns so many Cather characters, but there is pointed emphasis on the Wheelers' German neighbors, on their industriousness and love of music. At college, Claude befriends a cultured German family called the Ehrlichs, one of whose relations is a redoubtable contralto named Wilhelmina Schroeder-Schatz, a name that Wagnerites would recognize as a variation on Wilhelmine Schroeder-Devrient, the vocal idol of Wagner's youth. The advent of war tests these ties. Claude says, "The people that sing all those beautiful songs about women and children went into Belgian villages, and whereupon his mother cuts him off." Paranoid suspicions fall upon the local Germans, who find that they are no longer free to speak their minds. Frustrated in love and ambition, Claude feels a surge of purpose as he enlists in the army and prepares to sail to France. In his mind, he is joining a phalanx of pure-hearted soldiers who will make war with outrage, with uncompromising generosity and chivalry. As the boat sails past the Statue of Liberty, Cather comments that the passengers look like nothing but a crowd of American boys going to a football game somewhere. It is also a replay of an ancient scene: youths were sailing away to die for an idea, a sentiment, for the mere sound of a phrase, and on their departure they were making vows to a bronze image in the sea. At about this point, one of ours slips into a stranger, eerier tone. As Claude and company sail to France, influenza claims the lives of several men, including a corporal named Fritz Tannhauser and a lieutenant known mostly as the Virginian, perhaps a joke on Owen Wister. Tannhauser is reduced to feverish babbling, the Virginian gets a nosebleed and dies soon after. Even before the battlefield is reached, young bodies prove too frail for the legendary roles they long to play. In France, Claude meets an aloof, terse lieutenant named David Gerhardt, who, it turns out, had a distinguished career as a violinist before joining the army. When someone puts on a phonograph record of the Meditation from Massenet's Ties, Claude notices Gerhardt smiling, and, on looking at the record, sees Gerhardt's name printed on it. An almost romantic friendship develops between the two. Cather is alert to the all-male energy of soldier communities, and includes the detail that a dead German officer is found with a picture of a young man around his neck, pale as snow, with blurred forget-me-not eyes. Claude is allowed a brief epiphany at the Church of Saint Ouen in Rouen, colors glowing in stained glass windows, bells ringing from the tower, but cannot grasp the discrepancy between that experience and the clamor of modern war. He goes to the front and happily takes his place among his self-fashioned Knights of the Grail. With these men he could do anything, he thinks to himself. He had learned the mastery of men. A few moments later, he is slain by German bullets. Almost simultaneously, Gerhardt is blown to pieces elsewhere on the battlefield. Cather's substratum of irony eluded many readers, who saw the novel as a naive celebration of patriotic sacrifice. Initially, she did view the war in those terms. In a letter written after G.P. Cather had fallen, she named him one of God's soldiers. By 1922, her perspective had changed, but she avoided inserting anti-war messages. Instead, Claude is allowed to die in the comfort of his illusions. If he is a pure fool in the Parsifal mode early on, he is called a mortal fool kid, and after his death his mother says that he was so afraid of being fooled his rite of initiation fails. Susan Rosowski writes, Parsifal heals the wounded, sees and bows before the Grail as a holy light anoints him, then, as others bow before him, raises the Holy Grail in a renewal of consecration. This is very like the destiny Claude feels as he leads his men in battle, but Claude's salvation is only in his mind. The holy light he sees is enemy fire. In 1908, the Hon. Mrs. Assheton Harbord, a pioneering female balloonist, crossed the English Channel in a balloon she named the Valkyrie. This may have been the first association between the Valkyries and air travel, a now familiar trope that testifies to Wagner's near-infinite malleability. With the advent of aerial warfare, the linkage became a cliché almost overnight. In H. G. Wells's 1908 science fiction novel The War in the Air, Asian and German airships do battle over Niagara Falls, perhaps 100 yards above the water, out of the south, riding like Valkyries swiftly through the air on the strange steeds the engineering of Europe had begotten upon the artistic inspiration of Japan, came a long string of Asiatic swordsmen. In 1910, the Aeronautical Syndicate Limited introduced a monoplane called the Valkyrie, which its designer, Horatio Barber, hoped would be used for military purposes. The romance of the airman was inseparable from the danger of his mission. William Butler Yeats's 1918 poem An Irish Airman Foresees His Death portrays a pilot who has no sympathy for Britain's war on Germany. Those that I fight I do not hate / those that I guard I do not love. Nonetheless, he is darkly exhilarated by the prospect of meeting his fate somewhere among the clouds above. He follows a lonely impulse of delight into a liminal condition he describes as this life, this death. The poem honored the painter-turned-pilot Robert Gregory, Lady Gregory's son, who was shot down in 1918. Gregory shared his mother's liking for Wagner, and had designed symbolist sets for Yeats's The Shadowy Waters. Whether or not Gregory foresaw his death or considered his life a waste of breath, the figure in the poem articulates a libestad of the air. That Tristan-esque longing for oblivion in the sky becomes explicit in the wartime work of Gabriele D'Annunzio, author of the classic libestad narrative The Triumph of Death. When Italy entered the war, D'Annunzio reinvented himself as Italy's hero airman poet, to quote a newsreel of the period. He lost the use of one eye in January 1916, when his plane made an emergency landing. To save his other eye, he lay in bed for weeks, bandaged and in darkness. He began writing a poetic work called Notturno, working on thin strips of paper. It is a hymn to night, darkness, and death. D'Annunzio fantasizes his own martyrdom and salutes the martyrdom of comrades. There is no nobler bond in the world today than this tacit pact that turns two lives and two wings into a single speed, a single prowess, a single death. The bond surpasses love's most secret, unexpressed shudder. It is consummated in the glory of the crash. As D'Annunzio recovered from his injury, he listened constantly to music. When a friend played Tristan on the piano, he reported that all my blood trembles. Returning to battle, he wrote one of his girlfriends a farewell letter that had the rhythm of certain bars of Tristan. In the same period he invented a tribal chant for his pilots, EIA EIA EIA. Allah. This was supposed to be a battle cry of the ancient Greeks, though it sounds curiously like the Rhine maidens' Walla Viola Via. The chant later became part of the rite of Italian fascism. Although Proust was more or less the opposite of D'Annunzio in every respect, he indulged in his own romance of the war in the sky. The novelist had taken an interest in flying machines, and, more particularly, in the men who flew them. In 1913, he fell in love with Alfred Agostinelli, who served for a time as his chauffeur and secretary. Agostinelli wanted to become a flyer, and enrolled in flying school under the name Marcel Swan. Desperate to win Agostinelli's affections, Proust ordered an airplane for him, proposing to engrave it with lines from Mallarmé the sonnet Le Vierge, Le Vivace et Le Bel Aujourd'hui, about a swan trapped in ice. Agostinelli died in a flying accident in May 1914. Albertine, Marcel's chief love object in Search of Lost Time, inherits aspects of Agostinelli's personality, especially his love of speed. One astounding scene in Time Regained depicts a nighttime Zeppelin raid on Paris. Searchlights scan the sky, sirens wail, and fighter planes soar up to do battle with the intruder. Saint Loup, watching the planes in flight, sees them as a constellation of stars, and then changes his analogy to account for their dizzying descent. Just as you have got used to thinking of them as stars, they break away to pursue an enemy or to return to the ground after the all-clear, the moment of apocalypse, when even the stars are hurled from their courses. One had to ask oneself whether they were indeed pilots and not Valkyries who were sailing upwards. That's it, the music of the sirens was a ride of the Valkyries. There's no doubt about it, the Germans have to arrive before you can hear Wagner in Paris. The composer who served so often as an emblem of artistic power now becomes a metaphor for military aggression. Readers of In Search of Lost Time have been subtly prepared for the shift. Earlier in the cycle, the moaning sound of a closing door is compared to instrumental figures accompanying the Pilgrim's chorus in Tannhauser, and a ringing telephone to the shepherd's pipe in Tristan. In The Captive, the narrator meditates on Wagner's Vulcan-like skill, his industrious toil, and wonders how sublimity can emanate from mere craft. When the music lifts us into the stratosphere, we are winged aloft by birds akin not to Lohengrin's swan but to that aeroplane which I had seen at Baalbek convert its energy into vertical motion, glide over the sea and vanish in the sky. Perhaps, as the birds that soar highest and fly most swiftly have more powerful wings, one of these frankly material vehicles was needed to explore the infinite, one of these 120 horsepower machines, the Mystère model, in which nevertheless, however high one flies, one is prevented to some extent from enjoying the silence of space by the overpowering roar of the engine. With this startling analogy, Proust takes the measure not only of the industrial might of Wagner's art but of its posthumous alliance with technology, its dissemination on radio and through recording. Although at the time there was no plane called the Mystère, the French Air Force began using a fighter bomber with that name after the Second World War. Wagner. Speed, flight, noise, war, chaos, cut up, collage, the overturning of all artistic norms. These were the values, to different degrees, of Futurism and Dada. On the surface, the avatars of the avant-garde seem the raging antithesis of Wagner and Wagnerism. Indeed, some of them took aim at the sorcerer of Bayreuth with a venom that Nietzsche might have envied. In January 1914, at the height of the worldwide Parsifal craze, the futurist firebrand Filippo Tommaso Marinetti published a two-page manifesto titled Down with the Tango and Parsifal, which had the subtitle A Circular Letter to Some Cosmopolitan Women Friends Who Give Tango Tea Dances and Who Parsifalize Themselves. The tango is dismissed as a sentimental, decadent affair. It is compared to Tristan and Isolde, who withhold their climax to excite King Mark. Marinetti then takes aim at the opera of the moment. If the tango is bad enough, Parsifal is even worse, as it inoculates the dancers, swaying to and fro, bored and listless, with an incurable musical neurasthenia. How can we avoid Parsifal, with its downpours, its puddles, and its floods of mystical tears? Parsifal is a systematic devaluation of life. A factory cooperative of sadness and despair. Tuneless stretching and straining for weak stomachs. Poor digestion and heavy breathing of 40-year-old virgins. Whining of flabby and constipated old priests. Wholesaling and retailing of bad consciences and a stylish effeminacy for snobs. Blood deficiency, feebleness of the loins, hysteria, anemia, and green sickness. Prostration, brutalization, and violation of mankind. Ridiculous scraping of failed, mutilated notes. Snoring of drunken organs sprawling in the vomit of foul-tasting leitmotifs. False tears and pearls flaunted by a Mary Magdalene with a plunging neckline more suited to maxims. Polyphonic pus from Amphrodis's festering scabs. Worn-out wailings of the Knights of the Holy Grail. Nonsensical Satanism of Kundry. Antediluvianism. Antediluvianism. Enough of it? Guillaume Apollinaire, coiner of the word surrealism, consigned Wagner to the category shit, though Dante, Shakespeare, Goethe, and Tolstoy made for good company. The war sharpened such convictions, as strident avant-garde rhetoric mixed with anti-German fervor. Apollinaire declared in 1918, "There is no longer any Wagnerianism among us, and young authors have cast aside all the enchanted hand-me-downs of the colossal romanticism of Germany and Wagner." Indeed, the classic works of Futurism and Dada, the sound poems of Marinetti and Hugo Ball, Luigi Russolo's Noise Machines, Marcel Duchamp's Urinal, Hans Arp's collages, Kurt Schwitters's assemblages represent a total break, with Wagner as with all else. Tristan Tzara made mocking reference to the Wagnerian bouillabaisse. Even so, the manifesto style owes something to the revolutionary-minded composer who wrote of his enormous desire to commit acts of artistic terrorism. When Marinetti denounces the unending, feudal veneration of the past, he sounds like the Wagner who wrote, in a letter to Liszt, that the monumental character of our art will disappear, we shall abandon our habit of clinging firmly to the past, our egotistical concern for permanence and immortality at any price. That Dada originated in Zurich, the site of Wagner's early exile, adds a historical symmetry. The exhibition performances at Gallery Dada took place a short walk from the Hotel Bauer au Lac, where Wagner first read aloud the libretto of The Ring. Peter Berger's canonical study theory of the avant-garde emphasizes the degree to which Futurism and Dada emerged from the fin de siècle milieu of symbolism, decadence, and aestheticism. Wagnerism is missing from Berger's scheme, but it deserves a place. Marinetti shows the dynamic with particular clarity. During his early years as a music and opera critic in turn-of-the-century Italy, he described Wagner as the greatest decadent genius and therefore the most appropriate artist for our modern souls. In a preview of his future Futurism, he applauded Wagner's frenetic exuberance, his refusal of meditation and silence, language similar to D'Annunzio's. Contemplating the split between Wagner and Nietzsche, Marinetti declined to take sides. He wanted both Wagnerian majesty and Nietzschean clarity. According to Berger, aestheticism's divorce from lived reality sets the stage for the decisive gesture of the historical avant-garde. The socially isolated artist turns back to the public sphere, seeking to reintegrate art into the praxis of life. The autonomous institution of art is assaulted in the name of an aesthetics that doubles as politics. Arriving at that stage, Marinetti felt the need to cast off bourgeois trappings of stillness, rapture, and reverie, and Wagner gets jettisoned with the rest. The poet's first futurist manifesto of 1909 touts the motorcar, the locomotive, the airplane, the noise of industry. The Variety Theatre Manifesto of 1913 proscribes the solemn, the sacred, the serious, and the sublime, and endorses the practice of adapting, compressing, and parodying grand artworks on variety stages. We support unconditionally a 40-minute performance of Parsifal, which is currently in preparation for a great music hall in London. Marinetti's tirades against Parsifal betray a certain anxiety about whether he has traveled as far from his Wagnerite origins as he wishes us to believe. Zang Tum Tuyuum, his 1912 conjuration of the 4th century Battle of Adrianople, may abandon conventional syntactic logic and coin phonetic words, but much of the vocabulary is stuck in a grandiose romantic mode. Marcia del Canonegiamantuk futurista colosso leitmotiv magliogenio novatorotomismo famambizian, terrifico assoleato solinea eroico pesant implacabile fecundant, Zang Tuum Tum Tum. March of Cannonade futurist colossus leitmotiv hammergenius innovator optimism hunger ambition, terrifying absolute solemn heroic heavy implacable fertile, Zang Tuum Tum Tum. Other futurists admitted a direct debt. Francesco Balilla Pratella, in his writings on futurist music, spoke respectfully of the glorious and revolutionary era dominated by the sublime genius of Wagner, and classified the composer as a futurist avant la lettre. Pratella's opera El Aviator Dro, first performed in 1920, applied Wagnerian themes and techniques to the tale of a heroically self-sacrificing aviator, thereby adding to the subgenre of the aeronautic Wagner. The Spanish avant-gardist Ramón Gómez de la Serna, writing under the pseudonym Tristan, began his 1910 futurist proclamation to the Spaniards thus: Futurism. Insurrection. Clamor. Feast with Wagnerian music. Modernism. Sidereal violence. Whirling about amid the poisonous pomp and circumstance of life. Anti-universityism. Cypress bark. Iconoclasm. A stone cast in the nick of time at the moon. The reintegration of art and life is, after all, a Wagnerian project. Futurists seized on the Gesamtkunstwerk, making it newer and louder. In the pre-war years, George Fuchs and other theatrical visionaries had called for a total fusion of artistic disciplines, a final erasure of the boundary between stage and audience. Kandinsky and Hilma af Klint had brought the total artwork into an abstract, spiritualized sphere. The Futurists, by contrast, reveled in a dizzying simultaneity of everyday voices, reflecting the circus, the music hall, and the variety theater. Futurist spectacles played upon all the senses, including taste and smell. Pieta Grata, a carnivalesque event that overtook the Futurist Gallery in Rome in 1914, included the odor of live fireworks. Futurist banquets in the post-war period coordinated theater, music, interior design, and food. The historian Günter Berghaus writes, the Futurists wanted to be architects of a new world and to turn life into the ultimate total work of art. Eventually, in the 1933 essay Total Theater, Marinetti would proclaim that futurist theater will synthesize the world. The Dada historian Peter Dion has noted Gesamtkunstwerk yearnings among Dada artists as well. Hugo Ball, whose diary Flight Out of Time makes repeated reference to Wagner, formulated a theory of Gesamtkunst, or total art, from which the element of the work has been dropped. The abandonment of the artwork concept, to which even Kandinsky's most radical abstractions stayed true, allowed for the eruption of Dada mayhem. A Zurich Dada soirée is never a work with a title and a single creator, Dion writes. Artistic activities in various media transpire concurrently, visual art is on display, music is played, dance is performed, poetry and lectures are recited. But no explicit attempt is made to relate these artistic gestures to one another. The resulting experience is collective only in the sense of juxtaposition and simultaneity and, perhaps, by way of connections being made in the minds of participants and onlookers alike. Likewise, the art historian Maria Stavronicki sees the Mers constructions of Kurt Schwitters not as an anarchic activity but as a reunification of dispersed fragments. Schwitters engages in Wagnerian religiosity when he says that artistic rituals, like those of the Church, achieve the liberation of humankind from the worries of everyday life. The inability of 20th-century avant-gardes to break entirely with Wagner is more evidence of their 19th-century roots. In the words of Alain Badiou, they were romantic in their conviction that art must be reborn immediately as absolute. Even as they laid siege to a Wagnerian culture, they worked from a Wagnerian script. Indeed, they took the genre of the terroristic manifesto more seriously than did Wagner himself, who, when it came time to putting his outlandish ideas into practice, reverted to pragmatic theatrical principles. For the Futurists and Dadaists, the manifesto was a performance in itself. In a sense, their art could not exist without the ideological armature. Artistic harangues in an apocalyptic register are among Wagner's more dubious gifts to posterity. The stab in the back. Stoss seinen Speer in Siegfried's Rücken, say the stage directions for Götterdämmerung. He thrusts his spear in Siegfried's back. In the medieval Nibelungenlied, Siegfried's only vulnerability is a spot between his shoulder blades. When the hero bathed in the blood of the dragon, a leaf of a linden tree landed on his back, and that area was untouched by the liquid that otherwise made him invincible. There Hagen pierces him. Hence the expression stab in the back, the byword for betrayal by a seeming friend. Decades of Wilhelmine triumphalism made the events of 1918 incomprehensible for many Germans. In the spring of that year, as Krupp guns moved within reach of Paris, victory seemed at hand. The rapid reversals of the summer, leading to the armistice of November 1918, almost required a conspiratorial explanation. Thus arose the stab in the back legend, the belief that Germany's certain victory had been stymied by some collusion of evildoers, usually capitalists, socialists, and/or Jews. The metaphor of a Dolchstoß, or dagger thrust, originated with military leaders like Erich Ludendorff and Paul Hindenburg, who adopted a mendacious strategy of blaming the political class for a loss they knew to be inevitable. In October 1918, a subordinate wrote of Ludendorff, a truly beautiful Germanic heroic figure. I had to think of Siegfried, fatally wounded in the back by Hagen's spear. Hindenburg's 1920 memoir extended the metaphor, we were at the end. Like Siegfried under the treacherous spear throw of the grim Hagen, so our weary front collapsed. Various cartoons of the post-war period, sometimes anti-Semitic, show skulking civilians advancing on German soldiers with daggers drawn. Complicating these Siegfried allegories is the fact that Germans sometimes identified with the hero's killer. In 1918, Plan Hagen was to have been the blow that brought the Entente to its knees. In the medieval Nibelungenlied, Hagen is a more ambiguous figure than the black-hearted villain of Götterdämmerung. He kills Siegfried, but he also demonstrates the virtue of loyalty, staying true to the oath that binds him to the Burgundian court. And even in Wagner the Nibelungs possess a certain dour nobility, witness Alberica's chant of Be True. Be True. In the pre-war years, the term Nibelungentreue, or Nibelung loyalty, became a token of solidarity unto death. Bernhard von Bülow, the German chancellor, spoke of a Nibelungentreue bond with Austria-Hungary. This blood oath ethic persisted into the Nazi period. The contradictions inherent in the analogy German heroes being cast as Siegfried and Hagen alike did not hamper its circulation. The point was that something had gone terribly wrong in the march toward German victory, something that had to be avenged. How the Great War affected the German psyche is the cause of much debate. In 1990, the historian George Moss advanced what came to be known as the brutalization thesis, contending that the war normalized extreme violence in the period of the Weimar Republic and set the stage for Nazi savagery. More recently, historians have countered that the roots of Nazism lie not in the war itself. It was just as brutal for the French and the British, but in the anarchy that engulfed Germany in late 1918 and early 1919, as the Kaiser fled to the Netherlands. Communist revolutionaries battled right-wing mercenaries in the streets, and politicians fell to assassins' bullets. The swiftness of the collapse encouraged the stab-in-the-back fiction. Soldiers returning from the front were especially prone to conspiracy theories, because they were confronted with a world that had changed beyond recognition. Young men who had indulged in Wagnerian fantasies in the last years of empire now found themselves members of a socialist democracy. For some of them, it was a reality they could not accept. When the war began, Adolf Hitler was a 25-year-old Bohemian painter in Munich, steeped in Wagner, solitary in his habits. Within 2 years of its end, he had become a rabble-rousing far-right fanatic with a flair for hysterical anti-Semitic rhetoric. The nature of that transformation remains central to the almost limitless Hitler literature. Was Hitler brutalized by the war or radicalized in its aftermath? Or did he see himself as Germany's dictatorial savior even before the war began? On such questions the latter-day reputation of Richard Wagner also hangs, since the composer is suspected of having nurtured Hitler's politics of domination and destruction. Hitler's sketch of the Alfred Roller production of Tristan. From adolescence onward, Hitler was a dreamer and a loner. Averse to joining groups, much less leading them, he spent his days with books, art, and music. Of the Wagner operas, Lohengrin caught his attention first. A neighbor in Linz remembers him singing music from it. In Mein Kampf, Hitler says that Lohengrin was the second opera he saw, after Rossini's William Tell. "I was captivated at one stroke," Hitler wrote. "My youthful enthusiasm for the Bayreuth master knew no bounds." Looking back during the Second World War, he said, "We who stood with him were called Wagnerians, the others had no names." The Lohengrin performance was probably one that took place in 1901 or 1902, in Linz, where Hitler was attending school. Sebastian Ware notes that both of the Lohengrin conductors in Linz in this period were Jewish, as was Joseph Wilinski, the Heldentenor who sang the title role. When Hitler made his first trip to Vienna, in May 1906, he saw Tristan and the Flying Dutchman at the Court Opera. In a postcard sent to his friend August Kubizek, he conveys the opera house's acoustics. Powerful waves of sound flood the room, and the murmur of the wind gives way to a terrible rush of surging sound. The language echoes Isolde's Transfiguration, which speaks of surging, rushing waves of tone. The Tristan Hitler saw was the renowned production by Alfred Roller, with Mahler conducting. Hitler hoped to study with the painter and designer, but inexplicably failed to make use of a letter of introduction that he obtained. In the mid-20s, he sketched Roller's Tristan set from memory, and when in 1934 he met Roller he could still remember details of the staging, including the pale light in the second act. Hitler was also smitten with Meistersinger. In 1908, he made a transcription of the first 12 lines of Hans Sachs's final monologue "Scorn not the masters, I bid you," and honor their art, and decorated it with a not particularly lifelike drawing of Wagner's face. The most significant of Hitler's Wagner experiences is said to have taken place a few years earlier, in 1905, at a performance of Rienzi in Linz. August Kubizek, an aspiring conductor who shared Hitler's Wagnerism and guided him in musical matters, recounts this occasion at length in his memoir, Adolf Hitler, Friend of My Youth. Hitler was supposedly first stunned into silence, and then, in an oratorical flood of words, conjured up in magnificent, inspiring pictures his own future and that of his people. When Kubizek met Hitler again in 1939, during a visit to Bayreuth, the dictator invoked this Rienzi encounter with the portentous words, "In that hour it began." Hitler told a similar story to Albert Speer, and mentioned it in his table talk monologues during the Second World War. He also seems to have spoken of Rienzi to his musically inclined friend Ernst Hanfstaengl, or so a document titled Ahund Rienzo, to be found in Hanfstaengl's papers, obliquely suggests. If the Rienzi anecdote is true, it is the strongest evidence of Wagner's influence on Hitler's politics. Cola di Rienzo, the People's Tribune who tried to unify Italy in 1347, was lionized in the 19th and early 20th centuries, especially on the left. Hitler apparently saw Wagner's opera both as an inspiration and as a cautionary tale. In 1930, he told his confidant Otto Wagner that he wished to avoid repeating Rienzi's mistakes, namely, failing to organize a strong party and eliminate his opponents. Yet the anecdote is no Rosetta Stone. Hitler liked to project moments of awakening into his childhood and early adulthood, imparting a sense of direction to a largely aimless existence. Kubizek's memoir is unreliable, and problems of chronology have led Sebastian Ware and Jonas Carlson to conclude that the Rienzi story is partly or wholly fabricated. If Hitler thrilled to the opera in his youth, he was more likely impressed by its gaudy pageantry, hymns, processions, and the musical clash of arms, to quote Wagner's later disparagement of his own work, than by any putative political message. Hitler had no future as a painter, his technique limited by a want of feeling for human figures. Twice rejected by the Academy of Fine Arts in Vienna, he slipped toward the social margins, residing briefly in a homeless shelter and later in a men's home. His friend Reinhold Hannisch remembers him spouting pan-German views and ranting against Catholics, in the manner of the turn-of-the-century Austrian politician George von Schönerer. Hitler also spoke highly of Karl Lueger, the anti-Semitic mayor of Vienna, who styled himself a People's Tribune, like Rienzi. But the scattered testimony of Hannisch and others gives little evidence of strong anti-Semitic outbursts on Hitler's part. Indeed, he was apparently friendly with several Jews. This does not mean that he was free of commonplace anti-Jewish prejudice. It does, however, undermine the notion that Wagner had an immediate radicalizing effect. Nothing about Hitler's development up to this point was notable, especially not his love for Wagner. Instead, to quote Hans Rudolf Viget, the young man's story is one of patent normality within the cultural context from which he sprang. The Rienzi anecdote belongs to a familiar category of Wagner's scene, the glimpse of future greatness. In Schnitzler's The Road into the Open, the young composer George von Wergentin attends Mahler's Tristan at the court opera and daydreams of hearing his own works performed in a wide and festive space. In W.E.B. Du Bois' Of the Coming of John, the African-American protagonist listens to Lohengrin and feels the movement of power within him. Louis Sullivan has his courage tenfolded. The heroine of Hamlin Garland's Rose of Dutchers coolly envisions accomplishing some gigantic thing which should enrich the human race. Tannhauser emboldens Theodor Herzl to pursue his goal of a Jewish state. What is different in Hitler's case is the content of the fantasy. The most ominous precedent is Heinrich Mann's Der Untertan, where Lohengrin leads Diederik to imagine a cleansing of the German spirit. Hitler claimed that he brought a vocal score of Tristan with him when he went off to war in 1914. Allegedly, he would comfort himself by humming the music and envisaging how each moment should be staged. At the beginning, this soldier aesthete might have seemed a little like Cather's Claude Wheeler, a feckless youth marked for an early death. But the carnage hardened him. Evidence of hard right nationalist views surfaced around 1915, when Hitler expressed to a Munich friend his hope that the experience of war will not only smash Germany's enemies abroad but also destroy our inner internationalism. The classic German account of the war is Ernst Junger's 1920 memoir Storm of Steel, which enthralled many thousands of readers, Hitler among them. Junger, too, led a bohemian life before entering the army. Storm of Steel tells of a man becoming steel himself, fearless, pitiless, machine-like. Although Junger is too ferociously perceptive a writer to fall into propaganda, he adheres to a proto-fascist mythology of ever purer, ever bolder warrior. At the same time, his vocabulary harks back to Marinetti's futurist manifestos, aestheticizing war and glamorizing violence. A few casual Wagner references are strewn through the text. A makeshift dugout is named Haus Wanfried, and soldiers are seen enjoying pike à la Lohengrin, or fish killed with bombs. These allusions reinforce the sense that romantic legend has been shorn of sentiment and hammered into a weapon of battle. Wagner is reduced to battle cries and strutting poses. A disconcerting psychological type was coming to the fore. Harry Kessler, like Thomas Mann and many other cultured Germans, gave in to the initial war fever. Later, he had second thoughts. In the course of his military service, he met a man named Kollwitz, a petty dictator chief of staff, who was very persuaded of his own importance, and yet a plebeian at the same time. He does not impose himself on people but rather clobbers them with his position. Kessler calls him a Schwarzalba, a black elf, like Wagner's Alberich. God save us from being ruled by such people after the war. As Kessler catalogues instances of thuggishness on the front, he is studying fascism before it has a name. The military state that devised Operation Alberich and Plan Hagen was internalizing the ethos of hardness that Wagner's philosophy of compassion strove to overcome. It became modish to forswear love, celebrate cruelty, make oneself as hard as steel. The 1848 dream of the overthrow of worldly power gave way to a cult of force. All irony was stripped from the entry of the gods into Valhalla. Before this version of Wagner triumphed under Nazism, though, there would be one last pitched battle over the meaning of the composer's name. 11. Ring of Power. Revolution and Russia. A Communist Mount Rushmore, from Frank Castorf Siegfried at Bayreuth, 2013. In 1883, the year of Wagner's death, the theater critic William Archer noticed a red-haired, bearded youth who was sitting day after day in the British Library with 2 volumes open on his desk, the French edition of Das Kapital, which Karl Marx had written in the library decades earlier, and the full score of Tristan und Isolde. The young man was George Bernard Shaw, a staunch leftist who saw no conflict between Wagner's romantic mythology and Marx's historical materialism. The descent into Nibelheim is frightfully real, frightfully present, frightfully modern, Shaw wrote in The Perfect Wagnerite, his anti-capitalist reading of The Ring. The drama of the stolen gold is an unmasking of inequity and a demand for renewal. Both The Ring and Marx's writing bear witness to the predestined end of our capitalistic theocratic epoch. Shaw's perusal of Wagner and Marx must have raised eyebrows in 1883. It seems even more surprising now, given Hitler's success in convincing posterity that the composer belongs exclusively to the extreme right. The Perfect Wagnerite was no isolated event, however. In recent decades, scholars have reconstructed a school of Wagnerian leftism, which gained purchase in Europe and America at the end of the 19th century. Socialists, communists, social democrats, and anarchists all found sustenance in Wagner's work. The drafting of Siegfried, Hagen, and Alberich into the German war machine dented that idealism, but it persisted after the war's end, achieving a late efflorescence during the Weimar Republic. And, as Wagnerism began to subside in Western Europe, it belatedly surged among symbolists and avant-gardists in Russia. Alexander Blok, Vyacheslav Ivanov, Andrei Bely, and V. Vsevolod Meyerhold saw the composer as both an aesthetic and a political model. After the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917, Wagner had a brief vogue as a figurehead of proletarian culture. Members of the Wagner left took heart from the composer's 1848-era essays, especially Art and Revolution, with its admonition that our God is money. Art, like every other sphere of human activity, has fallen into the clutches of commerce. By breaking the grip of capitalism, Wagner says, artists can guide and elevate the broader struggle for social equality. As it happens, Marxist doctrine had relatively little to say about the political function of art. The Communist Manifesto makes passing mention of a world literature arising from the erasure of national boundaries, but Marx generally held that economic conditions dictate intellectual life rather than the other way around. Art and Revolution spoke to socialists who wanted a more expansive definition of art's role. The operas themselves matter just as much. The German literary scholar Frank Trommler has said that the Wagner left originated where Wagner had situated the authenticity of his musical myth-making, in the performance. Trommler argues that the liberated mode of listening delineated by Baudelaire in 1861 abandoning familiar expectations, Giving free rein to emotions and impressions acquired a distinct political meaning. Wagner became a dream theater for the imagination of a future state. Of course, other ideologies exploited the composer in the same way. It would be a mistake to say that Shaw and his fellow leftists found a true Wagner. But it would also be a mistake to say they misunderstood him. Socialist Wagner. The younger Wagner fascinated the left in large measure because of the emphatic vagueness of his convictions. As he dabbled in various ideologies, socialism, communism, anarchism, democratic liberalism, he created a kind of potpourri of leftist possibilities, which adherents of one camp or another sampled at will. The musicologist James Garrett highlights the composer's vacillation between collectivism and individualism. One part of Wagner longed to join the great popular throng, another could never surrender the artistic independence that stands outside of group definitions. Ultimately, he gravitated toward utopian anarchism, along the lines of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon's vision of a society cleansed of the exploitation of property. But fragments of other ideologies entered his jumble of jargon and concepts, including Marxism. Although Wagner never mentioned Marx by name, he made scattered references to communism, occasionally positive, more often dismissive. Circumstantial evidence suggests that he read Marx's On the Jewish Question, with its brief against Judaism as a cultural economic condition. Martin Gregor Dellin, one of several late 20th century German writers who tried to repair Wagner's leftist credentials, heard a Marxist echo in notes that the composer made in the summer of 1849, "A tremendous movement is striding through the world, it is the storm of European revolution, everyone is taking part in it, and whoever is not supporting it by pushing forward is strengthening it by pushing back." That fanfare sounds more than a little like the Communist Manifesto, "A specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism." Wagner's picture of isolated art forms reduced to specialization is intriguingly close to Marx's analysis of the alienation of the classes and the division of labor. In both cases, what is needed is a restoration of unity, whether in the form of the Gesamtkunstwerk or the classless society. Marx's musings on the perverting power of money in the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 line up with the ideology of the Ring, as Dieter Borchmeyer has shown. Money, Marx writes, transforms loyalty into treason, love into hate, servant into master, master into servant. The monetary metamorphosis of commodities is analogous to the shape-shifting capabilities of the ring and the Tarnhelm. When, in Das Kapital, Marx speaks of the hoarding of commodities, he notes that the hoarder sacrifices the lusts of the flesh to his gold fetish and adopts the gospel of renunciation. The word Marx uses here, Entsagung, is the same that Wagner applies to Alberich's renunciation of love. Only one who refuses love's power, who renounces sacred love der Selger Lieb entsagt, can possess the gold. For Marx and Wagner alike, love and power are irreconcilable. In his last years, after his stint as a Reich nationalist, Wagner again drifted leftward. Bismarck's attempt at outlawing German socialism, in 1878, perturbed him. He and Cosima felt that even if socialist leaders were a muddled people and perhaps intriguers as well, the movement itself belongs to the future. A year later, he seemed in favor of overthrowing the capitalist order and dissolving the state. He is becoming ever more vividly aware of the need for the demise Untergang of things as they now stand, and finds only the worker entitled to life, as it were. These were the rather abstract sentiments of a man who was living out his life in villas and palaces. Bayreuth had fallen far short of his original dream of a festival open to people of all backgrounds. Instead, it had become one more watering hole for the leisure class. Perhaps such thoughts were on Wagner's mind when, a few days before his death, he told Cosima that he wished he had never built Wanfried, that the festival seemed absurd. By a sublime historical coincidence, Marx was traveling through Nuremberg at the time of the first Bayreuth festival. Unable to find a hotel room in part because of the overflow of festival goers from Bayreuth, the co-founder of communism resorted to sleeping on a railway station bench. In a letter to Friedrich Engels, he heaped scorn on the Bayreuth Fools Festival of the official town musician Wagner. In another letter, Marx amused his daughter Jenny Longuet with an account of the Wagner's tortuous sexual history, adding, "The activities of this group might also be dramatized, as with the Nibelungs, in a tetralogy." Engels shared Marx's distaste. A long footnote in a later edition of Engels's The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State expresses alarm over the incest plot in Walkure. Other revolutionaries had a better opinion of Wagner. The anarcho-communist Peter Kropotkin was an admirer. Kropotkin's follower Jean Grave translated the artwork of the future into French. The agrarian populist Alexander Herzen endorsed Wagner's revolutionary writings, though not his music. The most committed Wagnerite among Marx's contemporaries was Ferdinand Lassalle, the founder of the General German Workers' Association. Flamboyant, charismatic, fond of silk dressing gowns, prone to scandalous affairs, Lassalle was more than a little Wagnerian himself. After reading the libretto of The Ring, he wrote to Hans von Bülow, "I am still in endless excitement like a foaming sea, and days and weeks will pass before I can concentrate the soul sufficiently undivided upon the arid statistical and economic investigations to which my next period is devoted." Lassalle reportedly memorized the text of Lohengrin and declaimed it like a Nordic bard. The appreciation was not reciprocated. Wagner brushed Lassalle aside as a Germanic Judaic type. In defiance of Marx, Lassalle believed that revolutionaries should engage in parliamentary politics rather than wait for capitalism to collapse from its own contradictions. The Social Democratic Workers' Party, SDAP, the ancestor of the modern Social Democratic Party in Germany, arose from his efforts. Perhaps as a result of Lassalle's legacy, references to Wagner cropped up often among Social Democrats. In general, the party saw music as a useful tool, especially in the form of workers' choirs and bands. Marches from Rienzi and Tannhauser blared at a commemoration of the 4th anniversary of Lassalle's death, in 1868. August Bebel, one of SDAP's founders, lauded Wagner in his popular 1879-tract Woman and Socialism, which holds that the society of the future would ensure the equality of women and liberate the entire proletariat from menial labor. Everyone will practice with the like-minded whatever his inclinations and abilities lead him to do, Bebel writes. He then quotes Wagner's prophecy of a post-capitalist utopia in Art and Revolution: "The purpose of life will be the enjoyment of life, every human being will, in some way, truly be an artist." Wagner's formulation, Bebel adds, is entirely socialistic. Such optimism buoyed German socialists through years of repression. A poster marking the end of Bismarck's anti-socialist law, in 1890, showed Siegfried thrusting his sword into a dragon. Later socialist literature of the Kaiserreich period held that the idea of the Ring tragedy is socialism, that Wagner was an anti-capitalist, that proletarians should take possession of his art. The bourgeoisie has not yet managed to grasp the Meister. A few harder-line Marxists agreed. Clara Zetkin, who opposed the First World War and went on to become a forceful communist leader of the Weimar Republic era, argued in 1911 that the strong, beautiful man hailed in Art and Revolution would be neither a creature of bourgeois individualism nor the blonde beast of the superhuman but the harmoniously unfolded personality, inseparable from the whole. Victor Adler, the leader of the Austrian Social Democrats, came to Bayreuth for the first performances of The Ring and Parsifal. He and other Austrian socialist Wagnerites emerged from the Pernerstuffer Circle, a student group that formed in Vienna in the 1860s. Engelbert Pernerstuffer, Heinrich Friedjung, and Adler were the principals. Gustav Mahler attended some meetings, and Sigmund Freud was an interested observer. In the early years, members of the circle combined investigations of socialist thought with readings in Wagner, Schopenhauer, and Nietzsche. Challenging the liberal consensus in Viennese politics, which served the interests of the bourgeoisie, they sought to relight the revolutionary fire of 1848. At the same time, they were pan-German nationalists, advocating a union of Austria and Germany. When the pan-German movement took on a rabidly anti-Jewish tone under George von Schoonerer, the Pernerstuffer group broke away. Adler founded the Social Democratic Workers' Party in 1889, Pernersterfer joined him several years later. Adler remained the chairman of the party until his death, in 1918. The steady crescendo of anti-Semitic nationalism in the Bayreuth Circle did not discourage the Pernersterfer group. As the historian William McGrath writes, their call for politics in a sharper key, infused with Dionysian energy, emulated Wagner's way of eliciting and directing emotion. Adler drew on Wagnerian pageantry for May Day events in Vienna. For us in Austria the May Day celebration was this waking call Weckruf F, Adler said. He may have been thinking of the choral shout of Watch auf in Meistersinger. The integration of politics, art, education, and leisure became, in Wolfgang Maderthaner's reading, a political Gesamtkunstwerk, life and art united. For Pernersterfer, likewise, Wagner was a man of the people who worked for freedom and justice. However reactionary and racist the composer may have been in old age, his youthful idealism counted most. Wagnerites betray their master if they are not striving for the liberation of humanity, and it is not enough to make the pilgrimage to Bayreuth. Some on the left found the entire notion of Wagner's Social Democrats ridiculous. In 1911, the left radical journalist Rudolf Franz dismissed Wagner as a Kleinbürger, a petit bourgeois, who never went to America, but America came to him, in the form of the snobbery of Bayreuth. The Austrian socialist Wilhelm Ellenbogen answered by reaffirming the Ring's anti-capitalist credentials, and he ventured to defend the later, mystical Wagner as well. Far from creating rituals of bourgeois distraction, Ellenbogen says, the music dramas open a path for listeners of all classes to escape into a purely human sphere, that of the ideal future. Jean Jaurès, the leader of social democracy in France, felt much the same. His 1900 essay Art and Socialism asserts that the revolutionary spirit of 1848 revealed to Wagner the fullness of his genius and the entire meaning of his work. It was communism that revealed art to him. Meistersinger was Jaurès' favorite Wagner opera, a fusion of ancient tradition and the free play of human instincts, he said, at once deeply traditional and profoundly universal. Parsifal, however, left Jaurès cold. It seemed to him an abdication of the intelligence before the myth of sin and redemption. In general, as the historian Harvey Goldberg has written, Jaurès resisted politics in the mystical mode, cults of force, faith, and futility. Significantly, Jaurès supported the Dreyfusard cause, even as many fellow socialists shrugged off the Dreyfus affair as a bourgeois matter irrelevant to fundamental economic problems. What French leftists valued most in the composer was the sense of solidarity he instilled in his audiences, German or otherwise. In 1903, Romain Rolland issued a manifesto titled Theatre of the People, in which he named Wagner as the great theatrical personality of the age, one whose superhuman characters are poised to stir the emotions of the masses. Unfortunately, Rolland adds, the music dramas are too complex for an undereducated French public, and they display symptoms of decadence. A more direct, robust form of theatre must come forward. In the same period, the theatre innovator Firmin Gemier collaborated with Émile Jacques Dalcroze, the inventor of the eurythmic method of music education, in staging mass festivals inspired by Wagner's Art Total. For Rolland, such productions augur a future utopia in which a professional artistic class would become superfluous. He quotes Wagner to the effect that art might be nothing more than a confession of our impotence, that if we had life, we should have no need of art. Rolland's hope for revolution through the theatre seemed plausible to many of his contemporaries because opera and drama played such a central role in 19th-century culture. W. B. Yeats quoted Victor Hugo to the effect that the theatre is the place where the mob becomes a people. It can be the staging ground of revolution, where the future goes into rehearsal. As the historian Katerina Clark remarks, Marx's The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte begins with a theatrical metaphor, history as tragedy, then as farce. Marx repeatedly talks about the political stage and about the urban proletariat's inability to hold their place on it. Wagner's Art and Revolution offered a tempting shortcut: one magic night, metaphor becomes reality, and the revolution leaps from the theatre to the street. Shaw in 1905. In early 1914, the British socialists Sidney and Beatrice Webb, active members of the Fabian Society, attended a performance of Parsifal at Covent Garden. They enjoyed the outing chiefly because, as Sidney said, our seats were just behind Herbert Samuel's, and during the interval we had a very interesting discussion on the incidence of sickness during pregnancy. This level-headed response to Wagner was typical of a group that would adopt the slogan "the inevitability of gradualness." The Fabian Society formed in 1884, its ideology rooted more in radical liberalism than in Marxism. George Bernard Shaw, who joined the Fabians soon after their founding, tried to win his comrades over to Wagner, with limited success. Social democracy in Britain resisted the romantic strains of the European left, church hymns and folk songs were more its style. Shaw was himself a Wagnerite of an unsentimental type, averse to piety. Born in Dublin in 1856, he first encountered the composer in his teenage years, when a Germanophile neighbor prompted him to buy a vocal score of Lohengrin. Shaw moved to London in 1876 and was in the crowd for the Wagner Festival the following year. Between 1888 and 1894, as he was beginning to make his way as a playwright, he worked as a music critic in London, talking up Wagner while dressing down the Wagner cult. In 1889, after his first visit to Bayreuth, Shaw wrote that the evil of deliberately making the Bayreuth Festival Playhouse a temple of dead traditions, instead of an arena for live impulses, has begun already. At the outset of his dramatic career, Shaw contemplated making a blatant homage to Wagner. His first play, Widowers' Houses, 1892, had its origins in an aborted collaboration with William Archer, following their meeting in the British Library. The plan was to write an updated Rheingold, with, in the words of the Shaw biographer William Irvine, a garden scene on the banks of the Rhine, a capitalist villain, tainted gold, and finally a grand gesture of throwing the tainted gold back into the Rhine. In the published play, the setting remains the Rhine and the villain is a sort of Alberich type, but the ring material stays in the background. Scholars have detected half-concealed Wagner allegories in various other Shaw plays. Heartbreak House, 1913-19, reads like a satire of Götterdämmerung, equating the gods with the cultured, leisured Europe that faces doom in the First World War. "Come, Alfred," one character says. "There is a moon, it's like the night in Tristan and Isolde." In the last act, the company hears explosions approaching, presumably a Zeppelin raid, and turns on all the lights, inviting the destruction of their Valhalla. Somewhat to their disappointment, they survive. Perhaps Shaw hung back from direct engagement with Wagner because he wished to avoid placing himself in competition with the Meister. But he also had ideological difficulties with the operas that he so admired as a critic and listener. Those objections become apparent in Man and Superman, 1901-1903, a comedy of Meister-Singer proportions, which pits Roebuck Ramsden, a venerable liberal, against the anarchistic Jack Tanner, author of the Revolutionist's Handbook. In a long dream scene, Jack is transformed into Don Juan in hell, conversing with the devil and the statue from Mozart's Don Giovanni. The devil gives a report of a posthumous encounter of Wagner and Nietzsche in the lower domain. The devil, unfortunately he met Wagner here, and had a quarrel with him. The statue, quite right, too. Mozart for me. The devil, oh, it was not about music. Wagner once drifted into life force worship, and invented a Superman called Siegfried. But he came to his senses afterwards. So when they met here, Nietzsche denounced him as a renegade, and Wagner wrote a pamphlet to prove that Nietzsche was a Jew, and it ended in Nietzsche's going to heaven in a huff. And a good riddance, too. Shaw is alluding to Nietzsche's critique of the later Wagner, who sets aside Siegfried's heroics in favor of Parsifal's compassion. Shaw sides with Nietzsche. Mystical Schopenhauerian moods and decadent longing for death were anathema to him. William Blissett, a pioneering chronicler of literary Wagnerism, sums up the difference neatly. Wagner is, at least half the time, a poet of the night, with Shaw it is always daylight. The Perfect Wagnerite, first published in 1898, was Shaw's main gift to literary Wagnerism, a revamping of The Ring in the guise of a layperson's introduction. At the outset, Shaw announces his intention to treat the cycle as a drama of today, so that the proletarian spectator can find in it an image of the life he is himself fighting his way through. A synopsis of Rheingold immediately draws a link between myth and modernity. Let me assume for a moment that you are a young and good-looking woman. Try to imagine yourself in that character at Klondike 5 years ago. The place is teeming with gold. The Klondike Gold Rush brought tens of thousands of prospectors to the Yukon Territory in Canada beginning in 1896. The pretty young woman is a Rhine maiden, the rough-hewn man who pursues her and then seizes the gold is Alberich. Shaw goes on to explicate Wagner's allegories of rampant capitalism, the enslavement of working people, and the malfeasance of the nobility and the bourgeoisie. But he claims that the composer could not face the contemporaneity of his story, that The Ring was no longer a Nibelung epic, and really demanded modern costumes, tall hats for Tarnhelms, factories for Nibelheims, villas for Valhallas, and so on. Many decades later, that conceit came to life in Ring stagings by Joachim Hirsch and Patrice Giraud. In other ways, though, Shaw sticks with 19th-century convention. For him, the true hero of the cycle is Siegfried, a perfectly naive hero upsetting religion, law and order in all directions, and establishing in their place the unfettered action of humanity doing exactly what it likes. He is Bakunin's anarchist and Nietzsche's Übermensch in one boisterous package. Shaw writes off Brunhilde as a theatrical cliché of the majestically savage woman, and her mighty final monologue leaves him longing for the irrepressible bustle of Siegfried and the revelry of the clansman. This masculinist action movie reading of The Ring misses the depth of its psychology and the breadth of its critique of power. In later years, Shaw's respect for force would blind him to the true nature of Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin. In the first version of Shaw's misbegotten League of Nations satire Geneva, Hitler appears in the guise of Herr Battler, attired as Lohengrin. It is a comical but by no means negative portrait. If Shaw had created a fiction based unambiguously on The Ring, it might have looked like Upton Sinclair's 1903 novel Prince Hagen. The book comes from the early phase of Sinclair's career, before he found his métier exposing the brutal working conditions of American industry. A young poet is camping in the Canadian forest when he stumbles upon Nibelheim, the realm of Wagner's dwarves. Alberich is still alive and scheming in Gilded Age North America, in the company of Prince Hagen, his grandson. The poet undertakes the task of guiding Hagen in the upper world. Before long, the young prince is giving rabble-rousing speeches on the Bowery, calling himself Jimmy O'Hagan, a Democratic Party operative. He then switches to the Republican side, manipulating reformist rhetoric to reactionary ends. The character illustrates Shaw's point about the protean Tarnhelm powers of modern capital. Only the laws of nature can check Hagen's games of deception and subjugation. In a gleeful burlesque of The Ride of the Valkyries, the prince's imported Persian horses run wild and drag him to his death. Russian Wagnerism. Nicholas Roerich, designed for Die Walküre. In 1913, the year of Wagner's centenary, the Russian poet Osip Mandelstam gave a sardonic picture of a night at the opera on the eve of war and revolution. The Valkyries fly, bows sing. The cumbersome opera is coming to a close. Holding heavy fur coats, servants are waiting for their masters on marble stairs. The curtain is ready to fall firmly. A fool is still clapping up in the gods. Cabbies dance around bonfires. So and so's carriage. Dispersal. The end. As in Shaw's Heartbreak House, fate is stalking an elite public that listens to Wagner for pleasure without thinking through his implications. Here, the upper classes of late-period Tsarist Russia are dazzled by the chimera of The Ring while their servants kill time outside. The fires around which they dance are ready to consume Valhalla. Although Mandelstam appears to be no great fan of Wagner, so the adjective cumbersome suggests his poem synchronizes with the insurrectionary politics of The Ring, which has its own cry of Das Ende. Russian Wagnerism, which began later than its counterparts to the west, recapitulates familiar themes and situations. Bernice Glatzer Rosenthal, in an essay on the phenomenon, divides it into three categories: the aesthetic cultural, the mystical religious, and the revolutionary. These phases often blur together, and many personalities pass through each one in quick succession. The pivotal year was 1905, when a massacre of unarmed demonstrators led to protests and strikes against the Tsarist regime. The unrest impelled Nicholas II to announce democratic reforms and ease censorship, resulting in the belated publication of Wagner's revolutionary writings. These made a strong impression on Russian artists as they turned towards social radicalism. Until the end of the 19th century, Wagner had limited exposure in Russia. The composer led concerts there in 1863, hoping for elite patronage of his work, but none materialized. The secret police kept him under constant surveillance, having pegged him as a suspicious and politically suspect person. Only at century's end did the Wagner operas enter the Russian repertory. In 1899, the liberal-minded Sergei Fokinsky took charge of the imperial theaters, launching a Wagner wave. The Ring operas began appearing at the Mariinsky Theater in St. Petersburg the following year. The tetralogy was complete by 1905, and annual cycles commenced in 1907, evidently at the command of Nicholas II, whose favorite composers were Wagner and Tchaikovsky. The great 19th-century Russian writers had little use for Wagner, as Rosamund Bartlett makes clear in her definitive study Wagner and Russia. Dostoevsky once granted that the composer was full of noble aims, but elsewhere slighted him as the most utterly boring German rubbish. Tolstoy was contemptuous, describing Siegfried as a stupid puppet show not even good enough for children. Many pages of Tolstoy's 1897 tract What is Art? Are given over to an attempted decimation of The Ring, that model work of counterfeit art. In Anna Karenina, Konstantin Levin speaks for Tolstoy when he maintains that the mistake Wagner and all his followers made was in wanting music to cross over into the sphere of another art form. Nonetheless, Tolstoy shared Wagner's attachment to a religion of compassion, not to mention his penchant for working on a huge, comprehensive canvas. Thomas Mann wrote that the two authors had in common a naturalistic power in breadth, a democratic multitudinousness. At the outset of Russia's Silver Age, the late Tsarist epoch that brought successive waves of symbolism, acmeism, and early futurism, Wagner was suddenly de rigueur. Young Russian artists of the 1890s succumbed to the sort of unrestrained fandom that had swept the West. The artist and designer Alexander Benois was 18 when the Angelo Newman Company brought its Ring to Petersburg. The very first chords of Das Rheingold made me feel that here was a new elemental force, Benois recalled. Soon he was wandering the woods bellowing themes from Walküre and Siegfried. Like Adolphe Appia and Edward Gordon Craig, Benois recoiled from the banalities of mainstream Wagner staging. When the Mariinsky mounted Götterdämmerung in 1903, Benois took charge of the designs, aiming for a more atmospheric evocation of northern climes. Serge Diaghilev, the future ringmaster of the Ballets Russes, first heard Wagner's operas in Vienna in 1890, and by the time he reached Bayreuth 2 years later he was a self-described Wagner fanatic. To his stepmother he wrote, "Until I've heard all 4 operas I won't write you my impressions in any detail. I'll only say this, I am certain that people who are disappointed in themselves and their lives, and see no point in living, people who have been put in a difficult situation by life's misfortunes, and finally people who despair to the point of bringing their life to an artificial end, all of them should come here." Bayreuth's gay ambience may have affected a young man already acutely aware of his desires. At a concert in 1893, Diaghilev sang some of Amfortas's music from Parsifal material saturated in sexual woundedness. Diaghilev remained a loyal Wagnerite to the end. As he lay dying, in 1929, he sang parts of Tristan in Venice, no less. In 1898, Diaghilev embarked on a new career as an art impresario. As the editor of the journal Mir Iskustva, or World of Art, he mobilized an artistic phalanx that included Benois and the painter Leon Bakst. Their philosophy mixed symbolism, Russian nationalism, and incipient avant-gardism. Early issues of Mir Iskусство contained excerpts from Henry Lichtenberger's book Richard Wagner, Poet et Penseur. This was, as Bartlett says, the first time that the composer's theories had been discussed in Russia within a broader cultural context. The magazine also printed a translation of Nietzsche's Richard Wagner in Bayreuth and reviews of Wagner performances, including Diaghilev's assessment of the Mariinsky premiere of Tristan, in 1899. The following year, thanks to Fokinsky, Diaghilev won a position at the Imperial Theatres. Among the projects he contemplated was a Russian Parsifal. After bureaucratic resistance ended Diaghilev's Mariinsky career, he moved on to Paris, making his name as an importer of Russian trends. An exhibition of visual arts, in 1906, led to seasons of orchestral music, opera, and, by 1909, ballet. The Ballets Russes, a cynosure of early modernism. For collaborators, Diaghilev called on Benoist, Bakst, and the choreographer Michel Faucon, as well as Western European luminaries like Picasso, Matisse, and Braque. A violent new physicality came to the fore in the work of two younger artists, Igor Stravinsky, with his rhythmically liberated scores for The Firebird and Petrushka, and Vaslav Nijinsky, with his hypersensual choreography for Debussy's prelude to The Afternoon of a Faun, after Mallarmé. In the spring of 1913, Stravinsky, Nijinsky, and the symbolist painter Nicholas Roerich unleashed the ultimate modernist scandal in the form of The Rite of Spring. Wagner's name floated through the discourse of the Ballets Russes. Benoist stated that ballet was the perfect medium for the realization of the Gesamtkunstwerk, the idea for which our circle was ready to give its soul. Diaghilev likely had the same term in mind when he championed the very closest fusion of the three elements of dancing, painting, and music. Faucon spoke of the alliance of dancing with other arts on terms of mutual respect. Such Gesamtkunstwerk terminology was commonplace at the time, whether in the Vienna Secession, the Nobbies, or the Darmstadt artists' colony. Yet, as the ballet historian Juliette Bello argues, the Russian version was more convincing than most. The individual arts retained their identities while contributing to a unified impression. The infamous premiere of The Rite, on May 29, 1913, took place 1 week after the centennial of Wagner's birth, which received heavy coverage in the French press. The magazine Montjoie found the juxtaposition telling. Periodicals are commemorating this year the centenary of Richard Wagner. We hate how convenient these events ruled by the artistic calendar have become for presenters of all kinds. We render homage to the genius of Richard Wagner by honoring, at its birth, a masterpiece by a young musician whose influence upon the elite is already very great, Igor Stravinsky. Inevitably, the ensuing riot at the Théâtre des Champs-Élysées was compared to the Tannhauser uproar of 1861. And Gret Fauser has proposed